Okay, tabling of documents. Mr. Blakey's not here, so he's got nothing. Okay, very good. Okay, very good. You're coming up when we're done. It's going to be a while. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de...
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation et...
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
For Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate that. Presenting reports from the interparliamentary delegations, I would like to report from the Canada-Europe interparliamentary delegation. Pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of Canada-Europe. The first concerns the parliamentary mission to Portugal in Lisbon from April 15 to the 17th, 2019. The second concerns the third part of the 2019 session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and parliamentary mission to Italy, Strasbourg, France, and Rome. That was from June 24th to 28th. And we're busy folk over here, so the third concerns the fourth part of the 2019 ordinary session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Strasbourg, France, from September 30th to October 4th. Thank you for your time.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my third day tabling reports. We have been busy at Canada-US. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of the Canada-United States IPG. The first concerns the Pacific Northwest Economic Region 29th Annual Summit held in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, July 21 to 25, 2019. The second concerns the National Governors Association Annual Summer Meeting held in Salt Lake City, Utah, from July 24 to 26, 2019. And the third concerns the Canadian-American Border Trade Alliance Conference held in Washington, D.C. from October 6 to 8, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Soroya, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Assaults Against Healthcare Professionals and First Responders. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm truly honored and humbled to be here today to introduce this bill. Mr. Speaker, in my mind, heroes don't wear capes. They wear shoulder flashes and badges that say nurse, RN, LPN, RPN, firefighter, paramedic, EMT, ambulance. They put their uniform on every day knowing full well that they're going to experience human tragedy, that they're going to see sights and smells that may live with them for a lifetime. When we call 911, we know that they will come, they will answer our call for help. They put their uniform on every day to help us all. They fix our broken bones, they bandage our cuts, they restart our hearts, and they hold our hands as we catch our last breath. And Mr. Speaker, we should be doing everything we can to ensure that these individuals, altruistic individuals, have the tools they require to do their jobs, to remain mentally healthy as well as physically healthy. And Mr. Speaker, we should be doing everything in our power that they never have to fear violence in their workplace. Sadly, the rates of violence against our healthcare professionals and first responders are growing at a staggering rate. Today is about the nurse who was punched, kicked, spat at, or thrown to the floor. Today is for the paramedic who was thrown down a flight of stairs, kicked and attacked while trying to save a life of a patient. And today, Mr. Speaker, is about ensuring that we stand up for them because, Mr. Speaker, violence is not part of their job description. Thank you.
Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Soroya, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Here we go. Mr. Blakey, seconded by Monsieur Boulderis, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Special Benefits. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and table a bill to make our employment insurance system work better for Canadians suffering from serious illness. Currently, EI sickness benefits only last 15 weeks, which is simply not enough for many Canadians suffering from cancer or other diseases with a long treatment period. This legislation proposes to extend those benefits to 50 weeks, the same amount of coverage people can receive if they're laid off. Just yesterday, the House passed a motion calling for this change, with only the governing Liberals voting against it. This bill is the way to make it happen, to pass from words to action and get relief for Canadians who are suffering now. Given the support expressed yesterday, I'll be moving later today for unanimous consent to send this bill immediately to committee so we can find a way forward as quickly as possible and help relieve the financial hardship that comes with illness for sick Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I hope that all members in this House will support making quick progress on this important initiative. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear.
Monsieur Blakey,
Mr. Blakey, seconded by Mr. Boulderis, moved that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Okay. Questions on the order. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The honourable member for Saanich Island. I didn't see her get up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I try to rise promptly when you say presenting petitions, and I try not to be so inconspicuous as not to be noticed. I appreciate your quick attention to my opportunity to present a petition to defend wild Pacific salmon. It's a key issue for my constituents in Saanich Gulf Islands, and indeed they are clamoring for the House of Commons to act using the precautionary principle. We've waited quite a long time for action based on the report that was originally commissioned by previous Prime Minister Stephen Harper, the Commission of Inquiry into the collapse of Fraser River sockeye in an unexpected collapse of 2009. 75 recommendations stemmed from Mr. Justice Bruce Cohen's inquiry. They remain to be implemented. Petitioners ask for the recommendations of the Cohen Commission to protect wild salmon to be implemented urgently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. I want to make sure I don't miss anyone. Okay, we're good. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Yes, on point of order, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to respond to the intervention made by the member for Red Deer Mountain View concerning the government's response to question number 50. This is a rather simple and straightforward matter. Question number 50 states in part, and I quote, with regard to contracts granted by any department, agency, Crown Corporation, or other government entity since January 1, 2017 to the Pembina Institute, end of quote. The government's response to question number 50 states, and I quote, Natural Resource Canada, Atomic Energy Canada Limited, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, the Canada Energy Regulator, and the Northern Pipeline Agency have not granted any contracts to Pembina Institute since January 1, 2017, end of quote. The question concerns contracts, not grants, made to the Institute in question. There is a clear difference between a contract and a grant. The Treasury Board Secretariat's Guide on Grants, Contributions, and Other Transfer Payments clearly sets out the differences between contracts and transfer payments, which include grants. The guide states, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, a procurement contract is used to obtain goods or services. It is an agreement between a federal government contracting authority and an outside party to purchase goods, provide a service, or lease rental property. A transfer arrangement, which include grants, is used to transfer monies or make in-kind contributions from the federal government to individuals, organizations, or other levels of government to further government policy and the department's objectives." End of quote. In conclusion, question number 50 asked about contracts, not grants. The difference is obvious. The government has responded accurately.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Prince George Carver. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We can't have a point of order on a point of order. My apologies. I'll let him continue, and then we'll come back after. It is bordering on debate, and I do have some questions, but I'll let the honourable member finish. He's actually contributing to.
Mr. Speaker, I continue. I submit that if my honourable colleague had asked a slightly different question, he would have received a different answer. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in no way has this government deliberately misled the House in its response to question number 50, and it should be now clear to the House that this matter does not constitute a question of privilege.
Okay, we'll take that under advisement, and certainly will help us come to the House with a ruling on the point of privilege that was made by the honourable member for Red Deer. On any case, there's no other points of order. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on the Coastal GasLink project, standing in the name of Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moves that the House stand in solidarity with every elected band council on the Coastal GasLink route, the majority of hereditary chiefs, and the vast majority of Wet'suwet'en people who support the Coastal GasLink project, and condemn the radical activists who are exploiting divisions within the Wet'suwet'en community, holding the Canadian economy hostage, and threatening jobs and opportunities in the Indigenous communities. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, today is I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Chilliwack Hope. Actually, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and so it begins. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today is about the voices of the Wet'suwet'en. Over the last 14 days, we have heard a lot of people that are standing in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en. And today is about bringing the real voices of the Wet'suwet'en to the floor of Parliament to ensure that the other side of the story is being told. Now, I could stand up here and talk about the 900,000 tons of product that is shipped every day on our railways, the 88.1 million passengers that are shipped or that are moved annually on our railways. I could talk about the fact that Canada is a trading nation and our economic prosperity is predicated on our ability to produce good products and then to get them to market. I could stand up and talk about how over the last 14 days we've seen a lack of leadership. We've seen zero leadership from our Prime Minister. I could stand up and talk about how this has damaged our economic and our standing in the global markets. But today, I'm going to focus on the voices of the Wet'suwet'en, the voices of the 20 First Nations, the elected bands, and hereditary chiefs that voted in favor. Over 85% of the Wet'suwet'en that voted in favor of Coastal GasLink project, that voted in favor of economic prosperity. You see, Mr. Speaker or Madam Speaker, and to my colleagues in this House, I live in Northern British Columbia. I live adjacent the territories where the Coastal GasLink project is going through. I have many friends that are Wet'suwet'en. I have many friends that are Silcotin. My family is Silcotin First Nations. We are in the Northern British Columbia where our economic opportunities are few and far between. Our forestry is in dire straits. Our forestry industry is in dire straits. We've seen job losses in the tens of thousands. Mill closures, 25 mill closures in the last year. And so when we see a group or groups that have signed on to hope and economic prosperity, we want to make sure that their voices are heard. The Wet'suwet'en, the voices that have not been heard so far, are the ones that are being vandalized and they're being harassed. And as a matter of fact, 3 of the hereditary chiefs that were voted out or kicked out because they supported the Coastal GasLink. Today is about the $875 million worth of contracts that have been let on this project so far. Many of them are joint ventures between First Nations and non-First Nations. Today is about the 400 First Nations and Indigenous people that are employed by the Coastal GasLink project. That is over 1/3 of the employees. And today is about the over $1 billion of economic opportunity and partnerships that these that our First Nations have signed on with Coastal GasLink project. That's what today is about. Now I know our colleagues across the way are going to be saying that, well, we don't stand with the hereditary chiefs, and that we're failing to recognize the hereditary chiefs that voted against us. And I will remind the House today that all 20 elected bands signed up for the Coastal GasLink. 8 of the 13 hereditary chiefs signed up for the Coastal GasLink. There were 5 hereditary chiefs that said no. Their families said no to the Coastal GasLink. This is a Wet'suwet'en issue. And it has been said before by some in this House, on other sides of the House, and on this side of the House, and in the media, that this is a Wet'suwet'en issue. I will agree with that. That the Wet'suwet'en they have to sort their house out. They have to figure this out. But what is the result of inaction, Madam Speaker? What is the result of no action is exactly what we're seeing today. We had a prime minister that jetted all over the world for 14 days or 13 days or 9 days or however long, hid overseas, refusing to actually acknowledge that we were in a crisis. And if those blockades were removed today and our goods and services all of a sudden opened up, that would take not days, not weeks, but months upon months for us to recover. We are already seeing job losses, whether it is CN or Via Rail. The Via Rail announced yesterday 1,000 job losses, layoffs. And in making that announcement, the CEO said in 42 years of their existence, they've never seen a service disruption to this magnitude. In 42 years, Madam Speaker. Now, those job losses are not just non-First Nation. They are First Nation. They are the workers that are employed. They are the truck drivers. They are the folks that are laying the pipe, that are working to do whatever they can just to make a better living for their families, just to put a roof over their heads. You know, Madam Speaker, I've got 3 minutes left, and what I wanted to do in the remainder of that, I wanted to bring further the voices of the Wet'suwet'en. Robert Skin, elected to the Council of the Skin Tyee First Nation, with the benefit agreement that the Skin Tyee did sign, I see us being in a better place even within the next 5 years. These protesters are getting one side of the story. They want to stand up with their fists in the air, but I say come and listen to us and get the other side of the story before you go out there and stop traffic and stop the railroad. All you're doing is alienating our people who are trying to put a roof over their heads and food on the table. That's the voices that we want to bring to the floor today, Madam Speaker. You know, I had a constituent of mine who works at CN as a locomotive engineer and was the first to go west to Smithers out to Prince George on a 12,000-foot coal train last Friday when the blockade came down. He asked me a question. If all these other groups are supporting the Wet'suwet'en and the Wet'suwet'en agreed to remove the blockade in order to facilitate the dialogue, then why didn't the federal government do the same thing as the BC government and say, we'll have dialogue, but you need to remove the illegal blockades first? You know, Madam Speaker, Chief Larry Newski from the Notley Wet'suwet'en Coastal GasLink represents a once-in-a-generation economic opportunity for the Notley Wet'suwet'en First Nation. We negotiated hard to get the guarantee that the Notley people, including youth, have the opportunity to benefit directly and indirectly from the project, while at the same time ensuring that the land and the water is protected. We have First Nations chiefs and leaders that are on record as saying over 6 years of consultation, if we had a question, they say, we went to Coastal GasLink, we went to the company, we walked the lands, we decided together what this project meant. Where our concerns were, they were met with answers. They listened. Those are the stories that aren't being told. That's what today is all about, Madam Speaker. Hereditary Chief Helene Michelle of the Skin Tyee Nation of the Wet'suwet'en, a lot of protesters are not even Wet'suwet'en. Our people said go ahead to Coastal GasLink. We talked with elders. We talked and talked and talked and kept bringing them back. We walked the very territory where the Coastal GasLink is going. We're going to give it the go ahead. Madam Speaker, I'll leave it with this. Hereditary Chief Teresa Day of the Wet'suwet'en Nation said this: in the case of the Coastal GasLink, 85% of our people said yes, they want this project. Marion Tiljo Shepherd, the descendant of Hereditary Chief, said all of these protesters don't have the right to close down railways and ships. It's not right. Go away. I want them to leave. People are starting to speak the truth about what they feel, Shepherd said. People want to work. The chiefs are supposed to talk to the clans, and the clans are supposed to make the decisions, and it's not going that way. Madam Speaker, those are the voices of the Wet'suwet'en, and that's why we're here today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I think it's very helpful to always have quotes from people involved in situations, so I appreciate that. I just want to ask a nonpartisan question related to the numbers. During the emergency debate the other night, there was a member who had been there and talked to the people and gave a couple of numbers of two different Wet'suwet'en First Nations and the numbers that he gave, from what I remember from that debate, a majority were against the project. So I just wonder on his numbers, if he has exact numbers to give us on that are different than the numbers that were given during the emergency debate.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
I really appreciate our colleague's question. Madam Speaker, these are from the Wet'suwet'en themselves. The Wet'suwet'en who voted in favor of this project. The numbers that I quote today are from the Wet'suwet'en. The Wet'suwet'en voices themselves. Over 85% of the Wet'suwet'en voted in favor of this. 8 of the 13 hereditary chiefs voted in favor of this. 20 First Nations voted in favor of this project. That's the numbers that I want to leave my colleague with today.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, and I have a hard time believing what he suggested as a way out. I think getting a way out of a crisis requires dialogue. In a former life, I taught philosophy, and dialogue means determining the truth between two people. But in his speech, my colleague said that there was a true voice of the Wet'suwet'en and a false voice. The false voice is the opponents who don't approve of this Coastal Gas project. And perhaps my colleague wrongly suggests that they're against economic development. I don't really know. But I'd like to know what my colleague's position is where is a possible way out in all of this?
Member for Caribou Prince George.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Perhaps I misheard our colleague. First and foremost, I brought the voices of the Wet'suwet'en to the floor today. The voices of the Wet'suwet'en that support this project. It is the small group that don't support, that have been funded by foreign activist groups that have now staked claims and protests all over our country, that have funded activism. Really, these are the economic disruptors that we've seen. We've seen buses come across from the States and actually take part in these protests. And Madam Speaker, I challenge my colleagues this. You don't have to believe me, but listen to the voices of the Wet'suwet'en that are on record. Do a Google search. Do a Google search. We all have iPads and lots of different electronic means to be able to source the data. But listen to the true voices of the Wet'suwet'en who say, I support this project, I support this, my family supports this, but we are living in fear of vandalism, physical and verbal harassment from these groups who do not even belong to our community. That's the reality. That's what's happening on the ground in our communities in Northern British Columbia, and that's what I want people to understand.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, what's happening on the ground is we see the future leader of the Conservative Party, Peter MacKay, boasting about vigilante action and having a pickup truck go and threaten people, Indigenous people, and to see the footage of the swearing and the insults and the degradation, the same kind of comments, the mob, we hear from them, you know, the bums that need to get a job. I'd like to ask my honourable friend, does he support Peter MacKay's call for vigilante action? Because if that's the case, then this member is going to see a lot of trouble across this country from the kind of actions and the kind of language that his party is promoting.
The brief answer from the member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't think anybody on this side of the House is advocating for violence or trying to incite violence. I didn't. If the honourable colleague, who I respect greatly, had listened to my comments, I talked specifically about the dialogue that needs to take place within the Wet'suwet'en, that we need to respect the words of all Wet'suwet'en, but we need to make sure that the voices of the Wet'suwet'en who support this project and the 20 First Nations that support economic prosperity, that support lifting their communities out of economic despair, that support opportunity for their youth, not just for today, but for future. We need to listen to those voices, and that's the only way we're going to be able to move this project forward.
Before I go to resuming debate, I do want to remind members that they have to be in their seat if they want to get up and ask a question. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know it might surprise some of my colleagues, but this is my first speech in this Parliament, so I did want to take a quick moment to thank my family, my volunteers, my staff, and the people of Chilliwack Hope for returning me here to the House of Commons for the third time. I thank them for that honour. Madam Speaker, we're here for an important debate here today. We have a motion calling on the House to stand in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en people, the majority of whom have indicated their support for the Coastal GasLink project. I do want to start with a quote from the Prime Minister. When he was in opposition, he used to go around the country and he would say the following: governments might grant permits, but only communities can grant permission. Now, of course, he has not lived up to that. You can ask many communities along the way. But in this case, the government of British Columbia has granted the permits. They have agreed, after an independent scientific review, robust review, that this project can go forward. The government of John Horgan and the NDP in British Columbia has supported this project. The community that is affected also has granted permission. They have said 20 elected band councils, every band council along the route has voted and has indicated after many years of consultations with the company, with the Crown, that they are on board with this project because of the economic opportunity it presents, because of the respect that has been shown to them by the company, and because of the process that has been undertaken over a number of years. They support the project. That is not in dispute. 20 elected band councils. We've heard from my colleague from Caribou Prince George, a quote from a hereditary chief saying 85% of the people in the Wet'suwet'en territory support the project. The majority of the hereditary chiefs, and the hereditary chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en Nation obviously have some matters that they need to resolve in their own house. There has been a conflict among the families, and that is never something that we want to see. But that is the reality, that we are in that situation now where hereditary chiefs disagree on how we should move forward. But we've seen in the report, and the reporting, I believe, has been inaccurate on this, where there is constant references to protests in support of the hereditary chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en people. Not all of the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs. The majority of the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs are in support of this project. Some of them, three of the women, have actually, other hereditary chiefs have tried to strip them of their titles for supporting the project. So there is obviously an internal debate and dialogue that needs to continue with the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs and their families. But to suggest that somehow all the hereditary chiefs are opposed to this and are in conflict with the elected band councils is simply incorrect. The motion also calls on the House to condemn the radical activists who have, quite frankly, tried to exploit those divisions and tried to use the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs for their own goal, to advance their own goals. And I know sometimes people don't like that kind of verbiage. They don't like the terms radical activists. But when you have a group, Madam Speaker, who go to the home of the democratically elected Premier of the province of British Columbia, blockade his house, and threaten to take him hostage, I would say we have ourselves some radical activists. When you have people who look a court injunction in the face and say, we don't care about the courts, we ignore that decision of the courts, where does that stop, Madam Speaker? That is the real concern here, and to me that is the difference. When you have a court injunction, we all agree in Canada that when we have disputes on matters of law, the arbiter is the courts. And I can tell you there are times when I do not agree with the decisions of the court. Sometimes I don't agree with the decisions of the highest court in this land. But you know what, Madam Speaker? I live in Canada. I'm a citizen of this country, and I have made, we all as a society have that unspoken agreement that we will abide by the decisions of the court. We cannot have a situation now where we pick and choose which decisions of the court we will follow and which we will ignore. And nor can the government. And that is what has happened here over the last 2 weeks. We have had numerous court injunctions granted against protesters who are blockading rail, who are causing harm to our economy, who are quite frankly threatening the health and safety of Canadians. When in the winter, it's minus 22 with the wind chill here today. Across the country, it's not too warm, except in my home province of British Columbia. But there are shortages of propane. There are shortages of home heating oil. There are shortages of chlorine and chemicals that we use to keep our water systems clean. Those are all put at risk, and the government ignores it. The Prime Minister yesterday, I noticed how his tone changed quite a lot after he saw the public opinion polling and heard from his own caucus members. But yesterday, he finally admitted that the blockades were illegal because the courts have declared them illegal. Not only are there illegal activities, trespass on railways, etc., which are just a matter of that is breaking the law, but now we have contempt of a court injunction. And when a government refuses to state in the House of Commons or state anywhere, we believe that the court is right, we believe that the court decision should be followed, we believe that the court injunction should be upheld and enforced. When they don't say that, why do you think more and more protesters choose more and more sites? This Prime Minister, through his inaction and his weak leadership, is emboldening these protesters to do things like show up at the home of a BC Premier and threatening to take him under citizen's arrest, blockading propane, blockading home heating oil, blockading chlorine for our water cleaning systems. All of this is apparently not worthy of condemnation from this Prime Minister. So he has created this situation, I would say, quite frankly. He says repeatedly, there is no relationship more important than our relationship with Indigenous Canadians. And then for 4+ years now, he has failed to get the job done. In fact, he sent quite different signals to Indigenous Canadians, Mr. Speaker, particular Indigenous British Columbians. People in my area remember well Canada's first Indigenous Justice Minister being turfed out of cabinet, being turfed out of the party for daring to stand up to this Prime Minister, for his callous remarks to a group of Liberal $1,600 donors. When Grassy Narrows protesters arrived, a young Indigenous woman, and he said, "Thank you for your donation." That is the relationship that he has fostered with Indigenous people in this country. And he is reaping what he has sown, Madam Speaker. So we have to decide here. We have a Prime Minister who spent the first 10 days of this crisis out of the country, spending taxpayer money, going around Africa, meeting with people who, quite frankly, don't share the values that he trumpets here at home, trying to get their votes for a temporary seat on the United Nations Security Council. Then he promoted their oil and gas industries in Africa, while at the same time he talks about phasing ours out. Then he bowed and scraped to the Iranian foreign minister, bowing a couple of times, smiling, shaking hands with someone whose regime is responsible for shooting 57 Canadians out of the sky.
Absolutely shameful.
And he can't even come home. He's canceled a trip to Barbados. I guess we should give him kudos for that, because he finally realized what a crisis we have here. But he hasn't done anything about it. He won't even call these blockades illegal. He won't even stand up for the court injunction. So we have to decide here today, are we going to stand with the forces who ignore court injunctions, or are we going to stand up for the rule of law and demand that in this country, this Parliament and this Prime Minister stand up and say that the court injunction should be enforced, the rule of law should be enforced and upheld? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Chilliwack Hope for his intervention today. What literally is happening as he's speaking is there's breaking news that the RCMP is signaling that they're interested in withdrawing in an attempt to have an open dialogue and discussion. I'm wondering, just a simple question, if I can just get over top of the heckling, Madam Speaker, just a simple question for the member. Does he agree, as the Minister of Public Safety has signaled that he does he agree that this is a good strategy of the RCMP, or does he think that the RCMP should continue to stay there and show their force?
The member for Chilliwack Hope.
I think that the RCMP should enforce the court injunction. And they can decide how they do that, but they should get a signal from the government that we expect court injunctions to be enforced and upheld. So however the RCMP decides in their wisdom that they want to proceed, I have no problem with that. But I do have a problem when we have a government that is signaling that they do not believe that court injunctions should be enforced. So the RCMP will make their own decisions as they have, but they should be given the direction that they expect that court injunctions will be enforced and upheld. And while I'm on my feet with this member, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say that clearly we understand that this member, through some of the things that he's done over the last number of days and weeks, sponsoring advertising, calling for the shutdown of various energy projects. We know that he doesn't mind this kind of activity because it shuts down the energy sector, which is something he's in favor of. We're obviously opposed to that, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and like him, I'm concerned by the economic impacts of this crisis. So I was wondering if my colleague would welcome what we proposed at the bloc. In other words, setting up a module to deal with the crisis. And also, given those economic applications, perhaps temporarily suspending, and I do say temporarily suspending, the Coastal Gas Link project so that we could de-escalate the crisis. Would my colleague agree with that approach?
Our member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I would not agree with that approach. In fact, I would be more in favor of the approach of Premier Legault, who today has said that he's gone to court for an injunction, and he has said that as soon as the injunction is granted, he will be calling on the police to enforce it. So we cannot allow those who simply oppose the projects on their merit. They don't oppose it because of the Wet'suwet'en people. Let's be clear about that. Hear, hear. They oppose oil and gas development, and they are using the hereditary chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en people to advance their own agenda. And so we do not agree with cancelling projects, delaying projects, suspending projects to reward those who are simply looking to shut down the Canadian energy sector. Instead, we believe in the rule of law. We believe that court injunctions should be enforced.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, it seems to me a little rich that the Conservatives are demanding the police go in with injunctions when we are in such a tense situation. I was on railway blockades. I negotiated with the OPP and the RCMP. And I'll tell this member, the OPP in Ontario knew very well what happened at Ipperwash. And they remembered Mike Harris saying, get those damn Indians out of the park. And Dudley George died. A police officer's career was ruined. And the OPP after that, and I spoke to them about this, they said, we will never be dictated by politicians who want to tell us to go in and enforce an injunction with Native people. We will sit down and negotiate. We need to de-escalate this, my friend. His call to send in the police to enforce this will create chaos across the country. I'm asking him to think of Dudley George.
A brief answer from the member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Madam Speaker, if the member had actually been listening, he said, I never said to send in the police. I'm not telling the police how to do their jobs. I'm telling them that their job is to respect the rulings of the court. And so if the court injunction is clear, then to me, the government should be giving that direction that we expect that to be enforced. We leave it to individual police forces to determine how they will do that, but it should be clear that the court decisions in this country, we can't simply decide from the heckling from the member for Kingston and the Islands, we can't simply decide which court decisions we feel should be ignored and which should be enforced.
So there's been some heckling on both sides, and I would just ask members if they have questions and comments. This will be debated all day. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to ask those questions and comments. And I can indicate as well is that the members that do have the floors, I know have are very capable of answering their own questions without having feedback from their colleagues. So on that note, it's resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay. Oh, sorry, the honourable. Nobody was getting up at the time, and the member for Timmins James Bay got up, but I see he was getting up to leave. So the Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are having this debate on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. I would also like to express my extreme disappointment that the official opposition of this country has tabled such a divisive motion. It is indeed their leader and their party who are, as it says in their motion, exploiting divisions within the Wet'suwet'en community. At a time in which the country is in the midst of such a challenging situation, how does the opposition think that today's motion can get us in any way closer to a resolution?
It's important that we be able to discuss these issues and possible solutions within this House, regardless of what party we belong to.
Solutions. It is demonstrating a complete lack of understanding of the complexity, the sensitivity, and the danger of the kind of inflammatory rhetoric that we heard this week from the Leader of the Opposition and the leadership candidate, Peter MacKay. Canadians are frustrated, and as the Prime Minister said so eloquently yesterday morning, Canadians expect us to work together to get through this time. Today, we have learned that the Deputy Commissioner, Jenny Kader, has sent a letter to the hereditary chiefs with a reassessment of the Community Industry Safety Office in hope that would being able to promote continuing dialogue. I do wish the members opposite would sit down with and meet with some of the passionate young people who are acting in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs. The young Indigenous people who I met with in the office.
I want to remind the member one moment, please. I want to remind the member for Cariboo Prince George he's had his opportunity to debate in the House. If he has questions and comments, I would ask that he wait until such time as it is time for questions and comments. The Honourable Minister.
The young Indigenous people whom I met with in the office of the Minister of Northern Affairs were not radical activists. They were sensitive, young Indigenous people expressing the importance of the land and the water and the air. One young woman who had slept in the Minister of Northern Affairs office for 10 years tearfully expressed to me how upsetting it was to see the images and hear from the people being arrested for what they stood up for. Friendships that began a year ago, and then having to witness their new friend being arrested earlier this month. I believe that we have learned from the crises at Oka and Ipperwash and Caledonia and Gustafson Lake, and I believe that the police also understand their role in that. Last year, we said that we never wanted to see again the images of police having to use force in an Indigenous community in order to keep the peace. Canada is counting on us to work together to create the space for respectful dialogue with the Wet'suwet'en peoples. We all want this dispute resolved in a peaceful and durable manner. The rhetoric and divisive tactics from the other side are irresponsible. We want the Wet'suwet'en peoples to come together and resolve their differences of opinion. We want to work with both the elected chiefs in council and the hereditary chiefs towards a future outside the Indian Act, where, as a nation, they can choose the governance of their choosing, write their own laws, and finally be able to have their rights affirmed as they take decisions with respect to their land and water and air in the best interest of their children and 7 generations out. We are inspired by the courageous Wet'suwet'en people who took the recognition of their rights to the Supreme Court of Canada in the Delgamuukw case in 1997. But we need to be clear that that court did not at that time grant title to their lands. They affirmed the rights of the Wet'suwet'en, but said the question of title was to be determined at a later time. It's been more than 20 years through many federal and provincial governments, and the Wet'suwet'en people are understandably impatient for the question of title to be resolved. I look forward to working together on an out-of-court process to determine title. Wet'suwet'en have worked hard on those next steps within the BC Treaty process and without. More recently, since 2018, on specific claims on negotiation preparedness, on nation rebuilding, with funding from the government for research. 2 years ago, I signed an agreement with the hereditary chiefs of the Office of the Wet'suwet'en on asserting their rights on child and family services. At the signing, there was some overlap. Some of the hereditary chiefs also hold or have held office within their communities as chiefs and/or of councillors. Across Canada, over half of the Indian Act bands are sitting down at tables to work on their priorities as they assert their jurisdiction. From education to fisheries to child and family services to policing to court systems, we have made important strides forward in the hard work of what Lee Crowchild describes deconstructing the effects of colonization. In British Columbia, we have been inspired by the work of the BC Summit, as they have been able to articulate and sign with us and the BC government a new policy that will once and for all eliminate the concepts of extinguishment, cede and surrender for future treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. This new BC policy is transformative. It represents years of hard work that has eliminated so many of the obstacles that impeded the treaty process. It will be an essential tool as we are able to accelerate the progress to self-determination. I believe that the BC policy can provide a template for nations from coast to coast to coast. We have together agreed that no longer would loans be necessary for First Nations to fund their negotiations in Canada, and we are forgiving outstanding past loans and in some cases paying back nations for loans that had already been repaid. For over 2 years, we have worked with the already self-governing nations on a collaborative fiscal agreement that will provide stable, predictable funding that will finally properly fund the running of their governments. Ce nouveau mode de financement,
This new funding method provides much more money than they would have received under the Indian Act.
The conditions are right to move the relationship with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in Canada to one based on the affirmation of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. It's been exciting to watch the creativity and innovation presented by Ktunaxa and Stolo nations in their negotiations of modern treaties. We were inspired to see the hereditary chiefs and elected chief and council of the Heiltsuk Nation work together to be able to sign an agreement with Canada on their path to self-government. And we are also grateful to the BC government for their important work on reconciliation, including the passage of Bill 41, implementing the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I would like to thank Murray Rankin for his important work for BC on lands and title with the Wet'suwet'en Nation, and Nathan Cullen for his work with all of those involved in the current impasse. We have seen that real progress can be made when the hereditary and elected leadership come together with a shared vision of nation rebuilding and work together on a clear route to self-determination. I look forward to having these conversations with the Wet'suwet'en Nation. We have an obligation to move beyond the good work we are doing on child and family services to a meaningful discussion on reconstituting the Wet'suwet'en Nation. It is time to build on the Delgamuukw decision, time to show the issues of rights and title can be solved through meaningful dialogue. Mon travail consiste à...
My work is to ensure that Canada finds solutions and to accelerate the negotiations and agreements around a table where true change can happen.
That shortly we will be able to sit down with the hereditary chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en and work together on their short and long-term goals. There are many parts of Canada where title is very difficult to determine. Many nations occupied land for different generations. There are other areas like Chilcotin Tidal Land in Haida Gwaii where there's clear evidence that the land has been occupied by one nation for millennia. We are at a critical time in Canada. We need to deal effectively with the uncertainty. Canadians want to see Indigenous rights honoured. They are impatient for meaningful progress. Canadians are counting on us to implement a set of rules and processes in which Section 35 of our Constitution can be honourably implemented. Légiférer et mettre...
Legislating and implementing UNDRIP is one possible path to that solution.
That there has been a difference of opinion amongst the Wet'suwet'en peoples. As was said, 20 elected chiefs and council have agreed to the project in consultation with their people. Women leaders have expressed an opinion that the project can help eliminate poverty or provide meaningful work for their young men and reduce domestic violence and incarceration. But as Crystal Smith so eloquently said this morning on Ottawa Morning, the chief councillor for the Haisla Nation, who is in favour of the pipeline, that the solutions will be found within the Wet'suwet'en Nation, that the outside voices are unhelpful. There needs to be unity and consensus within the community, and today's debate is not helping. Some have expressed that an Indigenous worldview, providing an energy source that will reduce China and India's reliance on coal, is good for Mother Earth. We are hoping that the Wet'suwet'en people will be able to come together to take these decisions together, decisions that are in the best interest of their children and their children for generations to come. Nous soulevons les milliers de jeunes.
We know there are thousands of young Canadians who are fighting for climate justice.
People need hope. They want to see a real plan to deal with the climate emergency. We believe we have an effective plan in place, from clean tech, renewable energy, public transit, protection of the land and water. We want the young people of Canada and all those who have been warning about climate change for decades to feel heard. Ils doivent avoir
They need to have hope and to feel that they are part of developing solutions.
As I mentioned Tuesday night, we have invested in and are inspired by the work of Val Napoleon and John Burroughs at the Indigenous Law Lodge at the University of Victoria, who will be able to do the research on the laws of many nations so that they are able to create a governance structure and constitutions in keeping with their laws. It is so important to understand the damage done by colonization and residential schools that has led to sometimes different interpretations of traditional legal practices and customs. Nous pensons qu'il serait...
We think that one day it might be possible for Canada to integrate Indigenous rights, as we did with common law and civil law, through the legislative process.
Striving to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, and to increase awareness of our shared history. We need all the Indigenous leadership to know that we are serious about rebuilding trust and working with respect, as the Minister of Indigenous Services and the Prime Minister have expressed in such a heartfelt way. Following up on the repeated and public personal commitments by the Prime Minister and the BC Premier and our letters of February 16th and yesterday, the BC Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation and I continue to offer our commitment of a process based upon trust and mutual respect to address the urgent issues of concern to the hereditary chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en Nation. We wrote to them on February 16th offering an urgent meeting with us, and we were willing to meet in Smithers if that was agreeable to them. In an effort to exemplify our commitment in recognizing the urgency of the situation, both of us traveled to Victoria on Monday to allow for short notice travel to Smithers if that was their reply. While we have not yet been able to meet in person, we have continued the dialogue through multiple conversations with some of the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs in order to clarify a path forward. That was an important step, and we thank them for coming to the discussion with likewise commitment for peaceful resolution. We understand that they have urgent issues to resolve and require dedicated attention from both levels of government to work with them in charting a peaceful path forward. We are committed to finding a mutually acceptable process with them and the Wet'suwet'en Nation to sit down and address the urgent and long-term issues at hand. We wrote again yesterday to arrange an in-person meeting. We hope that the Wet'suwet'en will be able to express to those in solidarity with them that it is now time for them to stand down and let us get back to work to Wet'suwet'en Nation with its own laws and governance that can work nation to nation with the Crown. I am hoping to be able to return to British Columbia as soon as possible to continue that work. I have to, in closing, say that as a physician, I was trained to firstly do no harm. I believe today's debate is harmful to the progress we need to make in order to get to a durable solution. Thank you. Merci. Snake Callier.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you to our honourable colleague, there is nothing inflammatory about this motion that we put forward. We did so with respect. We did so with a thoughtful process. Madam Speaker, and for our honourable colleague's reference, the motion is that the House stand in solidarity with every elected band council on the Coastal GasLink route, the majority of hereditary chiefs and the vast majority of the Wet'suwet'en people who support the Coastal GasLink project and condemn the radical activists who are exploiting divisions within the Wet'suwet'en community, holding the Canadian economy hostage and threatening jobs and opportunities in Indigenous communities. If our honourable colleague had listened to one word that I said, one word, and I said that today is about the Wet'suwet'en, that this is a Wet'suwet'en issue, first and foremost, and that they have to get their house in order and they have to decide how we move forward. But today I brought the voices of the Wet'suwet'en, the 85% that supported this. Our colleague across the way continues to say that she is trying to meet with the hereditary chiefs. I would challenge her that she should be meeting with all of the Wet'suwet'en. All of the Wet'suwet'en. That's where the dialogue has to be. Bring everybody together. Our honourable colleague from Vancouver.
Questions so that other people can ask questions. Having 10 minutes doesn't mean that we lengthen the questions and comments per individual.
I appreciate the comments, Madam Speaker, and I'll get right to
the
my
question.
Madam Speaker, the question that I have through you to our honourable colleague is, shouldn't dialogue be with all of the Wet'suwet'en, not just a small group? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I think the honourable member just answered his own question. The motion today is about standing in solidarity with one side of the obviously disputes within that community. Our approach is that we must be able to unlock a peaceful space to have that conversation that will lead to consensus and unity and a process of harmony within that community. Today's debate and motion does exactly the opposite.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's remarks. Now, in terms of economic impact, I've received many phone calls from forestry producers, from aluminum workers who are already dealing with the free trade agreement. So there's an impact being felt throughout the country, whether it be in Quebec or Canada. And all this is a direct result of the Coastal GasLink issue. Why not suspend this one project that is leading to so many significant economic impacts? Why not temporarily suspend this in order to be able to begin negotiations with the Wet'suwet'en? The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question. It's a very interesting one. Now, today, there has been another step being taken in terms of the presence of the RCMP, and we hope that the status of the blockade will change after the RCMP's decision. It's very important to understand that decisions need to be made independently, and today we are hopeful that things will change. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I listened with great interest. I want to say I'm very pleased that the Minister for Indigenous Services went to meet with the Mohawks. That's a very good step. What I'm not hearing, though, is the sense of urgency. It's the one thing I agree with the Conservatives. We need to really address this before it starts to spiral. This is crucial. So I'm asking, and I'm very pleased the Minister's ready to meet, but we need the Prime Minister at the table. I think we need to put a clear offer on the table in order to get good faith negotiations to de-escalate so things don't spiral. So I'm asking, will the Prime Minister be ready to go and meet with the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs to then set up a process, perhaps with a mediator, like someone like Senator Murray Sinclair or someone else, who can start a process within those communities so we have a good faith solution that we can offer the Indigenous protesters across the country to say the government is serious about addressing the concerns.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, I thank the member for the thoughtfulness and the understanding of really this urgency and the real risk of making what is a difficult situation even worse. And so we are pursuing this this dialogue or attempt at dialogue. I think as the hereditary chiefs have come east to meet with the Mohawk, that there is no question that the Minister of Indigenous Services, Minister of Public Safety, the Minister of Justice, myself, we are all prepared to meet with the hereditary chiefs while they're in the east, if that is their wish. Otherwise, we are prepared to go to their territory to meet with them as well. We believe that the Prime Minister has indicated by letter that these meetings are very important. I think we believe that it's important for us to do whatever preliminary attempt so that we can assure some success in terms of demonstrating progress to everybody, and we will take this one step at a time. But I think today is a good step with the changing in posture of the RCMP in the Wet'suwet'en territory.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess this is the question for the Minister. I've actually spoken with and heard from Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs in Prince George 2 weeks ago. And they were very emphatic about their support for that particular project. And I guess the sad part, I think, what the Minister brings, and I think you have a responsibility that most, a higher responsibility of not bringing rhetoric to this place over this issue. And you're the very one bringing the rhetoric to this place on the issue.
I just want to remind the member to address the questions.
Yes.
Chair.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. And through you, Madam Speaker, the Minister has a responsibility to not bring rhetoric to this place. And so I would ask her just clearly, has she spoken with or heard from the hereditary chiefs herself as we have? Thank you.
The honourable Minister.
I thank the member for the question, and yes, indeed, I spoke with Chief Voss on Sunday. We had a conference call with a number of the hereditary chiefs on Tuesday. They have some issues that they need to deal with before they can meet with me, but they know that this will continue. My officials met in Smithers on Friday with a number of the hereditary chiefs, and also we have tables with them around Child and Family Services and moving forward. And I also have discussed with Murray Rankin as well as Nathan Cullen the good work that they are doing on behalf of the province of British Columbia. And so this is a work in progress. We want to see consensus, unity, harmony within that community, and I think that is why I have been disappointed in the rhetoric coming from the other side.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island. A brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As briefly as I can, I recognize that the Honourable Minister has had extensive dealings with the Wet'suwet'en peoples, with the nation-to-nation relationship, which applies to band councils and hereditary chiefs. I wonder if she can comment on claims made in the opposition motion, which I find to be factually incorrect, making claims about a majority of this and a majority of that. I personally, I don't think anyone in this place can make those claims. I wonder if the Honourable Minister knows differently.
The Honourable Minister has 1 minute to respond.
Yes, I too was questioning the number of the majority of hereditary chiefs. I understand there are 13 hereditary chiefs. There are 4 vacancies now. I do not see that there is a majority of the hereditary chiefs right now that are in support of this project. So I think it's the question is about coming together in harmony, consensus, unity, and not dividing that community any more by these outside voices.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by letting you know that I'll be sharing my 20 minutes with my very honourable and highly esteemed colleague and friend from Montarville first. Second, I'd like to take this opportunity to try and sum up where we find ourselves at right now. It's not very clear. There's all kinds of news, contradicting news, and yet I think it's important to make sure we're all on the same page to be able to find solutions. And the notion of leadership has been taking up a lot of air recently. Leadership is an attitude, first and foremost. Now, there was a meeting this morning with ministers, and there are ministers who have said, well, we want to have dialogue because we can't not have dialogue. Well, I was very moved by that. I heard another minister say, yes, we're going to act quickly. And then I saw another minister walk in late. But this is a crisis that is affecting Canadians and Quebecers. There have been very few like this. I'd mention three. Let's take the ice storm in 1998, when the Premier of Quebec, Mr. Lucien Bouchard, every day was making sure that there was an update provided at the end of the afternoon. And you can still see images of this. That was a show of leadership. And the purpose of that was to keep the public informed and for them to feel confident about what was happening, given the scope of the issue. Now, let's also recall the Lac Mégantic tragedy. Ms. Marois at the time was doing the same thing. And I was at the time with the Department of Ministry of Environment, and we were doing the same thing. We were making sure that people were kept informed about what was happening. And my esteemed colleague was there, too, for public safety. More recently, there were the floods that affected many Quebecers last year, and the government of Quebec and the Premier of Quebec at the time gave daily updates about what was happening. Now, what do I see here this morning? Well, I see the Prime Minister who's rushing in, rushing out, and I think we need clearer, stronger leadership. Now, I think there's another point here. The motion claims that there's a broad consensus and that there's a majority of Wet'suwet'en people who want this Coastal GasLink. Now, I don't know where the numbers are coming from, and I don't know where this claim is coming from. I don't know where the math is coming from. According to various sources, some might say there are 5 hereditary chiefs who agree, and others say 13. But in any case, this is up to them. Has it occurred to the Conservatives that the Prime Minister can't necessarily govern based on conflicting figures like this one? The Wet'suwet'en have their own institutions, and who are we to say, well, we're going to interpret everything for you. We're going to decide things for you. And by the way, our interpretation of events is going to be the one that serves our purposes. Now, they are a nation. They have their institutions, and they can delegate someone. And what we can say is there is a seat for you here. There is a seat for your delegate or delegates, and we ourselves will also sit down, because if we have a nation-to-nation relationship, that's what we need to do. But one must keep the goal in mind, which is the immediate removal of the blockades throughout the territory. So there has to be an immediate removal of blockades throughout the territory. That's what has to be done. Now, how do we get there? Well, we get there by taking some concrete steps that, on the one hand, will show businesses and workers and Canadians and Quebecers that the government is doing something. This morning, I heard the Premier of Quebec say, we're looking for alternative routes. We're looking for the use of roads instead of rail. So something is happening in Quebec. Quebec doesn't have much recourse, but what they are trying to do is to put an end to the crisis. And even though it's not their first wish, they have raised the possibility of having police intervention. Now, that's not reasonable. It's not necessarily our first choice, but it's reasonable. I would also point out that an Indigenous barricade on an Indigenous territory is one thing, but an Indigenous barricade on non-Indigenous territory is another thing. and a student barricade in the south of Montreal because it's fun to do something like that, well, that's another issue. Well, that has nothing to do with anything. All that does is obstruct rail transportation on the south shore of Montreal. And I would point out to the people of my riding, there are 2 train stations that run through my riding where there was no possibility of getting through because there are non-Indigenous people saying, wow, this is so much fun, we're gonna shut things down here. Now, we have a serious situation here, and we need to resolve it seriously with the right stakeholders. We're not going to have CEGEP students blocking the rail in our riding. Now, we've talked about daily updates. What are other ways to find a solution? And there's another confusing point here. Does the RCMP take its orders from the government or not? I mean, you know, when it's in their interests, they don't give orders. When it is, they do. Now, I know that government can't necessarily decide in advance what the RCMP is going to do. However, if that we're able, the RCMP are able to respect the wishes of the Wet'suwet'en, well, good. We don't want snipers pointing their arms at people. So it's interesting that the RCMP are considering a change in their posture. However, what can we do? What can we do rather than simply react? Because we may not ever get out of this cycle. We could create a forum for discussion, for sustainable, credible, in-depth discussion. So that's a second step we could take. There's a third step. In this pro-oil parliament, it's difficult to envisage this. However, perhaps we should be temporarily suspending the work. Now, when you're working on infrastructure, you know, I find infrastructure that encourages the movement of fossil fuels a problem anyway. But I'm saying there should be a temporary suspension of this, a temporary suspension of the work. It's true that that doesn't necessarily fall under the Government of Canada, but it seems to me that the Prime Minister of Canada could call the Premier of British Columbia, talk to him, and ask for there to be a discussion with Coastal GasLink for a suspension. So we'd have 3 steps that could probably help in the removal of these blockades and get the right people to the table. The next day, economic activity would start up again. There would be serious discussions taking place. And if there weren't, by the way, the problems would start over again. And they'll go on and on and on. So I think we have possible steps that we can take to find a solution. I think we need to act in good faith with good leadership. We need to find a consensus within this parliament. We need to show the First Nations that we are serious about our dialogue. We're credible, reliable, that we are not going to back down, but we are going to act in good faith. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the Leader of the Bloc. A question I have for him is related to the RCMP and the actions that have been called for from the Leader of the Official Opposition. Definitely being fairly clear, giving an indication that if the Conservatives were in office, that they would have instructed the RCMP. We have taken a position that that's not what we should be doing. We should be respecting the rule of law, respecting the importance of the RCMP and, in fact, our law enforcement agencies to do what it is that they do best. And I'm wondering if he could just provide further comment in regards to his thoughts about why politicians should not be instructing law enforcement agencies, whether they're provincial of nature or national of nature, in terms of who it is they should be arresting and not arresting.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, the rule of law confers certain powers on institutions, in this case, the RCMP. The RCMP's power to intervene using force is not a requirement. They're not obliged to use force. There is some wisdom in refraining from using force. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday, the barricades are illegal, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to worsen a situation which is already grave by using aggression, which could, and we all hope for anything but this, but I think it's prudent and cautious not to act with force and with haste. But the first thing the government has done is nothing, or at least not tell us that anything's being done. Questions and comments?
Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday in my riding of Sturgeon River Parkland, we had an incident where a blockade was put up. I believe it's the first blockade in Alberta. And there was a confrontation with counter-protesters, which I also believe is one of the new events that are happening. And I just wonder if the member can comment on, what needs to be done to prevent violence from breaking out, because Canadians are getting frustrated, Quebecers are getting frustrated, and if we don't have the RCMP there to ensure the rule of law, we could see an incident that we don't want to see.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Imagine how happy I am to hear that you don't want to see that, because last night I had to respond to a Conservative leadership hopeful who congratulated two people in a pickup who went, and I'm quoting here, they went and dismantled a barricade that the Government of Canada refused to do. And I was astounded that someone who aspires to become Prime Minister of Canada could encourage vigilante justice by sending guys to take down a barricade. And that's an example of what not to do. And I would encourage you to speak to your leadership hopeful. I don't think we should encourage civilians to take matters into their own hands. That can only worsen an already serious situation.
A brief question from the member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, and I concur with many of the statements that he said. I truly believe in that. However, Madam Speaker, I've listened to some of the ministers talk today, and some of the questions that have been asked by my colleague. Right to the minister, will the Prime Minister attend to the meeting? And they deflected it. And we've asked this yesterday, and we're asking again today. Do you think, so I'm asking my question, do you believe that the Prime Minister should be at the meetings that the hereditary chiefs have requested?
I do want to remind the member he's to address the question to the chair and not to the individual member.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. A quick answer, please. I said at the beginning of my speech that leadership is a matter of attitude. I think you demonstrate legitimacy in the way you approach a matter. And if there's an appearance of weakness or not much communication happening, we haven't seen the Prime Minister step up and take the bull by the horns and really show that this is a serious and urgent matter. And so perhaps he's not being taken seriously by the Wet'suwet'en because of that. And leaders from the Wet'suwet'en nation should perhaps have an opportunity to be seen, and the Prime Minister surely likes to be seen. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. People say that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and I would start from the principle that our Conservative friends were well-intentioned in presenting this motion today, but the fact remains that we have to recognize that the last thing we need today is a tone that leads to confrontation. I think what we need more is a tone that encourages cooperation, discussion, and negotiation. We cannot subscribe to this Machiavellian notion in the Conservative motion that there's good people, good guys on one side and bad guys on the other. Who are we to judge that? I don't think we have all the information to make such a judgment. I have to acknowledge, and I'm disappointed that there's some partisanship behind this motion. And I don't think we need that. We really don't need that kind of partisan motivation in connection with the problems we're dealing with right now. On the contrary, what we need, and I said this a minute ago, we need to work in a spirit of cooperation. That is the only way to achieve a peaceful solution to the current conflict. On the other hand, we cannot condone the lack of leadership the Prime Minister and his government are currently exhibiting. The government is allowing the situation to drag on unduly, and when things drag on, they only get worse. On Tuesday, the Prime Minister made a statement that was full of hopeful, wishful thinking. It was a very soft statement. But as they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The statement was... the Prime Minister's statement was so effective that not only did the barricades come down, other ones popped up in new places, including on the Mont-Saint-Hilaire-Montreal line yesterday in Quebec. So not only were stations closed down in other people's ridings, but stations in my riding, in Saint-Basile-le-Grand and Montarville, the metro stations were blockaded, and transit users were surprised to learn that the Prime Minister's exhortation to resolve the dispute only led to an exacerbation of the dispute. And transit users were unable to use the trains for their commute. It's a very worrisome situation. And I have to say, even if it's completely justifiable, this tearful litany of contrition coming from the Prime Minister over a certain number of years, that does not lead to reconciliation. In order to achieve true reconciliation, you have to follow through on all the nice talk, all the wishful thinking. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, in 1982, when the Constitution was repatriated behind Quebec's back, at Quebec's expense, Pierre Trudeau held constitutional negotiations with the First Nations. And if those had been successful, we wouldn't be where we're at today. This was allowed to drag on since the 1980s, and as a result of the unacceptable treatment of First Nations for centuries, we wouldn't be where we are today. So I think we need to stop with the rhetoric and move on to taking action. As the leader of the Bloc Québécois said recently, that he's been the only one to put forward concrete solutions to find a way out of this crisis. Suggestions that go beyond rhetoric and wishful thinking, but stop short of an aggressive response, which would cause the situation to deteriorate significantly. So I would encourage the government to stop describing those of us in the opposition as one monolithic block, because we're not. But they should pay attention to what we're presenting at the same time, because I think there are still people on the Liberal side who haven't really figured it out yet that this is a minority parliament and we need to cooperate and take the best ideas from wherever they come. And the Bloc has proposed concrete solutions, and the Bloc leader mentioned them just a few minutes ago. So I would encourage the government to take action, because currently, Mr. Speaker, we have to acknowledge that the government's procrastination. We even heard ministers, including the Minister of Transport, say that this leads the provinces and Quebec. It may force them to act instead of the federal government and to take the blame. That's a lack of leadership, a lack of courage coming from the federal government to leave it to the provinces to take matters into their own hands. There was a motion on February 18th in the National Assembly of Quebec recalling the principles of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and as a result, the government of Quebec and Canada should hold nation-to-nation relations with the First Nations. And the National Assembly recognized, and this is important for my Conservative friends, recognizing that the current Coastal GasLink pipeline conflict has undesirable effects on train users and the economy. The National Assembly is calling for a peaceful, political, negotiated solution to this impasse without violence. This is having serious impacts on the Quebec and Canadian economies, serious impacts for commuters. And the Quebec Premier today had to seek an injunction and contemplate an intervention. What's the federal government waiting for? The federal government says they want to avoid crises like we've had in the past, but their very procrastination is leading us toward an inevitable crisis. What are they waiting for? Why won't they do something? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I would remind everyone that we want to have social harmony, and I would implore demonstrators at the barricades to realize that what they're doing will certainly have succeeded in waking us up as a society. It has woken us to their claims and what they want to see happen. I hope that will encourage us to finally sit down and negotiate with the First Nations. But that said, Mr. Speaker, the demonstrators have to be aware of the fact that what they're doing, if this continues, could cause resentment on all sides. And that resentment would hardly encourage agreement, negotiation, and cooperation. So if each and every one of us, if we're serious in our desire to reach a negotiated solution, it requires people on both sides to do certain things. That's what we expect a government to do, even a minority government. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He was a former public safety minister, so he knows how important it is to follow the law. And he and his government performed admirably when the Lac Mégantic tragedy rocked Quebec and Canada. The member talked about forceful intervention and how he disagreed with that approach. And I know what he was getting at without saying it directly. But my question is, Is enforcing the law, is that a forceful or aggressive intervention? The Quebec Premier said this morning that once an injunction was obtained, enforcement measures would be taken. So the law exists and the police is entitled to intervene. So is it inappropriate for the police to enforce the law? The honourable member for Montarville. Madam Speaker, I was talking about the Liberal government's procrastination and how that has forced the hand of Quebec and the provinces. They will obviously have to contemplate enforcement measures. Obviously, what is going on currently is illegal. And obviously, everyone would prefer a peaceful solution to the conflict. But the Liberal government's attitude is forcing Quebec and the provinces to contemplate interventions that will inevitably aggravate the situation. Nobody thinks that that's going to improve the situation. It's going to aggravate it. It's going to worsen the situation. So once again, I would call on this government to show some leadership, show some courage to try to avoid a deterioration of the situation. And I will finish, Madam Speaker, by saying that unfortunately, the way things are heading, others are going to be encouraged to do exactly the same thing, including on the Mont-Saint-Hilaire-Montreal line. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague from Montarville's comments. I find it strange, Madam Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois chose to distinguish between federal interventions that should not have occurred in Quebec. How is it? It's funny that now they're suggesting that the federal government should be taking action with respect to the barricades in Quebec. I'm old enough to remember the Oka crisis in the 90s, as is my colleague, and the Quebec provincial police were sent in to remove barricades, and the federal government was called upon to intervene, and that conflict lasted for 78 days, 2.5 months. So I'd like to ask my esteemed colleague, what did he learn from the Oka crisis with respect to the situation today, which isn't just limited to a small part of Quebec, but it's nationwide, and remembering that it took 78 days to reach a solution. And above all, he describes the government as procrastinating, whereas what we're really doing is being open to dialogue.
The honourable member. Madam Speaker, I don't know my colleague was where he was when I gave my speech, because I asked for the government to intervene in Quebec. Well, that's what he said, but that's not what I said. In fact, I said the opposite. What I said was you need to sit down with the Wet'suwet'en Nation and finally find a solution so that the barricades all across Canada, including in Quebec, will be dismantled. As far as I know, the federal government is still the trustee of the fate of the First Nations. So I'd ask them to do their job under the conditions that you imposed, and I'm asking you to take care of First Nations. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Madame la Présidente, as always, extremely honoured to stand in this House, the People's House, representing the people of Timmins James Bay, on unceded Algonquin territory. So let's just reflect on that a moment. That's not just some nice thing that we Canadians now say when we do the land recognition. It's a statement of understanding that there are outstanding historical rights and land issues that are running across our country, and we need to acknowledge that. And that's one of the reasons that we're here today, because we're at an unprecedented moment in Canada's history, a moment where we all come together and rise up to meet the challenge, or we give in to our lazier base motives of political machismo and spite. And I believe, Madame President, we're dealing with a crisis now that has moved out from Wet'suwet'en territory across Canada. and it requires leadership. It requires us as parliamentarians recognizing and being honest with each other. This is bigger than all of us. But if we do not rise to the task, the risks to our nation right now are very serious. So we can come together and try and untangle this extremely complex Gordian knot, or we could play to the usual base in this House of division. I find this opposition motion from the Conservatives to be very, very telling about the political tactics that we are standing in this House today to, quote, condemn the radical activists who are exploiting divisions within the Wet'suwet'en community. It is our job to recognize that there needs to be a conversation with the Wet'suwet'en people, but with Indigenous people across this country. Not for us to say, well, if you support a gas line, we will support you. To have Parliament come down in the middle of a very tense motion. But then, Madam Speaker, I point to the other motion that the Conservatives were bringing forward. They were willing to use this national crisis to actually try and bring down the government, to save the opposition leader political career who's been rejected by his own party. That's not leadership. That's more of the same kind of joker chaos politics that we do not need at this time. Madam Speaker, this past weekend, I joined thousands of young people in the streets of Ottawa. People who are marching in Montreal, people in Halifax, people in Vancouver. And it was extremely inspiring to see these young people, young Indigenous leadership, stepping forward at the front of the march. And I spoke to many of them. I said, where are you from? Kanesatake, Kitigan-Zibi, Fort Albany, Barrier Lake. And I think of the leader of the opposition who told these young Indigenous people to check their privilege. Now, I know he wasn't serious. I know he was just doing it as a dig, just as a slur, just as a spite. But that's not leadership. Because the message it's sending to this young generation is that this Parliament is in opposition to their hopes and dreams. And that's not Canada. Because I think of the young woman I met from Fort Albany, and they would say, tell her to check her privilege. When her grandparents this week were at federal court on the St. Anne's residential school crisis, where we have had some of the worst crimes committed against children in history, committed against the federal government, and they're still fighting the grandparents and the grandmothers at Fort Albany, and they would tell this young woman, check your privilege. I was thinking of Kanesatake and the Mohawk people who've been there since long before us and will be there long after us. And the leader of the opposition telling this woman, check your privilege. Of course, him with his $900,000 slush fund for treats and perks. That's quite privileged. But you know, I was also thinking of Barrier Lake when I met this amazing young woman who spoke up from Barrier Lake, Quebec. And in Barrier Lake, where their territory has been stripped of forestry, where their territory has been flooded out time and time again by the massive hydro dams, and they've received nothing from their territory. That's what her parents and her grandparents and her great-grandparents have fought, is just to stay on that land. To tell her to check her privilege. It's not on. And then there was Kitigan-Zibi. So many young people from Kitigan-Zibi. And Madam Speaker, Kitigan-Zibi is not very far from Ottawa. And it's an incredible community, Algonquin community, and it's right beside Maniwaki. And Maniwaki has clean drinking water and Kitigan-Zibi doesn't. And we have a Conservative Party who tells the world we can drive a bitumen pipeline through the Rocky Mountains, but we can't get clean water to a community this close to Ottawa. That's why they're marching, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, what we need to do here today is not play games with these kind of motions that the Conservatives are trying to divide the Wet'suwet'en people, but to say we have a much bigger crisis and we need to start to untangle this and find a way to de-escalate. Because, Madam Speaker...
Excuse me. Can you respect the time of of speech that the honourable member has. Can we listen to what he's saying, and then you can ask questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't lose any sleep over angry Conservatives heckling and shouting. They're the same kind of people who are on Twitter, and they probably got their own troll barb farm giving them messages. But we need here to deal with a way to end the railway blockades. And this is what I want to talk about. How do we move forward on that? Because I'm very, very concerned that this issue could spiral out of control very quickly. And so to see the language from the Conservatives about the mob and the radicals and the professional protesters and the eco-terrorists is really putting us on more and more dangerous ice. And I was shocked, I was absolutely shocked that Peter MacKay would post a tweet of an ugly confrontation of some guy in a truck shouting at young Indigenous people and telling him to drop dead. And Peter MacKay promoting that vigilantism. That is not what we do in Canada. And we cannot allow that to happen. Because I would urge my Conservatives to remember what happened at Oka and Elsipogtog. And I remember Mike Harris telling and standing up at Ipperwash and saying, I want those GD Indians out of the park. And Dudley George died, and an OPP's office career was ruined. And never again would the OPP take those kind of orders from a government ordering them in. So I'm very, very pleased today to see that the RCMP are offering to step down on Wet'suwet'en, and that's a good first step. And Madam Speaker, I want to just take a minute here to recognize two important people that I've gotten to know. The late Wayne Russet of the RCMP, who I negotiated with many times, who was an incredible diplomat for defusing situations on blockades. Because I got my political start, Madam Speaker, on a railway blockade. And the Conservatives make it seem like, oh, this is just with people who are lazy and don't want to go to work. When you are on a blockade, it's because you have no other choice, because you've been betrayed by a process and betrayed by a system. And it took the people of Northern Ontario standing up on a railway blockade to get the issues of environmental protection on our land recognized. And it brought Canada to a better place. And one of the key negotiators beside Wayne Russet was Officer Jim McDonald of the OPP, who came in on with the subpoena and the injunction. And Officer Jim McDonald was a big man, big voice. And we became very, very good friends because he knew what we were doing was right. And he knew that the OPP were being put in a very, very difficult position. So we need to start looking at how to defuse this situation. The PM's claim to replace the RCMP with Indigenous police, to me, is showing a continued lack of leadership. The Prime Minister needs to move beyond saying, well, we're here to talk and we're here to listen, and I appreciate the Minister's talk about how we're going to move things forward over the next number of years. We have a crisis now. And when I see young Indigenous people walking in the streets with signs that say reconciliation is dead, it is heartbreaking. But it is something I've heard again and again in the communities as their frustration's growing. That frustration is real. And it's up to us to say that reconciliation is not dead. Because reconciliation is the obligation of the government and the settler state. Because Indigenous people have nothing to reconcile about. It was their lands that were taken. It was their children that were taken. It was their rights and their rules of law that have been undermined time and time again. So when they're walking in the streets saying reconciliation is dead, it's up to us to raise the bar. So the Prime Minister has said he's willing to listen, and I think that that's a good sign, but he needs to be willing to listen and to meet. He needs to show leadership. Because what's happening in the Wet'suwet'en territory now has touched off something much bigger and much more tense and much more complex. The possibility of something going wrong at one of those railway blockades is very real. The possibility of someone getting hurt, the possibility of some idiot driving a truck through a crowd is very real. And that's why the words that we say in this House matters. We have to be able to de-escalate this. But in order to get these blockades off, and Madam Speaker, they are putting enormous economic pressure on our country right now. That's why we need to be able to put an offer on the table. In order for people to step back from a blockade, they need to know that something is going to change. So this morning, the RCMP said that they're willing to step out of the Wet'suwet'en territory. I think that's a very, very good step. To do that, then, we can't just say, well, as the Prime Minister suggested, replacing with Indigenous police and life carries on. We need a time for discussion. We need to ask Coastlink to suspend work and moving into the territory while this negotiation takes place. It's not that radical a thing to say because nothing is going to happen in that territory till this gets decided anyways. Number 3, it needs to be the Prime Minister himself who goes to Wet'suwet'en territory and sits down and meet. And I'm very pleased that the Minister of Indigenous Services met with the Mohawks in Belleville. I think that is a very positive step, but it's the Prime Minister who needs to show leadership. He needs to put on the table that we will deal with these issues between the hereditary chiefs and the elected band councils. And I have nothing negative to say for the people who signed the agreements. I have nothing to say negative to say about the political leaders who move forward and the business people who move forward believing they had an agreement. But clearly, within the Indigenous community, there is a deep divide that needs to be addressed, and we need the Prime Minister there. I would say that the Prime Minister needs to meet and appoint a special emissary to start building trust. I can't speak for Senator Murray Sinclair. I've spoken with him on this issue. Someone like a Murray Sinclair, someone of a stature that's respected, that then we would agree that nothing happens till we go through this. And are we then going to say then the pipeline just moves ahead? Well, no. We are going to sit down and talk with the Wet'suwet'en people and find out where we go next. And then I would ask the Prime Minister, following an agreement to set up those meetings, to reach out to the Mohawk people who are on the blockades, because we need to get the trains moving and to urge them to recognize that there will be huge impacts on all of us. But they are going to want to see good faith, because they're not going to just walk away at this moment. And we need, Madam Speaker, the 5th issue, which is probably the most difficult for the government to agree to. We need a coherent plan to deal with the catastrophic climate change that's coming. The days when it was just business as usual and we'll just keep pumping up the greenhouse gas emissions without any credible plan, it's hit the brick wall. And when I was out on the street seeing young people marching everywhere, they get it. They get that the promise, we'll get you another pipeline and we'll plant some trees, and then we'll get another pipeline, we'll plant some more trees. That's not cutting it. They want to know why our carbon footprint is getting bigger and bigger and bigger every year. So we need to have a credible plan, and certainly that's going to be a discussion about Tech Frontier right now, because Jason Kenney has put that front and center, and this has become the Conservative proxy war that is destabilizing, I believe, the issues that we need to address in order to get this blockade issue dealt with. You know, Madam Speaker, I remember on the October Thanksgiving weekend of 2000, I'd never ever dreamed of becoming a politician, and I was standing on the blockade when the OPP came at night and set up their cars to come and arrest my neighbors, who are farmers, who are miners, who are Algonquin and Ojibwe people standing to defend the watershed of the region. And I got a call from the Crown Prosecutor's Office. The Crown Prosecutor's Office, I'm not going to say who it was in the office, but someone called me, said, we just got a call from Mike Harris. He wants 100 people arrested now. And I said to the Crown Prosecutor's Office, what are you going to do? And he said, there's not a judge within 300 kilometers who will sign a mass warrant for arrests, because we know this is a tense situation. All we're asking the demonstrators to do is not escalate. And we actually had this dance of negotiations between police and the protesters, who both understood that we needed to find a way out of this without it spiraling, because it can spiral very, very, very fast, Madam Speaker. And having that experience of negotiating with police, I understand the tensions that they are put under in this situation. So it's very unhelpful to have the Conservatives speak again and again and again about enforcing injunctions, because there are so many rail crossings across this country. There are so many ways that people can rise up, and they are rising up. So I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, that this is a moment when Canada could recognize that this crisis, it could have been this LNG project, it could have been tech, it could have been any number of things, but this has been 150 years in the making. And this young generation of Indigenous are going to be heard. And it is up to this Parliament to say we have to find a way to rise up to this challenge, to recognize that it's bigger than all of us, to recognize the dangers of allowing this thing to spiral, because if it spirals and someone gets hurt, then there are going to be no trains running. And the impacts and the divisions between Canadians are going to be enormous. And talking with some of the young Indigenous people, and I have to say, in Ottawa when they were marching, the amount of people on the streets who waved, who showed support, that's what Canada is. Canada is a country that is coming to terms with its colonial past that we never understood we had, but we have it, and it's there. And it's real, and it's being lived in the lives of young generation of First Nation children. I saw this sign that one young person posted, and she said, first, you tried to take off our land, now you're trying to take our children. You know, I mean, the Conservatives might think that's apple and oranges, but we have a $10 billion class action lawsuit being brought forward by the AFN. We have a government that spent millions of dollars fighting against the principle that there has been systemic and reckless discrimination, not historic, ongoing against First Nation children. What is the most important relationship to First Nation people? It's not a pipeline, I can tell you that. It's their children. And they've never seen a commitment to address the fact that the ongoing destruction of the children's families, their identities, is ongoing. So when they talk about the rule of law on the Conservative side, that doesn't really pass the nod test in Indigenous communities that know that when they sign agreements with the federal government, those agreements last just as long as the government wants them to last, and they walk away. I've seen that in Barrier Lake. We had a beautiful agreement to rebuild that community. They walked away. I saw that in Kashechewan, where we had the plan to move them off, and we had a signed agreement. They walked away on that. We've had commitments on ending the fights at the child welfare, and government walked away on that. So being nice and saying we're going to listen and saying take down the barricades and the blockades isn't going to cut it with Indigenous people who've been lied to time and time and time again. But there is an urgency right now, Madam Speaker, an urgency to try and de-escalate this situation, particularly in the regions, and I'm not saying anything less about the Wet'suwet'en, and what's happening in the Wet'suwet'en territory is a discussion that needs to happen. We need to get this thing addressed, but we need to get the trains moving and to give Canadian certainty that we're apprised of the seriousness, and that's going to come from leadership from the Prime Minister. But it is also, we need to send a message to the Indigenous youth who are marching across Canada and their allies that the issue of reconciliation is not dead. We just haven't done a very good job on it, and that the issue of environmental crisis is real, that the planet is burning, and Canada has failed. And when we address that, then I think, Madam Speaker, we will be moving to a better place, because there is nothing better, there's nothing more hopeful in this country than this young generation of Indigenous people who will transform this nation for the better. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
The speech of my colleague, but Madam Speaker, I think everybody recognizes and agree that unanimity is not possible. So we have to respect the will of the people. May the member recognize, based on the number given by the National Coalition of Chiefs, that all 20 elected bands are for the project. A majority of hereditary chiefs are in favor of the projects. So where do we trust, where do we put the line between doing what the majority of people are doing or waiting to have 100% of support, even if we know that we will never achieve 100% of support?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague. This is a profound question that Canada is going to have to confront. I think what's very unfortunate that the Conservatives have decided to use this as a motion to divide people by saying that we will condemn the radical activists who are exploiting divisions. It's the Conservatives who are exploiting the divisions right now. That's what's happening. And as for these signed agreements, I would refer to Senator Murray Sinclair, who talks about the incredible and I've worked on resource development projects. I've been involved in resource development projects. I've helped sign agreements, and these can be done in very good faith. But as Murray Sinclair said the other day, that when you're dealing with impoverished communities and you're being given promises, he says, Paul Simon would quote, that they're just a pocket full of mumbles, such are promises. But I would then go to the next line. All lies and jest, still a man hears what he wants to hear and disregards the rest. I find the Conservatives' use of numbers on the Wet'suwet'en that they'll support and the Wet'suwet'en they don't to be pretty much...
Point of order. Yes, the honourable member for Sherwood Park. Saskatchewan. Sherwood Park. Sherwood Ford, Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. There were many things about the member's initial remarks that would be defamatory if made outside the House, especially about the Leader of the Opposition, and we forbear during some of those comments, but in his most recent intervention, he's using the word lying in reference to other members.
This is getting into debate. Could anyone?
Lying. The member used the word lying in reference to other members of the House. That is very clearly a matter of order, and this member, notwithstanding his strong opinions, should be expected to follow the rules of the House.
We will take a look. I didn't hear the word liar, so we will take a look at the Hansard, and we'll come back to the House if necessary. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, I know the Conservatives are against so many things now. Now they're against Simon and Garfunkel. I quoted a lyric, Madam Speaker. I said, all lies and jest, still a man hears what he wants to hear, and he disregards the rest. I would say that perfectly sums up my opponent, and I never called him a liar. No. He's just disregarding the facts. Yeah.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Point of order, member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I am a big fan of Simon and Garfunkel, but the context in which you use a word and misuse it matters, and I think the record will show that as part of a quotation or anything else, you cannot use unparliamentary language, and you cannot use that as a way. You cannot use a quotation or a lyric as an excuse to use unparliamentary language. I'd invite you to review the tape and, if necessary, at a future point, correct the member on his unparliamentary behavior. Thank you.
Well, we will come back to the House on that if necessary. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think you would recognize that it would send a very dangerous precedent for us to be not allowed to quote Simon and Garfunkel. Now, I know my honourable colleagues upset I didn't quote Nickelback. I just haven't heard them enough. But I think it would be a very dangerous precedent to say Simon and Garfunkel is somehow insulting to Conservatives. I think they can rise above that, and I trust that you would understand.
Questions and answers, and the honourable member for Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was listening closely to my colleague's remarks, and there was something I thought was particularly interesting that he said. He put his finger on one of the main causes of the crisis, and that is the Canadian economy's addiction to fossil fuels. I think that there will be more and more blockades set up by people who are worried about climate change in the future. So does my colleague think, we should be reducing Canadian economy's dependence on fossil fuels?
I thank my honourable colleague for the excellent question. The number one location in the world for a renewable economy is South Central Alberta. And I get those facts not from me, but from meeting with energy workers who say, where is the plan for this present Alberta government to actually start to move ahead on renewables. What we see with Jason Kenney is a man who does not believe in making any efforts and has alienated the rest of the country on this. And this is what's causing the crisis. This is the proxy war the Conservatives are fighting. So I think my honourable colleague from Quebec understands full well. When Quebec moved ahead with the hydroelectric dams, they sat down and made a modern treaty with the Cree. They understood that there was going to be a negotiation about how we move forward. The problem, what we're seeing with the Conservative vision, is that they are pushing further and further for the increase in greenhouse gas emissions without any credible plan to lower them. And without that, they are not going to have the social license or the buy-in for the rest of Canadians. And so there will be more conflict if people like Jason Kenney continue to push their 20th century vision as opposed to recognizing a 21st century reality.
José commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. I think it was an excellent speech and covered a lot of really good points. This Conservative motion states that every elected band council on the Coastal GasLink route is in support of this, but only 5 of the 6 Wet'suwet'en First Nations actually signed on to this benefits agreement. And in the media, there's this idea that the majority of the hereditary chiefs are behind this, and that's not the case, and that the vast majority of Wet'suwet'en people support this project as well. I'm looking at media links, I'm looking at information. There is a lot of unknowns in this situation, and I'd just like to ask the Honourable Member, what do you think of this motion as it stands? It's where are the facts? Where do they get these numbers? Because even in the media reporting, nobody is completely sure how many people in Wet'suwet'en actually support this project or oppose this project. And there's a lot of information about the elected chiefs that are very torn about this and signed on to this agreement because of the cash, even though they don't really support it.
Timmins, James Bay.
That's pretty insulting, exactly.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague because he is from Vancouver Island. He's from the area where so many of these issues have been faced, and the issues of like Delgamuukw and the other major legal decisions that have come down in British Columbia about rights and title. That at every time we brought these things were being, the Treaty of the Nisga'a, the Conservatives fought unbelievably to stop it. They fought against UNDRIP unbelievably. They had it killed in the House. And now they're coming forward as the voice of the Wet'suwet'en people. I don't think there's probably an Indigenous community in the country who's like, oh my God, the Conservatives got some numbers on the Wet'suwet'en people. It must be accurate. I think my colleague's done good work. I've been trying to find these sources of their numbers as well. I know one of them came from a tweet from Jason Kenney, so I'm thinking, well, that pretty much sums up the credibility there. But the issue, Madam Speaker, and this is the fundamental issue, is that this is a motion that is attempting to say there are good Native people and there are bad, reckless agitators who are fooling them and dividing them. What we are saying is we need to sit down and address, in a 21st century manner, the underlying dissent and obvious problems that we're seeing in that region, and then say to the rest of the country, out of this, we will start to move forward. And to just throw numbers around, as the Conservatives are doing, is not credible. It's just another tactic.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments from my friend in regards to the debate thus far today. And my question is more so on emphasizing the importance of de-escalating the situation. I think there's a great number of us that are really concerned about how escalations and the long-term ramifications, if something were to go wrong, by escalating. And I think that that's something in which I'd be very much interested in his thoughts in terms of just how delicate of an issue this really is. It's not as simple as many would try to portray, and how important it is that you take a huge chance, as the Conservatives are doing day in and day out, when they continue to try to escalate the tensions that are there today.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this. This is why, at this moment, our Parliament needs to say there's a bigger issue here. And that bigger issue is the danger of what happens if some guy in a truck does what he did in Edmonton and tries to do that on a Mohawk blockade, or someone with a bigger vehicle drives through a blockade, or if someone feels they're going to take this into their own hands and a train gets derailed, or someone gets hurt. Once someone gets hurt, all our talk is going to become mute. And that is the real danger. There are people across this country who, this is like Idle No More 2.0. We remember how powerful Idle No More is. This is much bigger, Madam Speaker. And I'm hearing from many young people, they're watching this. They're going to see how we play out in this parliament. So de-escalation has to be the first step that we take. We don't have a solution for what's happening in the Wet'suwet'en territory right now. Nobody does right now. But we have to de-escalate so we can get those trains moving, so we can take the tension off. I would urge my honourable colleague to tell the Prime Minister he needs to sit down and meet. We need to start these meetings. I'd say they should have been started 2 weeks ago, but right now we're where we're at. The longer we wait, the more chance this is of going off the rails very badly and very quickly.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from West Nova. And I'm so pleased to see him here in the House today to discuss this important issue. Madam Speaker, we've been hearing all kinds of things here this morning. However, we're not hearing enough about what's really happening. We put forward a motion that reads as follows: that the House stand in solidarity with every elected band council on the Coastal GasLink, the majority of hereditary chiefs, and the vast majority of the Wet'suwet'en people who support the Coastal GasLink project and condemn the radical activists who are exploiting divisions within the Wet'suwet'en community, holding the Canadian economy hostage and threatening jobs and opportunities in Indigenous communities. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, rather, this is exactly what we want. We want this conflict to be ended in a reasonable way while respecting the various laws and injunctions and the rule of law that is important in this country. And unfortunately, there are a handful of activists who are harming the cause of reconciliation, who are harming the community of the Wet'suwet'en people, and who are harming the economy of the entire country. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. I was listening to my colleague from the NDP who said, "Where are your numbers coming from?" He said, "Are these numbers you're inventing?" We heard all kinds of things on numbers. Well, I'll tell you where they come from. The National Coalition of Chiefs stated. So we're talking about the National Coalition of Chiefs. This doesn't come from us. It doesn't come from the Bloc Québécois. It doesn't come from the Liberals. This comes from the Coalition of Chiefs that stated that the majority of hereditary chiefs support the Coastal GasLink project. The truth is that this conflict is being caused by a very small number of hereditary chiefs, and two of them were candidates at legitimate elections in the community, and they lost, Mr. Speaker. So they actually don't have the legitimacy to represent the Band Council. The vast majority of the Wet'suwet'en and the other communities along the Coastal GasLink route support the project. Mr. Speaker, allow me to quote Theresa Day, one of the hereditary chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en people. She said, 85% of our people have said yes to the Coastal GasLink project. I didn't say that. My colleagues didn't say that. These are people from the community itself who are saying that 85% of the people in that community support the project. And that's the problem on that side. They don't seem to want to recognize things that are the contrary of what they want to hear. So here we have 85% of the Wet'suwet'en people who are saying they support the project. But they don't have the right to be heard. They don't have the right to dialogue with the Prime Minister. They can just be there waiting for someone to do something. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, nothing will happen because this Prime Minister over the past 2 weeks has done nothing. whatsoever. He has been absent. There has been a lack of leadership. He has demonstrated extraordinary weakness when Canada is living through a crisis that the scale of which it hasn't seen in a long time. And the crisis doesn't date back to Coastal GasLink. I think actually it dates back to the 2015 election. Let's just remember all the empty promises that this government made. This Prime Minister doesn't realize that false promises raise false hopes and have led today to huge disappointment, not only for Indigenous communities who have been tricked by these nice words of the Prime Minister, who talks about national reconciliation and who said that that was his main priority. Here we are, 5 years later, with almost no action whatsoever. But it also applies to taxpayers. Taxpayers were promised smaller and smaller deficits, and today have ended up with huge, endless deficits. And this also is true of electoral reform promises. Let's just remember this big promise the Prime Minister made. He said that the 2015 election would be the last one under the current system. Well, what system did the 2019 election take place under? The same as the one in 2015. So all those people who were hoping there would be reform were also disappointed. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't seem to particularly upset the Prime Minister. As a matter of fact, nothing seems to upset this Prime Minister. He's absent. He talks a lot, but he does nothing. Mr. Speaker, I remember a crisis, and my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, I'm sure, were in Pauline Marois's government at the time. Now, I'm not a big fan of Ms. Marois. I never was a fan of the Parti Québécois in the deepest parts of myself. However, as a resident of Thetford Mines, as a mayor of Thetford Mines, I had a huge respect for Ms. Marois because she really managed the Lac Mégantic tragedy like a true leader. She was present, she responded to the need, and she left no one out of the loop. We always knew what was going to happen. So this has to be acknowledged. Sometimes you discover who a person is when there's a crisis, but we're not learning anything new about this Prime Minister. Why? Because he's not there. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had an opportunity to shine, to rise up, to inform Canadians, and he's chosen to be out of action, missing, and it truly is painful to see this. We have a community divided. We have people who are losing their jobs, businesses that don't know how they're going to continue to operate next week because they have no idea what this government's plan is to deal with this crisis. Lac Mégantic passed a resolution this week. Why? Because there's a factory in Lac Mégantic that is being jeopardized now. Now, obviously, it's not going to try and not shutter its doors. However, it's responsible for 350 jobs, and they no longer know what to do with their products. They don't know how they're going to be able to continue to operate. And there are 330 families that may end up without that job in a very short order if we don't find a solution. My colleague from Beauce sent me some information, actually, that's quite troubling. Agrimarché is part of the Brochu Group. There's also Alfred Couture Limité. We've heard from Serge Lacasse as well and Laurence Couture. They have all said that they have serious supply problems. The silos are almost empty now, and next week they'll be empty. Now, if today we manage to start up rail traffic again, it will take at least 5 days before those commodities can be sent and be available to feed Canadians and feed cattle that need that feed. This is a serious issue. And all they're saying about these blockades is that we need to be patient, we need to engage in dialogue, we'll wait for the radicals to agree to removing these blockades. And we don't know who they are. We don't know who's going to do it because the Prime Minister's not telling us anything. And meanwhile, there are businesses that are suffering. And next week, there may be food shortages on grocery store shelves. There may be animals that will die because there won't be propane. There will be chickens that may die because there won't be propane to heat the buildings, Mr. Speaker. That's what's really happening.
Mr. Speaker, I think we need to stand today in support with the majority of the Wet'suwet'en people and say that we stand behind their decision with their choice in favor of a project that will promise a better future to their children. We're standing with the elected chiefs because this project will make a real difference in their lives. And we oppose those who are holding Canadians hostage for reasons that are not at all supportive of the Wet'suwet'en people. The reality, Mr. Speaker, I saw it in a photo in a newspaper about one of these blockades. It said, #ShutDownCanada. Mr. Speaker, I will never stand for any person or group, however radical, wanting to shut down Canada. Let's not allow all Canadians to be held hostage in this way. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary for House Leader, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question I have for the member opposite is with respect to one of your leadership candidates, Peter MacKay, makes a very strong statement, in essence supporting actions by a couple individuals in a truck pulling up to a blockade and dismantling the blockade. Very unsafe for many different reasons. In essence, trying to put them on a platform saying these are good people for what it is that they're doing. That's the essence of what he's trying to portray. Is that something in which he or the Conservative caucus here supports? Is that the type of thing that they see as a former Minister of Justice saying and tweeting and applauding that sort of vigilante action?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, rather, I'd like to know whether the Liberals support the radical actions of people who have blockaded the rail lines, thereby preventing goods from getting to businesses, and this may well lead to animal deaths. It may prevent people from being able to eat. It may cause massive job losses. All this because demonstrators are illegally occupying the railways, as was admitted yesterday by the Prime Minister. I'd like to know whether my colleague opposite supports these illegal actions that are holding all Canadians hostage.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent from the House to adopt the following motion. That given the unanimous declaration of the House on February 22, 2007, to condemn all forms of human trafficking and slavery, this House encourage Canadians to raise awareness of the magnitude of modern-day slavery in Canada and abroad and take steps to combat human trafficking. And B, recognize the 22nd day of February as the National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of this House to move the motion?
What? Liberals are against that?
There's no consent, so we're resuming debate. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. I think what the colleagues across the way in the government have brought up questions about leadership candidates that are on our side of the House. And I think what maybe he doesn't understand, being in Ottawa and the bubble that Ottawa is, and I'm from Western Canada, the growing frustration with this government's really shutting down industry, shutting down natural resource developments, and now allowing blockades to just go on in perpetuity. I think the frustration is there with the leadership and the Prime Minister not showing leadership. And I just would like to ask our member, through the Speaker, what does leadership look like? Does it look like what our Prime Minister has said recently, or what the opposition leader has said in the House in the last few days? What does leadership look like?
Madam Speaker, I can say one thing. leadership is definitely not what we've seen from the Prime Minister in his statement to all Canadians and to the House earlier this week when he spoke about the situation. He waited 2 weeks before doing that, and surely that is no demonstration of strong leadership. A leader, Madam Speaker, tries to find solutions proactively, tries to get out ahead of situations, tries to encourage everyone to work together to find a solution. What the Prime Minister did this week was display weakness and a lack of leadership. He couldn't even set out any plan of action to find a way out of this crisis. I can't necessarily describe what leadership is, but I can tell you what it isn't, and that's what this Prime Minister is. I've been listening to my Conservative colleagues all morning, and there's something missing from their speeches. I get the impression that it's responsibility. Responsibility sometimes requires us to be aware of the fact that what we do may have consequences. And what we hear from the Conservatives, it's as if they were avoiding any mention or recognition of the possibility that things could escalate. My colleague said earlier that he's not a very big fan of the Parti Québécois. He said he wasn't a big fan of Pauline Marois. I'd like to say that I'm not a big fan of shows of force. Dialogue is a good thing, and I don't see how the Conservatives are seeking dialogue here at all. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to hear that question. I'm sure that people in the aluminum industry in his riding are anxious to have some dialogue and not to have their industry put in jeopardy. If those plants close down, it will take weeks and it will cost millions of dollars for those smelters to start up again. I hope my colleague realizes that you can't shut the economy down. We have to dialogue, we have to find solutions, but we have to allow the economy to operate countrywide.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the member for Caribou, Prince George, for bringing this motion forward. Being that I'm from the other coast, from the East Coast, I appreciate his personal insight on this issue.
I'd also like to thank my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable for his interventions. When you're feeling the repercussions of these blockades in eastern Canada.
In agreement. These rail blockades are affecting the economy of Canada and need to be shut down. Madam Speaker, the blockades are illegal. The Prime Minister, of course, acknowledged that yesterday in some of the answers to question period. They are affecting the lives of Canadians. Now, I have no problem with peaceful protests, but they should be done with respect and without it hurting anyone. And many times, as a provincial MLA, we saw people protesting outside of our house, asking for representation, asking for changes to laws, fighting for their families in front of our legislature. So I'm no, I understand the representation that it does give to us. So I guess so far we can agree this far. You know, I have no ill will for the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs in BC or the Mohawk in Ontario. They have their convictions, they believe in something, and they are standing up for it. But I do have a problem with activists that have no connection to these nations that are using this situation to benefit their cause. If this was one protest, Madam Speaker, in one area, I think it might have been resolved in the 2 weeks that it's been going on. It would have been de-escalated, to use the word that I've heard many times this morning. But because this has never been truly taken on, other protests have sprung up in support of others. In our area, the shutting down of the Confederation Bridge to Prince Edward Island. Just recently, the blockage of train tracks in Alberta, the blockage of train tracks, of course, in other parts of Quebec, because the main problem wasn't dealt with in a quick action, being able to have the discussion up front and being able and sort of stopping us from getting to this situation. By letting things go before any dialogue began, of course, has emboldened others to civil disobedience. What I find troubling about the situation is that the Liberals have branded themselves as friends of Indigenous peoples. But where they thought they were doing well, they've obviously failed dramatically and quite honestly have no idea what to do next. This is undermining the process as people are getting frustrated. Since the government has created the us against them narrative dividing our country, let me talk about the effects on Nova Scotia, and more specifically, the effects on the beautiful riding of West Nova that I have the honor of representing.
Yesterday, I spoke to Acadians about the effects of the barricades. Louis Deveau founded this Acadian group and what they do is produce animal feed. This company has grown to a 400-strong company that exports to many different countries.
Concerns on the blockade due to the fact that they're one of the province's largest consumers of propane. They have orders to fill. And in order to do that, they need to convert their 115,000 square foot operation in the small community of Cornwallis to be able to use light oil. So using a more environmentally sensitive product, light oil or furnace oil, costing an extra 63% to their fuel bill. 63% more than propane. Beyond this challenge, Mr. Deveau has concerns about being able to ship his produce, as it is normally containerized, and shipped around the world. Cargo ships are being diverted from the port of Halifax, causing an interruption in Nova Scotia's connection to the world and its export strength. Quand j'ai parlé à Monsieur Deveau,
when I spoke to Mr. Deveau, he was very concerned about how long it was going to take for the industry to normalize once the barricades come down.
Of West Nova, Royal Propane is a wonderful small business. As a matter of fact, they installed the propane fireplace in my mother-in-law's house. They redistribute propane from the same supplier that Acadian Sea Plants uses, Wilson's Fuels, who are trying their best to get product trucked from somewhere else. Normally, Madam Speaker, that would come from Montreal, but as we heard from my colleagues, it probably doesn't exist there either. When I was talking to the manager of Royal Propane earlier this week, she was concerned for the employees that she would have to lay off tomorrow if nothing changes. 40 employees will have to be laid off because they can't get any propane to provide. She's also concerned about her clients that use propane as a method of heating their homes. This causes further problems for small businesses in my region as we do not have natural gas running under our streets. Local restaurants and other businesses will start to run out soon, cascading the problem even worse. Eden Valley Poultry Plant in Berwick employs 430 people, taking birds from all over the Atlantic provinces. They are currently still in production, but will run out of propane and oxygen sooner than later. Not only does this affect direct jobs at the plant, but hundreds on the farms raising chickens and turkeys for market. The secondary concern that Eden Valley also had is that the protest, like I talked about on Confederation Bridge, stops and delays the trucks from crossing over that have live birds in them, causing animal welfare issues. On the animal welfare issue, A large amount of feed comes from Western Canada for our agricultural sector. And companies like Clarence Farm Services and Truro are trying to get product trucked from Quebec and Ontario. But this will increase the cost, causing financial hardship for our producers and even a complete lack of product, causing other animal welfare issues. I'll read a little bit of the letter that was provided to me from Clarence Services. And it goes like, we have some ingredients that arrived before CN shut down the National Rail Service, and others that were shipped from east of Belleville that made it to Truro. However, CN space in their Truro yard is now filling and will not pull empties from our siding to place other cars that are in Truro. So basically, our rail service is ended. As a result of the situation, we've been scrambling to bring ingredients via truck from Ontario and Quebec. And finally, my friend Dan Mullen, a farmer who was hit by market forces during the past few years when the mink industry was decimated. Being a great farmer, he adapted his infrastructure to greenhouses, producing greens and other products for local markets. He heats with propane, Madam Speaker, and either has or will be wrapping up his production soon because he can no longer heat those greenhouses. And Madam Speaker, I know my time's coming to an end, but I thought I'd quote a couple of people. First is from the Liberal Premier of Nova Scotia, Stephen McNeil. He was quoted in allnovascotia.com this morning saying government needs to do what is necessary to protect Canada's economy as protesters bring rail traffic to a standstill. He said the laws of this country need to be enforced. All of us need to abide by the laws of Canada, and we believe it is up to the national government to do what is necessary to ensure the economic future of our country and our province continue to move forward. And finally, this discussion is extremely important for Canadians. It is probably one of the toughest discussions we're going to have in this House of Commons. My quote's from John F. Kennedy, "We do not do these things because they are easy. We do these things because they are hard." Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, so many in this debate have acknowledged that this is fundamentally a problem for the Wet'suwet'en Nation to resolve. Yet the Conservatives in this motion have taken a strong position on one side of the question while characterizing the other side as radical extremists exploiting divisions in the community. How can they expect to foster a Wet'suwet'en solution or Wet'suwet'en unity by exasperating the divide in this way?
Honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. And quite honestly, what we've said is the Wet'suwet'en, the Mohawks in Belleville, are all sitting there concerned about their issues, their environment. It is the other activists that are attaching themselves to these groups and saying they're supportive of these groups, when quite honestly, all they are there is to shut down the energy sector, to shut down progress in this country, and hurt the rest of Canada. Those are the ones that we're mad at. Good point.
The commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, I appreciated my colleague's presentation. I completely agree with him when it comes to the economic impacts that this crisis is having. But I think that what we need to look for is a way out of this crisis. How will we get out of this? Since this morning, we've been talking about leadership, and it seems to me that what a leader needs to do is to make concrete proposals. We have already proposed the idea that the RCMP should withdraw to eventually be replaced by an Indigenous police force. I wonder if my colleague would agree with that idea. The honourable member.
Leadership, c'est quelque chose qu'on parle depuis le matin.
Yeah, we have been talking about leadership since this morning. We haven't seen much leadership from the government, but we need to see them, having real discussions with the Indigenous people in the region. Every day, the Prime Minister quotes the minister. I mean, both ministers are here every day. But why aren't they in Vancouver? Why aren't they in BC? Why aren't they having those discussions to ensure that these blockades end? We need more discussion. We need more leadership. And that starts with the government.
Sans et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, the member in his comments said that it's unacceptable or he can't stand when people from outside of the Wet'suwet'en territory use this issue in a political or partisan way. And my question is that not what this motion is doing precisely?
Honourable Member for West Nova.
Not at all, Madam Speaker. Matter of fact, it's probably doing it the opposite, to make sure that we're doing our job, which is to talk about the interests of all Canadians, to make sure that this issue comes to the floor of this House, to try to come up with a dialogue. So when the dialogue can truly start here, then hopefully the people that are sitting in the front benches of this government will understand the importance and the effects to the rest of Canada. My folks are getting angry, they're getting frustrated because of the inaction of that government.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Shannon-Nicole Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my honourable colleague from West Nova, he has offended deeply a sense of democracy and allyship that exists across this country. And I respect the member enormously, but I have to make it clear, Madam Speaker, the young people, people my age, seniors, who stand in solidarity with Indigenous peoples are no different, having no big connection. All the Canadians who stood up against apartheid, what was their connection? The whites who walked with Martin Luther King, did they have no connection? Did they have no right to be moved? Did they have no right to speak up against injustice when the groups that face injustice are almost entirely and usually vulnerable and the minority? Those who stand in allyship should not be condemned, as they have been by this motion today by the Conservatives. I ask my friend from West Nova to think again.
Honourable Member for West Nova.
Madam Speaker, we've heard a number of times from my colleagues of the majority of the Wet'suwet'en who support this project. This project is good for BC, it is good for the Wet'suwet'en, it is good for our environment to get that gas from BC, from the backside of BC to Tidewater. Why do we continue to sit in this House and oppose energy projects when we know we need to do these things?
Reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North. Madam Speaker, I'd first like to acknowledge that we're gathered on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people. We face a crisis in our country. People are hurting. Indigenous peoples who feel their voices have not been part of Canada. Canadians who worry about layoffs and their livelihood and are forced to confront a history of our country that they were never taught. We are becoming impatient and are looking for simple solutions. But, Madam Speaker, this is a complex problem. And despite what the opposition says, there is not a simple solution. The rhetoric coming from the Conservatives is both troubling and dangerous. When a frontrunner to lead their party supports vigilante action on social media, it troubles me deeply. The opposition leader's speech on Tuesday was shameful, and it left me speechless by how tone-deaf it was. Their comments only inflame an already precarious situation. Madam Speaker, when did we stop perceiving dialogue as action? When did we start to think that listening and understanding were beneath us? This summer, all members that were elected to this place knocked on thousands of doors and spoke to thousands of their constituents. They listened because they understood that in order to get someone's support, they had to ensure those people were heard. When did some of us forget that lesson? I applaud the Minister for Indigenous Services for his genuine, heartfelt actions, and the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations for using her experience to seek a way forward. And I greatly appreciate the Prime Minister's work leading a team to seek open and honest dialogue with all interested parties to seek solutions. Madam Speaker, last night I couldn't sleep. This crisis has divided Canadians, and I fear that too many see it as black and white, and it is not. For hundreds of years, Indigenous peoples have been seeking mutual respect and open and honest dialogue that informs a meaningful relationship with non-Indigenous peoples in Canada. For hundreds of years, Indigenous peoples have been calling on the Canadian government to recognize and affirm their jurisdiction over their affairs, to have control over their land, housing, education, government services, governance systems and services. I'd like to use this opportunity to highlight some of the steps our government is taking to address these calls. Our government continues to work on shifting its policies to recognize the inherent right of self-government and self-determination of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, and our commitment is dedicated to recognizing and implementing Indigenous rights. As an example, we're working to support First Nations to opt out of sections of the Indian Act in areas such as land, environment, resource management, and elections. This means moving to models of Indigenous governments and supporting Indigenous communities to assert their rights. To lead this work in 2019, our government repealed the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development Act and adopted the Department of Indigenous Services Act. This new department, Indigenous Services Canada, is mandated to work towards the transfer of departmental responsibilities to Indigenous communities and bodies. Over time, one fundamental measure of success will be that programs and services will be increasingly controlled, designed, and delivered by Indigenous peoples for Indigenous peoples. Ultimately, the end goal is for the department to disappear. And I'm pleased to say this work is well underway. In 2019, the Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families was passed. This Act is an important step towards comprehensive reform in ensuring Indigenous people hold control over their children and towards children being able to stay within their families and communities. We remain committed to pursuing nation-to-nation, government-to-government, and Inuit to Crown relations based on the recognition of rights, cooperation, and partnership with Indigenous peoples in Canada. We continue in the spirit of co-development. We have committed to continuing to co-develop transition and implementation of the Act with partners in ways that reflect their needs and aspirations. We are also continuing to work on establishing a new fiscal relationship with First Nations, one that moves towards sufficient, predictable, and sustained funding for First Nations communities. This includes the use of longer-term and more flexible funding mechanisms such as the 10-year grant, which provides increased flexibility to design and deliver services, reduces reporting for communities, and enables strengthened accountability of First Nations leadership to their members. 85 First Nations communities entered into the 10-year grant in 2019-20. In addition, 18 First Nations have joined the 264 other nations asserting jurisdiction in the area of fiscal governments by opting into the First Nations Fiscal Management Act. This act provides First Nations with a legislative and institutional framework to exercise jurisdiction over core fiscal and governance matters, including the financing of infrastructure and economic development projects through the issuance of bonds on capital markets. Our government continues to work in partnership to build a new fiscal relationship with First Nations, which will provide long-term, sustainable, and predictable funding. To support the new fiscal relationship, we are committed to continued co-development of fiscal relationship reforms with First Nations. The Assembly of First Nations, Indigenous Services Canada Joint Advisory Committee on Fiscal Relations has provided interim recommendations and will engage with First Nations on those recommendations in the coming months. Together, these changes support self-determination for First Nations communities and provide better access to lands and financial resources. They also support greater economic prosperity in First Nations communities by improving processes, timelines, and access to services, and also contribute assisting First Nations institutions in their direct work with communities. With the support of Indigenous institutional partners, we are removing barriers for First Nations that decide to opt out of parts of the Indian Act and participate in alternate legislative regimes to exercise their own jurisdiction and lawmaking authority. Our government and Indigenous institutions are working together with First Nations to develop the tools they need to drive local economic development and promote prosperity. Last week, I met with Tabitha Bull, the Chief Operating Officer of the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business. We talked about the fact that Indigenous business contributes $31 billion to the Canadian economy. We talked about the fact that Indigenous peoples are the youngest and fastest growing demographic in Canada. Indigenous peoples are creating businesses at 9 times the rate of non-Indigenous Canadians. We must support these businesses, but work in partnership to ensure their success. First Nation land management is a government-to-government relationship through which First Nations opt out of 44 sections of the Indian Act related to land, environment, and resource development. Under this land management regime, First Nations will have full jurisdiction, legal authority, and lawmaking powers to operate as a government over their own lands. Since 1996, 165 First Nations have become signatories to the Framework Agreement on First Nations Land Management. As of February 1st, 2020, 90 First Nations have full jurisdiction, legal authority, and lawmaking powers over their lands. The key to supporting First Nations communities must also be based on closing socio-economic gaps. To that end, we are working with Indigenous partners on including a national outcome-based framework to measure the closing of social economic gaps that exist to this day. We will continue to work in partnership with First Nations to improve processes and supports that provide access to lands and economic development opportunities. We are taking concrete steps towards a comprehensive transformation, which includes new structures and processes, changes to legislation, and most importantly, new approaches to advancing self-determination and inherent right to self-government with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation. As you can see, our approach has changed from imposing to co-development, and this is what will bring success. We know there is much more to do, and we are committed to moving forward in full partnership in advancing self-determination for all Indigenous nations. The Minister of Indigenous Services has said, and I quote, "Too often in this country we have taken the approach that we would pick whatever Indigenous view suits our thoughts and processes," end quote. Madam Speaker, I feel that this motion before us today is doing just that, and therefore I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just say, first off, that those of us on this side of the House very much agree with the importance of dialogue. We believe there's a time and a place for dialogue. The dialogue shouldn't take place on the train tracks, in dangerous spaces, and in the midst of specific places and contexts when enforcement is appropriate. But dialogue and engagement is very much a part of the process of reconciliation. But I would just ask the member if she would agree with the principle that when you're having dialogue about the future of a community, about the development happening in a community, that the dialogue has to be with the elected representatives of that community. If the member wants to find out what development should happen in Sherwood Park, she shouldn't be engaging in dialogue with somebody on the other side of the country about the future of my community. And the same principle applies to the Wet'suwet'en people, that the dialogue that needs to happen is between the elected leadership and other stakeholders, the company, the government, about what should happen in terms of development. And the ultimate decisions about that should go through the elected Wet'suwet'en representatives. I think it muddies the waters to say dialogue with everyone without identifying actually who the people with the say are that should be dialogue. So does the member agree with the principle that the dialogue that needs to happen is with the elected leadership of the Wet'suwet'en who speak on behalf of those who choose them to be their representatives?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question, and I appreciate his comments about recognizing the importance of dialogue, because that seems to have been missing from this debate here. But the question completely misunderstands the structure of elected band council and its imposition on Indigenous peoples through the Indian Act. And the hereditary chiefs are speaking out. No, they're not elected, but we can't impose our structure, and comparing it to Sherwood Park or Oakville and Burlington in my communities fails to recognize that that structure is one that we as white settlers imposed on Indigenous peoples in this country. And so there's just the dialogue part of your question I'm happy with. The other part is just an inherent misunderstanding of the structure of how that was imposed on Indigenous people.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquin.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquin. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, just at the outset, I'd like to invite members of Parliament to respect the autonomy of First Nations. The Wet'suwet'en Nation is a nation just like Quebecers are a nation and Canadians are a nation. And it's not up to us to say who is right when it comes to deciding who should be part of that nation. I very much appreciated my colleague's speech. about openness and the long-term plan. But at a certain point, we need to leave talk behind and actually move to action. So, how can my colleague explain that this crisis, which is a real crisis, took 10 days before politicians went to talk to the protesters? It doesn't make sense. 10 days. A prime minister should have done that much earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I truly appreciate the way the Bloc Québécois has approached this crisis. The very thoughtful words that have been spoken in this place by the leader of the party as well as other members. The government has been engaged in this, and as I said in my speech, there isn't a simple solution. We're not tone deaf to the challenges that this is causing for workers, for businesses. However, talking about just removing one blockade is not seeking a lasting, peaceful solution, which is what we're working towards. But I do want to thank the honourable member for his question and his thoughtfulness in this debate.
Last quick question, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I think we have a similar view on the matter. The Conservatives talk a lot about equality, but we know that historically, under colonialism, often the law was used to steal Indigenous people's land and violate their rights. So I'd like to know what she thinks about the 1997 Supreme Court ruling that gives hereditary chiefs the responsibility to protect the land. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Very brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on decisions, but I do know that Supreme Court decisions are ones that must be respected, and I don't think any of us in this place should be so presumptuous to speak for the Wet'suwet'en people. I think it really does a disservice to walking on this path of reconciliation for anyone in this place to think that they can speak for the Wet'suwet'en people.
To the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start off by indicating this is indeed a very difficult situation. It doesn't matter where you are in Canada. I think that people understand the principle that's at stake here. And to try to simplify it, I think, does a disservice. At the end of the day, we recognize how difficult it really is for Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people, Madam Speaker, whether it's a specific community or the broader community. The Prime Minister the other day asked for Canadians to continue to be patient as we try to work through this very difficult situation. And I think that we need to have an appreciation that there's a lot at stake. And at the end of the day, if we were to follow the advice of the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, you're rolling the dice. And I can tell you the odds are not in our favor if, in fact, we were to take the approach that the Conservative Party is talking about. There is a consequence to an action. And the actions that have been there for a while now from the Conservative Party, I believe, are irresponsible. At the end of the day, when I think about the leadership that's coming from the Conservatives, they often reflect on what's taking place in the leadership on this side, and I like to think that it's not just the leader of the Liberal Party. You're hearing calls of de-escalation from all political parties except for the Conservatives. You're hearing from the different stakeholders that we need as much as possible to de-escalate. Are the Conservatives really helping, or are they becoming a hindrance, Madam Speaker? You have the current leader saying that, look, send in the RCMP. We want to see action. Get rid of the blockades.
We have a wannabe leader of the Conservative Party, Peter MacKay, saying, you know, it's a good thing, kind of glorifying turning individuals that were tearing apart a blockade as if vigilante is a good thing. Now, given he's retracted that particular tweet, but Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that that sort of words that we're hearing from the current and potentially the future leadership of the Conservative Party does not help the situation. Nor does this motion. If the Conservative Party really wanted to contribute to the debate, you know, we could have been talking about the issue of reconciliation today. Different parties have different perspectives on it. I rather enjoyed the Parliamentary Secretary's most recent speech just a few minutes ago, talking about the types of things in which the government has done in terms of moving or advancing us towards reconciliation. I listened to members from the Bloc, the NDP, and representatives from the Green Party over the last couple of days talking about the ways in which we can not only de-escalate, but we can also broaden the debate to talk about the issue of reconciliation. Madam Speaker, I truly believe that the Conservative Party would do more of a service for Canadians if, in fact, they adopted the same attitude. We understand the impact that it's happening on the Canadian economy. We have representations in all regions of this country, including Western Canada, an area that I represent personally, Madam Speaker. I understand the economics just as much as the Conservatives proclaim that they're concerned about the economy. Need I remind members opposite that the so-called LNG project, you know, working with the Wet'suwet'en and the NDP provincial government in British Columbia, the national government, business, the private sector, we were able to accomplish the greatest, the most significant capital infrastructure commitment of billions of dollars to create LNG. That was working with, and we often hear already today from the Conservatives talking about, well, the majority of the members from the Wet'suwet'en community that support this economic adventure. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that is something in which took a great deal of effort, not only of the community itself, but looking in terms of gaining the type of support from the government in British Columbia and the national government, the private sector, and more. We even have the Bloc Party recognizing that the federal government has a role to play in issues of this nature. Whether it's economic development for the betterment of all Canadians, or it's when you have issues of this nature from time to time will show up. And it's the way in which you deal with those measures. You know, to try to give the impression that nothing's been happening for the last couple of weeks is just false. You know, you're casting aspersions on a lot of fine work that has been done, whether it's the government of BC, whether it's the Wet'suwet'en community leaders, to the ministries and the national government and the role that we've played. To try to imply that nothing is happening is false. You know, I think that we could all take some encouragement in terms of and demonstrate a vote of confidence for our RCMP. Where we tend to differ from the Conservative opposition is that we believe and have full confidence in our RCMP, in our law enforcement agencies. That political parties do not have the right to say, go and arrest that person or that individual or that group of people. That's not our place to do that, Madam Speaker. And I think that people should be concerned when you get the official opposition who hopes to be in government someday trying to say that they will give specific directions to the RCMP. And I said, Madam Speaker, and as I referred to Peter MacKay's quote from earlier on his Twitter account, we should be concerned about those types of knee-jerk reactions that are coming from conservative leadership. Madam Speaker, when I look at the broader picture, and what I would have liked to have seen is a discussion or a debate on those types of issues. I think there's a great deal of interest on the issue of reconciliation. I listen, and if you listen to New Democrats and Green Party, you'll often hear, well, we're not doing enough. I would suggest to you that we have accomplished a great deal, and there's still more to do. When I think of some of the actions that we have taken in a relatively short period of time, whether it was dealing with heritage language, whether it was dealing with the tens of thousands of children in foster care or in the welfare system, and the shifting over and in the empowerment that's taking place in Indigenous communities as a result, or statutory holidays, or the issue of citizenship. The whole 94 calls for action, Madam Speaker, many of which require an action by the federal government, of which we have responded to. The debates on the former Private Members Bill 242 with the UN Declaration. We have seen many measures in the last number of years to reach out towards and take active steps towards positive reconciliation. That was something that was completely foreign to the previous government. When the Conservatives were in power, we didn't see anything of that nature. And I believe that at the end of the day, if we want to continue to see the types of economy moving forward, I believe it's well over 1 million jobs over the last 4 years, Madam Speaker, we need to recognize that the economy, the environment, working with those different stakeholders, working with Indigenous communities is something that's absolutely essential. It's not an option, Madam Speaker. And I think that, as the Prime Minister has indicated, that we need to have patience as we try to work through this very difficult situation, realizing that it does cause a lot of frustration for all of us here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Piss River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member mentioned perspective, and he mentioned understanding of the issue. Let me just talk to you, because we've also heard from this floor of the House about the debate about the numbers, the 80% and 85%. These are the words of the Wet'suwet'en people themselves. Chief Dan George of the Wet'suwet'en Burns Link Band. As an elected official, my job is to represent the people and do what they want me to do, and they wanted me to sign on. 80% of our people voted for LNG. Wet'suwet'en Hereditary Chief Teresa Tate Day. In the case of Coastal GasLink, 85% of our people said, yes, we want this project. Those are the numbers, words out of the mouths of the Wet'suwet'en themselves. My question for the party across the way, the government and the Prime Minister, when are you going to show leadership on this issue?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member and other Conservative members need to reflect in terms of what it is that they're saying. Do they believe ultimately this issue will be resolved and it will go away? At the end of the day, the division that is being caused by Conservative members, I believe and trust and have faith in terms of the Wet'suwet'en community, in terms of being able to overcome this issue into the future. I do not want to add additional issues going forward with respect to that particular community. I think that we need to support the community in the best way that we can. And as of right now, it's still to try to be patient and to understand that if there's a way in which this thing can be resolved in a positive fashion, that we should strive to do that and not to give up hope, at least as of yet.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Liberal member, through you. But first, I'd like to talk about this word patience that's being said over and over again. I think Canadian men and women have shown a lot of patience. It's been 14 days now. 2 weeks today. We've had a national crisis across the country for 2 weeks. So it's not a small crisis. And again today, we're wondering what is going to be done. In other words, what's the action plan? I used to represent 200,000 members as a union representative. And when one of our unions was in a crisis and it was causing disruption, I was on the front lines to talk. So if they didn't want to come to me, I went to them. Now, the opposite side said today, well, they don't want to meet with us. I'm sorry. The Prime Minister should have come back to the country sooner, 2 weeks ago, to resolve this crisis. Now, we're going to be voting against the Conservative motion because it doesn't deal with the issue. It asks us to take sides, to condemn radical activists. I don't think we even have the same definition of who radical activists are. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Canadians as a whole have been exceptionally patient. As we try to move through this very difficult situation, there has been a great deal of hardship. And that hardship has been realized in the sense of whether it's food, to jobs, to being able to commute, but they understand in most part why it is that we're in this situation. You know, the Prime Minister, the Premier of British Columbia, in fact, all premiers, I like to think all leaders that are participating in this discussion understand how critically important it is that this matter be resolved quickly. And when we talk about patience, we are trying our very best to make sure that we do all we can. And a part of that includes having individuals that are at the table or a part of the dialogue, such as the government of British Columbia, such as some of the leadership in terms of the Wet'suwet'en community, and others, Madam Speaker. I think that we have to go the extra mile, continue to be patient, and when the time comes, the time will come, and hopefully it gets resolved in a positive fashion where everyone benefits.
Debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innis.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to once again share my time with my friend and colleague from Louis Saint Laurent.
Madam Speaker, Canadians don't ask for much. They really don't. We're honest, we're hardworking, we're polite people, and at a minimum, what Canadians expect is peace, order, and good government. And we have seen over the last 14 days anything but, Madam Speaker. We've seen a situation that has turned into a national crisis, where railway blockades are happening right across the country, affecting the movement of goods and people. Via Rail, as we know, has canceled their train service for the better part of Eastern Canada for the last 7 days since they made that announcement, and it's having a significant impact on the movement of people. CN has canceled their entire rail system and the movement of goods, which is having a devastating effect on our economy. We're hearing that millions and millions of dollars are being lost every day within the supply chain, the agriculture community not being able to get their products to market, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Manufacturing Association, all of them, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, they've all come out and said that this situation needs to be resolved. But it's very difficult to resolve, Madam Speaker, when we look at the history of this situation. And over the last 4.5 years, a government that has become weak, a prime minister that's become weak, has become complicit, and has become an activist government that has fed into the very situation that is going on across this country today. And it should come as no surprise, Madam Speaker, that we're seeing activists act out because of this weakness and this complicity of the Prime Minister over the last 4.5 years, double speaking almost everywhere he goes, saying one thing to one group, saying another thing to another group, saying one thing in one part of the province and something else in a different part of this country. And you know, we've heard a lot of discussion today, and we've been going at this for the better part of 2.5 hours, so I want to bring it back and remind the House what this motion is all about. That it's not about a certain individual, it's about a group that is using this situation as a lightning rod, as a template for not just the insurrection that's going on today, but the potential of future insurrection in this country. They're using it as a template, and all we're simply doing, Madam Speaker, is asking this House to denounce what's going on and stand up for the Wet'suwet'en people. And the motion again says that the House stand in solidarity with every elected band council on the Coastal GasLink route.
Percentage go silence.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, but as a point of order, the language that was just used was unparliamentary and incendiary. I just double-checked the meaning of insurrection. It is a violent uprising. Everything taking place is non-violent. It may be illegal, depending on perspective, but I ask the honourable member to withdraw that word.
Remind all members to be judicious in their use of language. I can't judge right now on the use of parliamentary language, but to try to avoid to be to try to be a little more judicious in the use of vocabulary. Thank you.
So I'll remind the House again, Madam Speaker, what the motion says, and that the House stand in solidarity with every elected band council on the Coastal GasLink route, the majority of hereditary chiefs, and the vast majority of the Wet'suwet'en people who support the Coastal GasLink project, and condemn the radical activists who are exploiting the divisions within the Wet'suwet'en community, holding the Canadian economy hostage, and threatening jobs and opportunities for Indigenous communities. Now, Madam Speaker, on the issue of jobs for the Wet'suwet'en community, there's been a long history of negotiation, of talks between CGL, the Wet'suwet'en community, the 20 First Nations communities of elected band leaders, and the hereditary chiefs that have gone on for a long time. And every single one of those 20 communities are in favor of the CGL gas line. They're in favor of it because of the opportunity and prosperity that it's going to provide them now and into the future. Many of them are going to be receiving jobs. Many of them have received jobs as a result of the CGL pipeline. And there's going to be revenue that's coming into those communities. Now, talk to those members of this House, Madam Speaker, who are part of those northern BC communities where opportunity is thin for many of these First Nation communities, and this is exactly the type of project that they've been looking for, the type of project that they've negotiated, the type of project that they've agreed to, Madam Speaker, because they know that it's going to provide opportunity not just for them today, but young people for generations to come. And we, as a parliament, must be supportive of the independence and the autonomy of these First Nations to be able to negotiate the type of arrangement that they have with CGL. Now, the challenge exists because there is an anti-pipeline, anti-government movement that is going on in this country that is actually piggybacking off of this issue in order to raise their issues and their anti-natural resource agenda. And they're doing it right across the country, and they're using this situation as that template, that lightning rod issue, in order to create illegal blockades. And so it's them, who this motion is speaking to, Madam Speaker. That this House condemn this anti-government, anti-reason, anti-resource movement that are using this as a lightning rod. And when you speak to those members in the community, and they've certainly publicly put this out there, of the Wet'suwet'en community, Madam Speaker, they've talked about their support of this pipeline. They've talked about the reasons why they support the pipeline. Chief Larry Newski of the Nadlid-Wooten, Coastal GasLink represents a once-in-a-generation economic development opportunity for Nadlid-Wooten First Nation. We negotiated hard to guarantee that Nadlid people, including youth, have the opportunity to benefit directly and indirectly from the project, while at the same time ensuring that the land and the water is protected. Hereditary Chief Helen Michelle of Skintyee Nation, Wet'suwet'en. A lot of the protesters are not even Wet'suwet'en, which is the point, Madam Speaker. Our people said, go ahead to Coastal GasLink. We talked with the elders. We talked and kept bringing them back, and we walked the very territory where Coastal GasLink is going. We're going to give the go-ahead. And so if the Wet'suwet'en people, and a majority of them, agree with this, why are we pandering to, why are we accepting the type of protests and illegal blockade that are going on across this country? Because many of those people who are doing this are not even affiliated with the Wet'suwet'en people, because they see this as their template, their opportunity to speak out against the natural resource sector, to speak out against government, to speak out against peace, to speak out against order in this country. That's precisely what they're doing. And for this House not to condemn that makes us complicit and weak as the government has been throughout this crisis. Now, I want to talk about the police, because there's been a lot, again, of inflammatory comments with respect to the authority of the police. Governments legislate. We pass laws. The courts interpret those laws, and it's up to the police to enforce those laws. Madam Speaker, none of us believe that we live in a police state where the government has the authority or the direction to direct the police what to do. But when the police receive a court order and a court injunction, when they receive that, the expectation is that they're going to act. And there's also an expectation on the part of government and those who are elected in this country at all levels of government. And that is, when they act, we support. We support their action because they are fulfilling their legal obligation to make sure that the rule of law is maintained in this country as directed by the courts and as legislated by parliaments across this country and provincial and municipal bodies as well, Madam Speaker. So any suggestion at all that somehow, and listen, the police are in a very untenable position on this, Madam Speaker, an extremely untenable position, and they've shown extreme patience. But the bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that we need to maintain peace, order, and good government in this country. And the rule of law must and always be followed. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commentaire, questions and comments. Gentleman member for Kingston, Indiana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I noted that the member in his comments said that a group was using this issue as a lightning rod. I wouldn't disagree with that for a moment. I'm afraid that that group is one of the political parties that sits in this chamber. Madam Speaker, I am very concerned, and I don't think that there's a lot of difference of opinion in terms of the concerns that we have about what's going on in the country. I think it's a matter of suggestion as to what those solutions might be. My riding is just down the rail line from where the main blockade is occurring, and I have a business in my community that's affected by this. I want this to be resolved as soon as possible, just as much as anybody else in this House. But what I'm afraid of, Madam Speaker, is that if we were to, if the RCMP was to take the direction as suggested by this member and members from the Conservative Party today, we could quite possibly end up in a scenario where we have 3 or 4 blockades because as a result of trying to eliminate one. Does he have some reassurance that something like that would not happen? Does he have some reassurance, Madam Speaker, that his strategy is the best and only way forward?
Madam Speaker, the expectation of all parliamentarians, of all Canadians, should be that the police enforce the rule of law. When the court enforces an injunction or imposes an injunction or a court order for these blockades to end, it should be the expectation of that member and every single person in this country that they will enforce that. And it doesn't matter whether it happens in Kingston, whether it happens in Belleville, whether it happens in Quebec as it's happening today, or in BC. And the solution to this problem, Madam Speaker, and let's not conflate the issue like the other side is doing. The solution to this problem lies with the Wet'suwet'en people. Yep. And they've done that. They've done that, Madam Speaker. What we're talking about today are those activists who are anti-government, anti-natural resources, anti-everything, Madam Speaker. That's who's fueling these blockades, and it needs to stop for the sake of our country and the economy as well.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Madam Speaker, my colleague stressed the rule of law. I agree with him, but we learned this morning that an aspiring leader of his party mentioned that the vigilantes were perhaps right. So is this idea of rule of law somewhat flexible in Conservative minds?
Nobody's being flexible on the rule of law, Madam Speaker. And I go back to the point I made during my speech, and this is critical to this whole debate. When you've got a weak, complicit, and activist government who is emboldening these protesters, and if the honourable member wants to, he can go to my Facebook page and see the interaction that went on in Edmonton, because that's what he's speaking of yesterday, when at 1 minute and 33 seconds into that video, one of the protesters say, the reason why we're doing this is because the Prime Minister is doing nothing and the RCMP is doing nothing. So they're being emboldened. I'm talking about the protesters, Madam Speaker, who are saying this, not the people who were there to clear those tracks. It's the protesters that were saying this. So if that's not emboldening the activists in this country to continue doing what they're doing, I don't know what is, and this Prime Minister is solely responsible for that. It lies directly at his feet, and this activist government who is complicit to all these illegal blockades and actions in this country.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable friend. However, I look at the motion and I'm reading it 50 times today, and I got to say that I'm very, very disappointed. I'd like to say in a steelworker way what I think of it, but I can't. I want to be respectful. I don't think it was very well written. So we're opposed to it. However, there's some good points of what's being made, and the government has made spaghetti out of this whole issue. They've done a very, very terrible job on the file. The hereditary chiefs have requested that the Prime Minister be present, and he has refused. So my question is, through you, Madam Speaker, does my friend believe that the Prime Minister should be at the table? I don't care if the other ministers go, but he should be at the table and nip this in the bud as fast as possible.
Barry Innisfil, very quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member not wanting to speak in his steel workers language, because I certainly wouldn't want to speak in my firefighter language on this issue as well. But, you know, on the issue of dialogue, absolutely. But the blockades and the illegal activity that's happening across this country have to stop, Madam Speaker. Dialogue can continue. Stop the blockades. Stop the illegal activity.
Resuming debate. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to stand and speak in support of the Wet'suwet'en community and those who believe in the economic development opportunities this project represents for many communities. The problem is that today we are facing a government of neglect. this government is solely responsible for the crisis Canada is currently plunged in and has been for 2 weeks. Because for 2 weeks, this government did absolutely nothing to discourage those who are responsible for this confrontation, which has spread like wildfire across Canada. What is this all about, Madam Speaker? It's about a Coastal Link pipeline project. And that didn't just come out of a box of Cracker Jacks. It's not something that just sprung up overnight. No, this project has been underway for 6 years. All the steps were followed in the process for 6 years. The proponents worked hand in hand with First Nations directly affected by this project. So the 20 First Nations directly affected by this project are in full agreement. And I have to point out to the NDP that these figures come from the National Assembly of First Nations, the Assembly of First Nations. So those are the figures that we got from the Assembly of First Nations. They believe those figures. We believe those figures. So the Wet'suwet'en community is in favor of this project. And once again, it's not the Conservative Party making that claim. It's the National Council of Aboriginal Leaders. And Teresa Tede, hereditary chief, said that when it comes to the Coastal GasLink project, 85% of our population is in favor. And it's not just in her community. Larry Noski is another First Nation leader who said that this project is an opportunity for a unique opportunity for economic development for our First Nations. For our First Nation, we are looking forward to our young people being able to benefit directly and indirectly from this project. And that's what this is all about. It's a project that's good for Canada, it's good for the economy, it's good for First Nations, and it has gone through every single step and stage of approvals, and it was even approved by the current NDP government in BC and supported by the Greens as well. But as in every case, it's not 100% of people who agree. There are always naysayers. If you had to wait till you had 100% support to go ahead with a project, you would know, you would be 100% sure that no project would ever go ahead. That's how a democracy works. When you have 20 First Nations in support, 85% of a community in support, when you've received all the political, economic, and First Nations supports, when you've got all the green lights, then you must be allowed to proceed. There are lots of ways for people to protest, but unfortunately, disgruntled and radical activists have decided to flout the law and act illegally to demonstrate their opposition by barricading rail lines. And what happened since the first barricade went up? Nothing, unfortunately. This government of neglect, led by a man who couldn't even be bothered to come back to Canada from his African tour, where he was shaking hands with officials from countries where, unfortunately, some 50 Canadians lost their lives. This government did nothing for 12 days. And left and right in this magnificent country, people were inspired by the acts of a radical fringe, and all of a sudden they are demonstrating against a project they'd never even heard of, and a project that enjoyed the support of most of those directly affected by it. In Blainville, we saw this. In Candiac, in Quebec. In the Gaspé, Madam Speaker, 5,000 kilometers away from where the project is happening, suddenly people have decided that they are against it. And they don't realize that 85% of the First Nations community are in support of this project. And all we are calling for is for the law to be enforced. We live in a rule of law country, and the law is clear. Section 5 of the Act is clear. The Minister of Public Safety has the power to call on the RCMP to intervene. That's exactly what we're talking about here, because for 2 weeks, and I have a lot of respect for the Minister of Transport, but he disappointed me because I have a lot of respect for him. He said, if there are any injunctions, it's up to the provinces to enforce them. And he washed his hands of the whole situation. I was very disappointed in the Transport Minister and the Government House Leader referred to a meeting among Quebec ministers, and the Government House Leader said, we have nothing to do with this. It's up to the provinces to take action. Allow me to remind this House that railways and First Nations come under federal jurisdiction. And those folks over there, they completely abandoned all responsibility. And a couple of days ago, we asked what was going to be done, and what was the answer? We're going to be open to dialogue. And nothing else has happened since then, except for the Minister for Indigenous Affairs said that we have sent a letter to the hereditary chiefs saying that we want to meet them in 2 weeks. It had already been 2 weeks that Canada had been grappling with a national crisis, and then they were going to wait a further 10 days before holding a meeting, and that still hasn't been done. So here we are, Madam Speaker. Finally, yesterday, the Prime Minister, after 2 weeks, finally admitted the obvious, and that is that a barricade is an illegal act. That's the first responsible thing he's done in 2 weeks. Now, since we live in a rule of law country and the Prime Minister has prime responsibility for ensuring that our laws are enforced, well, we simply asked him, what was he going to do about this illegal act if it wasn't to enforce the law? Section 5 of the RCMP Act gives the Minister of Public Safety the power to instruct the RCMP to take action. But this is a government of neglect. Elsewhere, there are people of action, people of responsibility. This morning, the Premier of Quebec said he was going to seek an injunction for the Saint-Lambert barricade. And he said once that injunction was obtained, it would be enforced. That's extraordinary, Madam Speaker. Finally, there's someone who wants to see to it that this country remains a rule of law country. It didn't come from here. It came from Quebec. So what we do know is that the Quebec Premier has clearly said that the law is the law and we will enforce it. Earlier I asked colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, and they said that would merely aggravate things. Well, that's their opinion. But we're on the side of law and order and the rule of law. We've seen situations, very unfortunate ones, unacceptable situations in a rule of law country. Yesterday, the BC Premier's residence was surrounded by radical activists. That cannot be tolerated, Madam Speaker. You can't say it's not serious. There's 1,001 good ways of demonstrating, of protesting in a democracy, but you mustn't choose the wrong ways, illegal ways. We shouldn't intimidate people who don't think the way we do. That's not the right way of going about things. To those who oppose this project, I say do this with dignity, honor, and law-abiding behavior. That's democracy. Don't do it illegally. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, these radicals are taking advantage of the fact that this government is a government of neglect. And everyone should show their support for the Wet'suwet'en people and support this motion, support the 20 nations directly affected by this project. We Conservatives stand with the First Nations in supporting this project. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm delighted. I have great respect for the member. I'm delighted he talked about the rule of law. The Supreme Court had said that the police independence underpins the rule of law. There is also outlined in the case several other cases in the speech that was in the emergency debate where the Supreme Court maintained that independence of police and governments. So I'm assuming he's supporting that and supporting the rule of law. And the second is I assume when he talks about supporting the rule of law, if we could stop the kibitzing, that would help. When he talks about the rule of law, I assume he's talking that there should be enforcement of the Aboriginal title. In the Dalgamuth case, that was outlined. In the Chilcotin case, it was reinstated again. That's one of the tenets of Canadian law, so I assume the member is saying that enforcement of the rule of law is enforcing the Aboriginal title of the Wet'suwet'en people.
Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member.
Speaker, to hear a member of the Liberal Party talking about respecting the rule of law. Because what they have done for the last 2 weeks is everything but that. C'est un gouvernement d'abandon.
This government doesn't even respect the rule of this nation. The RCMP Act is clear. Section 5 is clear. It gives the power to the Minister of Public Safety to act, and the minister is refusing to act. But, Madam Speaker, he's actually, by doing so, endorsing the actions of these radical activists. Actions which go against the will of the majority of the Wet'suwet'en people, as affirmed by the chief of the First Nations. So they're saying that most of the chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en are actually in favor of this project.
Madame Député Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I listened to my colleague's speech attentively. I have a lot of respect for him. He talked about enforcing the law. Well, we know that the law is a kind of procedure. And when procedures are applied without discrimination, well, sometimes it's there are bad results. I'm sure my colleague remembers the Oka crisis. Does he not believe that it might be wiser to temporarily suspend the Coastal Link project so that we can actually start a dialogue with the Wet'suwet'en people? The honourable member. Madam Speaker, I can't believe that a member of the Bloc and a member from Quebec who would make a link between this situation and the Oka crisis. Those are two totally different things, Madam Speaker. This is a project that was accepted by 20 out of 20 communities that took 6 years of consultation to get going. Oka was a different project about having a golf course on former ancestral territory, and that did not have the approval of First Nations. So they're two totally different situations, and I hope that the member of Jonquière will tell his constituents this weekend that he is against the Quebec government's decision to apply the injunction. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. It was very much oriented on the issue of equality and the rule of law. So I have two comments about this. One, given the history of colonialism in Canada, the law often authorized people to steal Indigenous titles and lands. The law prevented Indigenous people from having lawyers or from taking care of their own children, and took those children away and placed them in residential schools. So we need to be careful when we talk about the law and the rule of law, because sometimes the historical context isn't very good. My second point, when it comes to equality, does my colleague recognize the 1997 Supreme Court ruling, Delgamuth, which gave hereditary chiefs the legal responsibility to protect their land? The honourable member. Well, the member is talking about the law, but he just said that we need to be careful about the law. So is the member aware that most hereditary chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en Nation are actually in favor of this project? He's talking about the Supreme Court ruling, saying that hereditary chiefs are responsible for defending their land. Well, I agree. And that's why... And the reason we agree is because most of the hereditary chiefs support this. And it's not just us saying so, it's the National Council of First Nations. Resuming debate.
Honourable member for, Colchester, Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Walala Nalsud Nasasit, and merci. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by recognizing that we do stand on the ancestral land of the Algonquin people. There was a time in this fair land when the railroad did not run, when the wild, majestic mountains stood alone against the sun, long before the white man and long before the wheel, when the green, dark forests were too silent to be real. These words by Gordon Lightfoot are ringing in my head these days, partly because of what's happening across Canada, but also due to the fact that there's a fascinating story I just read in Maclean's, which is a short history by Stephen Mayer about the Indigenous people of Canada and the CN Railway. And I think it may help put some perspective on the current situation regarding the blockades. Mr. Mayer writes, and I quote, "If you study Canadian history, you'll find stories of dispossession and subjugation from coast to coast. The Crown pushed Indigenous people aside, forced them to live in poverty on land that nobody else wanted, destroyed their traditional systems of governance, broke treaties at will. A period that ran from Confederation until 1973, when the courts granted an injunction to the James Bay Cree, temporarily blocking a hydro development. Now, for most Canadians, the railway has been a great boon. And as Gordon Lightfoot actually described it, quote, "An iron road running from sea to the sea, bringing the goods to a young, growing land, all up through the seaports and into their hands." Well, as Mr. Mayer writes, we can't expect Indigenous people to see the story that way. When tempers get raw and politicians talk forcefully about the importance of the rule of law, he says we would be wise to remember that the rule of law and the Canadian Pacific Railway brought ruin and death to the Indigenous people. "I don't know how we're going to get through this winter and get the trains running again," he says, "but I do believe our politicians and police should err on the side of caution, and we should keep in mind that our country only exists because of the lawful crimes our government committed to get the railway built." I think this is very poignant. I think it's very poignant for all of us to consider this when we're talking about what is lawful and what is not. And I do want to say, Madam Speaker, that I will be sharing my time with the member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek. Madam Speaker, over the past few weeks, people have been troubled by what they're witnessing. Many people across Canada are asking what's happening in this country as they see the protests and the blockades, as they witness the goods not getting to them in Nova Scotia or out west, as businesses are affected. They're questioning, too, is reconciliation still possible? Young people are questioning this. Indigenous peoples are wondering if their rights will be respected. And as they see the protests and blockades grow, they're questioning, can reconciliation still happen? And I would like to say yes, reconciliation is still possible. And in fact, I would say that this is a turning point. I would say it's a turning point on that, what I would call, vital path. We need reconciliation. Hundreds of years have gone by without reconciliation, and now is the time to do it and get it right. Many are impatient about climate action and a society that still relies on fossil fuels. Many in the business community and those who rely on jobs in the resource industry to support their families are feeling afraid for their futures as well. So there are workers who've been temporarily laid off. There are seniors who are anxious about the timely delivery of their medication. There are business owners who are worried about getting the oil and gas to the people who need to fill their furnaces. Madam Speaker, there are also protesters standing in the cold in allyship with the Wet'suwet'en people. On both sides of this issue, people are upset and frustrated, and I understand that. because this is about things that really, truly matter. They matter to Canadians. They matter to Indigenous peoples, and they matter to me. Treaties, rights, livelihoods, the rule of law, democracy. I fully agree that this situation must be resolved quickly, but we also must be aware that this situation was not created overnight, and it certainly was not created in the past 4 years either. It was not created because we have embarked down a path of reconciliation recently in our history. It's actually created because it has been for too long in our history that successive governments have failed to do so. So, finding a solution will not be simple. It will take determination, it will take hard work, and it will take cooperation. I have to say, standing here as a newcomer to Parliament, that I am proud to be part of a government that has a true leader, one who will not just simply pick up a sword and rush blindly into battle, as others here seem to prefer, but one who has deep empathy and compassion, who recognizes the gravity of this situation, and as our Prime Minister is extending his hand in partnership and trust to the Wet'suwet'en people. What our government is attempting to do, Madam Speaker, is to create a space for peaceful, honest dialogue with willing partners. And as we heard from Mohawk leaders and from National Chief Perry Bellegarde just last week, they say we need to resolve this impasse through dialogue and mutual respect. So, we only ask that the Wet'suwet'en be willing to work with our federal government as a partner to find solutions. They oftentimes remind us that trust has been betrayed in the history with Indigenous negotiations with Canadian governments. And I, for one, am somebody who remembers that very well. And I tell provincial, municipal, and federal leaders that we must keep this in mind, and that's why we need to do the right thing. I was pleased to be able to say to the Prime Minister just this week, I feel he's on the right path. I stand with him. We can't rush blindly into this, but it needs to be done. It has to be done right, and it has to be done with mutual respect. So I believe that the reason why we're facing this situation today is because of the history of broken treaties, lies by many governments and many people who are in powerful positions who betrayed our First Nations people. And for that, I am truly sorry and very sad. But our common ground is the desire to arrive at a solution. We cannot resolve this alone. We need all Canadians to show resolve and collaboration. Over the weekend, the Minister of Indigenous Services met with representatives from Tyendinaga, as well as other members of the Mohawk Nation. And now that the RCMP have agreed to step back, it's our hope that the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs will now meet with the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, as she has requested. This is our opportunity now to bring these perspectives together, because the alternative, the use of force, has been tried many times, and those attempts at colonial control is not the path to reconciliation. Despite having invested more than any other government to right historic wrongs, to close persistent gaps, we know that there's still much more to be done. And it's unacceptable that there are people who do not have access to clean drinking water, that Indigenous women and girls still go missing and are murdered. It's unacceptable that Indigenous people are still denied rights and lands. And Mr. Speaker, we need to keep finding solutions. And that can only happen by working together and by listening to each other. Madam Speaker, in this country, we're facing many important and very deep debates, and Canadians are impatient to see the answers. People are frustrated that there's so much uncertainty. But these debates are very, very important right here in this House, and the language that is used is also extremely important. And yes, there's always a place for Canadians to protest and express their frustrations, but we need to ensure that we are listening to each other. We must be open to working together
Questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the member's contributions to this important issue. However, I'm a bit confused. In the motion itself, Madam Speaker, it talks about and condemn the radical activists who are exploiting divisions. Madam Speaker, we saw in British Columbia where ministers, where the press, where the public, where the workers of the BC Legislative Assembly were unable to attend to the throne speech. Madam Speaker, an injunction was sought by the Speaker of that Legislative Assembly, which is enforced now by a court order. Now, it seems to me that the government seems to consent that some court orders need to be followed and other ones don't. Does this member, who says that she supports the RCMP no longer enforcing the injunction put in place by the BC Supreme Court on the Coastal GasLink area, Madam Speaker, does she also agree that there should be no injunction or no power where the RCMP should enforce Legislative Assembly? And Madam Speaker, further than that, citizen's arrest was what the radicals who decided that they would go and they would try and block the Premier from leaving his house to attend the budget. Madam Speaker, that is who I am opposing in this bill, is people that are taking it upon themselves to threaten elected members, to threaten the rights of the press, to threaten the rights of the public to get to their place of work. Madam Speaker, will she condemn that kind of radical protester who seeks to citizen arrest a provincial premier?
Honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with regards to the member opposite, I thank him for his question. That's a very good question. I do believe that it is our members' rights to get to work unobstructed, and it did bother me when that happened in British Columbia. It also bothered me when our Deputy Prime Minister was prevented to go into a legal office in Halifax recently. These should not be occurring, and in fact, any kind of violence is not okay. However, I do believe that many of the protesters are there standing with the Wet'suwet'en people, and they are not paid protesters. They are not renegades. As a member of the Legislative Assembly of Nova Scotia for 10 years, I stood up for the grandmothers who were being taken off their land by RCMP in the Alton gas situation, and I was actually asked to leave the House for that. So am I a crazy activist? I don't think so. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Mascouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. Once again, she gave us a speech that was full of hope and reconciliation. But as was mentioned earlier, I think now it's time to actually move to action. We have a national crisis on our hands. My colleague says that she's happy that the Prime Minister's on the right path. But again, I mean, he needs to be on some path to be on the right path. And I don't think that's the case. So my question is simple. What's the plan? When is the government actually going to meet with the Wet'suwet'en people? Will the Prime Minister go to BC to meet with them? We have some constructive proposals here. We've heard that the RCMP might be ready to withdraw and so on. But now we want to know what the next steps are. We don't have any information. That's unacceptable. I'd like to know what the plan is.
Colchester.
Well, merci, monsieur.
Thank you for the question, sir.
To say, first of all, I am not the keeper of the Prime Minister's schedule. That is not in my job description. So I don't know what his plans are in the next coming days or weeks. However, I do know that the Minister of Indigenous and Crown Affairs is meant to meet with the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs, and they were prepared to go out west to do it, but now that the hereditary chiefs are coming to Ontario, I'm hoping that that might happen even more quickly. And I believe that that is the next step, is the dialogue and discussion that will take place with them. Thank you.
One quick question, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. Quick question.
I don't want to interrupt because I believe it's our honourable colleague's first speech, but she did reference Gordon Lightfoot, and I was shocked because the Conservatives have made a motion. They stood up against quoting folk singers. They've denounced lyrics. They've attacked young people. They've attacked Indigenous people. But I want to ask my honourable colleague whether she believes it's acceptable in the Parliament of Canada to quote Gordon Lightfoot without offending Conservatives.
Very briefly, the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, I would say to my honourable colleague from the NDP that any kind of quoting of songs and poetry is great because in Nova Scotia we were not allowed to do so in the legislature. So it's very freeing. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2019 Pacific salmon season was a disaster. Pacific salmon are facing an unprecedented crisis. British Columbia is in real danger of losing its most iconic fish. Countless runs are endangered, including the Nanaimo River runs. I've heard from First Nations leaders, commercial fishermen, sports fishermen, and advocacy groups on this issue. The government needs to take urgent action, restore an adequate budget for salmon stock assessments, commit more resources to the DFO's Salmon Enhancement Program, increase the salmon conservation stamp fee on fishing licenses, legislate the move to close containment salmon farms immediately, and provide emergency relief packages for commercial fishers and First Nations. There's still time to save the Pacific salmon, but we must act now before it's too late.
The Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, during the last election campaign, I pledged to stand up for democratic reform in this place if re-elected. Now I'm back. I rise to begin fulfilling this pledge by addressing my many fellow members through you about this historic opportunity to improve democratic character of this place that lies before us in this minority parliament. By amending our standing orders to ensure that all members of this House are fully empowered to advocate for their constituents on Parliament Hill, whether it be by creating a parallel chamber or tackling party discipline. We can ensure that the voices of voters are not drowned out by acrimonious partisan rhetoric and voting patterns in the People's House. On Election Day, our names come first, and our parties come second on the ballots cast by our constituents. Let us all put our constituents first in this Parliament. Let us seize this historic opportunity to work across party lines to implement the democratic reform this place needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate some great news for Dawson Creek and the South Peace. And I must say Dawson Creek has a special place in my heart because that's where I was born. Last week, WestJet announced that it will be adding a new nonstop daily service between Dawson Creek and Calgary. As you know, Mr. Speaker, air travel to and from northern communities is crucial to the, and so beginning April 26th this year, ground service on WestJet Link will begin. Our local airports are an important part of our growing community in northeastern BC, and having competitive air service is essential for keeping our economy moving and linking our communities together. I'd like to congratulate WestJet and a special thank you to our Mayor, Del Bumstead, and the many people of Dawson Creek who worked so hard to bring this new service to the area. And Mr. Speaker, I can't wait to be one of the first passengers on this inaugural flight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. All Canadians are familiar with Terry Fox and his Marathon of Hope. Fewer are familiar with the person who coined the phrase Marathon of Hope and who helped convince the Canadian Cancer Society to take a chance on this young man's dream. Ron Calhoun from London was that person. Even after Terry's untimely death, Ron worked to ensure Terry's goal was realized. Ron's love for community and sense of duty motivated him to support big causes that could make a real difference. He developed the Ladies' Great Ride Against Cancer and nurtured it as the initiative went global. In the 1990s, Ron volunteered again, this time for Jesse's Journey, supporting John and Jessie Davidson in their wheelchair trek across Ontario, and later John's Cross Canada Walk to raise funds to fight Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Mr. Speaker, Ron passed away earlier this month at the age of 86, but his continual commitment to make life better for people should never be forgotten. My sincere condolences to Ron's family and many friends across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was a very hard day for the community of La Prairie. There was a multi-vehicle crash involving more than 200 vehicles, which unfortunately led to the death of 2 individuals, including about 60 injured. A real tragedy, Mr. Speaker. Our thoughts and my colleagues' thoughts go to all the families living this tragedy. During this difficult time, I would like to acknowledge the incredible work undertaken by the various services, firefighters, police services, paramedics, various authorities, and the city of La Prairie, including the mayor, Mr. Donat Serre. These people are so important, so brave when awful situations like this arise, such as the one yesterday afternoon. We are fortunate to be able to count on these people during such difficult times. The member for Saint-Jean and myself offer our sincere condolences to the families and the loved ones of the 2 victims. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, it is essential to invest in young people in order to ensure Canada's prosperity. With the Canada Summer Jobs Program, our government is committed to helping our youth acquire the skills, work experience, and abilities they need to succeed in their transition to the labour market. In Marc-Aurèle-Fortin last year, this program came with an investment of almost $682 million, and it created 233 jobs. I am therefore using my time in the House today to remind employers that they have until February 24, 2020, to apply for funding on the government website. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my 3 colleagues from Laval, Laval-des-Îles, Alfred Pellan, and Vimy. I'd like to thank them for their presence.
For Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, what if I were to tell you about a building material that is affordable, sustainable, renewable, and sequesters carbon? What if I were to tell you about a sector of our economy that supports First Nations and rural Canada? Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the forestry sector, and it's being completely ignored by the Liberal government. We've lost opportunities to fight climate change because the Liberals have failed to get a softwood lumber agreement with the United States. And now, Mr. Speaker, thousands of people are out of work, thousands of families are struggling, and forestry companies are protesting with their feet and leaving for the United States. We hear a lot of verbal appeasement about protecting jobs in this sector from a government that purports to balance the economy and the environment. So why is this Liberal turning their back on British Columbia? Why is this government turning their back on the thousands of forestry workers, many in my riding? Enough is enough. When will we see some actions? When will they help Canadian workers get ahead?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last November, we lost a Canadian giant. Dr. Fouad Chahine immigrated to Canada in 1958. He settled in the Niagara region and worked as a neurologist until his retirement. Since his arrival to Canada, he championed several charitable causes and interfaith dialogue. In 1984, in response to the famine in Ethiopia, Dr. Chahine helped found the International Development and Relief Foundation. Today, IDRF is one of the most respected charities that's providing assistance to millions in 42 countries and here in Canada. For his exceptional commitment to humanity, Dr. Shaheen became the first Turkish Canadian to receive the Order of Ontario and the Order of Canada. He was also recognized by the Max Gala with their Lifetime Achievement Award. We will miss Dr. Shaheen's wisdom, passion, and optimism. I offer my deep condolences to his family and the entire team at IDRF. He left behind a profound legacy that is still making a difference in the world today.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, on February 11, 2020, in Quebec City, the 96-year-old geographer Louis-Edmond Hamelin died. He was a writer, he was an advocate for Indigenous rights, and he was especially a visionary for the North. Louis-Edmond Hamelin was the father of Northern Studies in Quebec. He was devoted to studying the ice, the land of ice, and its peoples. He lived and visited the northern communities many times. He was interested in their cultures. His passion for the North opened unexplored paths. He was the founder of Quebec's Geographic Institute and the Northern Studies Centre in 1961, which continues its work this day. He was also well known for his studies of the permafrost. His studies and his papers have inspired several generations of thinkers. Mr. Speaker, it's impossible for me in such a short time to pay tribute to such an important legacy. Thank you, Mr. Hamelin. I'd like to remind members that member statements are personal statements that we would like everyone to be able to hear, and the noise in the House makes this difficult.
By members is something that's very personal that members want other members to hear, and there's a rumbling going on in conversations. If you don't mind keeping it down so we can hear what the honourable members have to say. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, in recent weeks, I've noticed as Shadow Minister for Families, Children and Social Development, several ministers have dropped into Alberta to make announcements about affordable housing for the province. 200 units here, 96 units there. But Albertans won't be fooled. They know that it's this Liberal government killing their economy with their anti-pipeline legislation, delaying of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, wavering on the approval of Tech Frontier, and now not upholding the rule of law with the Coastal GasLink pipeline project. Alberta lost 19,000 jobs in January, and the number of Albertans who foreclosed on their own homes continues to rise. This Liberal government needs to realize that their province-destroying policies based on anti-energy ideology is making life increasingly unaffordable for Albertans, while at the same time killing their opportunity for livelihood. Adding more affordable housing units is not going to fix the real problem, and it's time the Liberals admitted this.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend 3 incredible members of my community who, at the ages of 8, 3, and 4, inspired our community to come together and provide relief aid for the Australian wildfires. When Mila, Paisley, and Maverick learned about the devastating wildfires at school, they wanted to help the animals any way they could. After discussing ideas with their parents, they decided to lead a bottle drive across Uxbridge and donate the funds to WIRES, the largest wildlife rescue organization in Australia. 3 drop-off locations were set up across town and thousands of bottles were collected. This fundraiser ended up inspiring further initiatives in town, including the owners of our local IDA pharmacy, Hank and Vidhi, deciding to donate 50% of all profits on January 12th. After a few weeks of hard work, Mila, Paisley, and Maverick raised 3,400 Australian dollars, proving that no matter what age, you can make meaningful change here at home and around the world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot about the blockades that have done so much damage to our economy, but there's one thing that seems to be consistently overlooked. We haven't heard this Prime Minister acknowledge even once that this project has support from the Wet'suwet'en elected council, the majority of their hereditary chiefs, and that there are 20 signed benefits agreements with nations along the route. Many of them are already working on the pipeline, and these blockades are affecting their local and the national economy. For years, we have listened to First Nations leaders talking about the chronically high unemployment rates, addictions, and suicides. Now, these northern nations have taken control of their own destiny, but the project is still stalled. The Liberals should consider supporting their efforts to change that and support the national economy.
Thank you.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a leadership crisis enveloping our nation. Protests are happening across Canada with the goal to shut Canada down. Our world-class energy industry is being shut down because of the Prime Minister's interventions and refusal to look at the national interest. Rural crime is at unprecedented levels and has destroyed the quality of life that we enjoy in rural Alberta. The Liberals are criminalizing law-abiding firearms owners while ignoring the real criminals. The Liberals, the middle class, something they can't even define, are hurting while we see record numbers of insolvencies. The federal fiscal outlook is a mess. Canada has taken a diminished role on the world stage. Agricultural is hurting from high taxes and the inability to access markets. The Liberal attempts at Indigenous reconciliation are shown to be a failure. The PM's environmental plan punishes Canadians while not actually helping the planet. And Mr. Speaker, this is just a few examples. Last Saturday's National Post headline quoted, "Leaderless. Canada needs better."
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, last spring, 500,000 people marched in the streets of Montreal. It was the biggest demonstration in our history. Why were they marching? They were demanding real action to fight climate change. They know that we need to urgently and drastically reduce our carbon footprint in order to avoid an environmental catastrophe. And when your house is burning, then you stop putting logs in your fireplace. But Liberals keep breaking their promises, and they're victims of the oil lobby. They promise to end subsidies to oil corporations. According to a study published by Équiterre, and the Minister of Heritage probably remembers who they are, last year subsidies to oil corporations not only continued but increased. The Liberals are making the problem worse. It's time to stop giving gifts to oil companies, to pull the plug on wasteful projects like Trans Mountain, and it's time to turn down projects like Tech Frontier and LNG. It's a minute to midnight, and it's time to act for future generations.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, during Black History Month, I am rising to speak on behalf of Marjorie Villefranche today, director of the Maison d'Haïti, who has this to say. We, people of African descent, want to be heard because we believe that in 2020, racism and discrimination should no longer exist. We want to develop a society that is fair and where no one is excluded. A society that lives the values that are non-racist, non-sexist, and non-violent. We want to be heard because we no longer want the color of our skin to determine our future, nor that of our children. We don't want empty promises. We want courageous action that will lead to justice. We want to be recognized as individuals who have fully contributed to the development of our society, to its human, political, economic, cultural, and artistic development. We, people of African descent, want to celebrate, along with our fellow citizens, our indomitable will to live with our heads held high. Thank you.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, today we honor the lives and memories of the Heavenly 100. For 3 months, thousands of Ukrainians occupied Kiev's Independence Square and peacefully protested the corrupt regime of President Viktor Yanukovych. I stood on the Maidan in Ukraine 6 years ago among the ash and bloodstains left from the brutal crackdown on these innocent Euromaidan protesters. Their bravery and sacrifice as they stood up against Yanukovych's thugs deserve our highest praise. Ukraine and their friends around the world now carry forward the legacy of the Heavenly 100 and all those who took part in the Revolution of Dignity as the battle for democracy and the territorial integrity of Ukraine continues even today. Canada's Conservatives will always support the people of Ukraine in their pursuit of freedom, democracy, and human rights. Slava Ukraini, Heroam Slava.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the people of Sherbrooke, like our government, share the same philosophy, and that is that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. It's because of this philosophy that we were able to help a business in my riding, Motrec International. They are a key manufacturer of steel electric vehicles. And I'd like to congratulate Blair McIntosh, their CEO, and employees, Mario and Sylvain, who I had an opportunity to speak with when I visited the factory. It's because we chose to invest in small and medium-sized businesses that we've been able to create more than 1 million jobs since 2015. I am proud to be part of a government that works for our regions like Sherbrooke, and especially that gives our communities the financial levers that they need to grow.
Question orale.
Oral questions.
Mr. Speaker, one of the many ways you can tell that the Prime Minister doesn't know what he's doing is when his message changes every single day. First, the Prime Minister elevated the protesters, talking about how they were defending their communities in the cold. Then he tried to make a link between radical anti-energy activists and reconciliation. Then he said that the protests were illegal, but that it wasn't up to him to enforce the rule of law. So, simple question, can the Prime Minister tell us on what day these illegal blockades will come down?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government knows that the current situation is having a very significant impact on Canadian jobs, the economy, and the well-being of all Canadians, and we feel the urgency of that impact. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, reconciliation remains a crucial priority for our government and for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have been working tirelessly to resolve the circumstances that have led to these blockades. Today, we are aware of and encouraged by positive developments, and will continue the hard work of solving this situation as peaceably as possible.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
These anti-free market, anti-energy activists have nothing to do with reconciliation. Exactly. And it is completely unjust for up to 1,500 people to have to go without a paycheck because some people are breaking the law. Now, Helene Michel of the Wet'suwet'en First Nation said a lot of the protesters are not even Wet'suwet'en. Our people said go ahead to Coastal GasLink. So once again, can the Prime Minister tell this House on what day these illegal blockades will come down?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to share what I believe to be a very positive development in this dispute. Mr. Speaker, the BC RCMP have advised that they have made a decision to deploy their officers based on their assessment of the conditions that exist in the Wet'suwet'en territory. The BC RCMP has made this operational decision, and Mr. Speaker, we trust their ability to assess the situation and to keep the public safe. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the time has come for the barricades to come down, and we are working towards addressing the circumstances that gave rise to it and to resolving those as peaceably as possible.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is once again offering concessions to those who have more resolve than he does. And now that the RCMP have been ordered to leave Wet'suwet'en territory, there are major questions about whether or not this project will actually go ahead. So, the Prime Minister has already told these radical anti-energy protesters that he will not do anything to enforce the law. Can he give a guarantee, at least tell those people who are breaking the law, trying to hold up this important project, will he at least give a 100% guarantee that Coastal GasLink will be built, yes or no?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister.
I need, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, to correct something that the member opposite said. The Supreme Court has said police independence underpins the rule of law. And in these circumstances, no direction was given to the RCMP. The decisions made by the RCMP were based on their professional experience, their law, and their assessment of the situation on the ground. Mr. Speaker, they've made important decisions to try to resolve this peacefully. They have our trust and confidence, and we'll continue to work hard to resolve this appropriately.
I just want to remind the honourable members that people want to hear what's asked and what's answered. And by shouting while both are going on really doesn't help the matter. So I just want to remind everyone, in case they forgot what the rules of the House were. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca.
Mr. Speaker, we're now in day 15 of the blockades. The third week is just beginning and still no leadership from the Prime Minister and no plan. François Legault and several other premiers have asked the Prime Minister for an idea how long it's going to take to find a way out of this. Mr. Speaker, is there anyone in charge in this government who understands the urgency of the situation? Could the Prime Minister for once show a minimum of leadership and table a timeline with a plan? The Honourable Minister of Transport. We understand the situation full well, and we're working very closely with the provinces all across Canada because this is a challenge we have to address both federally and provincially. And that's why the Prime Minister will be talking later this afternoon with François Legault and his provincial counterparts from other provinces. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister and his ministers are taking selfies for Twitter, we learn that thousands of employees have been laid off at Via Rail and CN and other places all across Canada in all regions. 4,500 rail cars have been held up, and with all their freight. When will the Prime Minister stop ignoring all the alarm bells, show a minimum of leadership, and table a plan with a timeline? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to reassure my colleague and all Canadians that we are very, very aware of the economic impact of these protests, and we are determined to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. We know there are shortages of certain products. We are aware of the layoffs. We want to put an end to this as quickly as possible through dialogue to come up with a peaceful resolution to the problem. That's what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned that we're all having to get through an incredible fog of confusion, confusing patience with inaction. The Prime Minister didn't want to speak to the other premiers, and there was supposed to be a discussion before question period today. Now we learn that it will be after. Maybe we won't know what comes of that until next Tuesday. Can we just find out what the Prime Minister is going to commit to this afternoon? The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. As everyone knows, the hereditary chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en are now traveling toward a site where a meeting will be held, and hopefully this will happen as soon as possible with a view to finding a peaceful resolution. Myself and the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations are willing to involve ourselves immediately. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that's been done so far was done by the RCMP. And the government says the RCMP is independent. So that means that the government so far has done nothing. If there are some Wet'suwet'en chiefs coming to Eastern Canada for discussions, but have there been any clear proposals about the work on the project, or is it just the same old talk that we keep getting served up over and over again? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think I can speak for everyone when I say that we're all encouraged by the recent developments with the RCMP in BC, which gives the hereditary chiefs an opportunity to sit down and negotiate a long-term plan for their territory. As everyone knows, we are willing to get into that respectful discussion, but we have a very clear path to follow, but we're not going to make that public for the time being. We're asking Canadians to be patient for just a little bit longer, but we will get there, I'm sure of that.
Thank you very much.
The Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs called for a meeting for months with the Prime Minister, and today there's a report from those chiefs suggesting that they still want a meeting with the Prime Minister.
Very clear. They want to meet with the Prime Minister specifically So my question is very simple. Will the Prime Minister meet the chiefs of the hereditary region in Wet'suwet'en?
Honorable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I think we can all be heartened by the development that has happened in BC with RCMP has extended to hereditary chiefs as an opportunity to sit down and continue that dialogue. This is a positive development, Mr. Speaker. The move of the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs to Tyendinaga is a positive development. I think everyone in this House is dedicated to a peaceful resolution of this. There are clear steps to de-escalation. Myself and the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations stand ready to engage with leadership in Tyendinaga as soon and as when and as early as tonight to go and meet them and discuss this peaceful resolution. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what I asked, and more importantly, that's not what the hereditary chiefs of Wet'suwet'en have asked for. They've asked to speak with the Prime Minister directly, not the ministers, not another delegate, but the Prime Minister directly. What has the Prime Minister done? Has he responded to the invitation? Has he picked up a phone and called? You know what? Here's an opportunity. The government can commit today in this House that the Prime Minister will meet with the chiefs, the hereditary chiefs of Wet'suwet'en. Maintenant, aujourd'hui,
Now, today, there's an opportunity. Will the Prime Minister commit to meet with the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs? The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Speaker, everyone pretends to know what the requests are. You can't know what those requests are unless you actually ask the people. It isn't a question of looking at the banners on the street. It's actually talking to the leadership in question, and that's precisely what we've done, Mr. Speaker. The entire cabinet is seized of this incredibly urgent issue. It is a situation that evolves minute by minute. Myself and the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, as well as other ministers, stand ready to engage on a moment's notice, and that's precisely what we will do.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister's weak leadership is holding the Canadian economy hostage. These illegal blockades are just another example of Canada signaling to the world that we are closed for business. We fail to deliver big nation-building projects because of a handful of radical protesters backed by American money. When will the Prime Minister stop giving these activists permission to shut down our country?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important to provide this House with some clarity. The RCMP Act and federal authorities do not extend to provincial police services, and in the demonstrations and blockades that are taking place across the country, they are actually in provincial jurisdictions. That's the responsibility of the police of local jurisdiction under their provincial police acts. Our government's role is to try to mediate and reconcile the issues that gave rise to this disputes in the first place, Mr. Speaker, and that is the work that we are doing in assistance to a peaceful resolution to these disputes.
A member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
The Prime Minister's weak response to this national crisis shows his unwillingness to act to do what's in the best interest of all Canadians. Canadians have the right to freedom of speech and freedom of protest, but they do not have the right to break the law, completely shut down Canada's economy, and prevent other Canadians from going to work. What is this Prime Minister's action plan? When is he going to own this and put an end to these illegal blockades?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for everyone to understand that decisions made by the police, whether by the RCMP in their jurisdiction or by provincial police services across the country, are based on their professional experience, their understanding of the law, and their interpretation of the circumstances on the ground. They will continue to do that work without any political interference from this government. And so we are supporting their work. We trust them to do their job, but we are not in any way interfering or impeding their ability to do their work.
Before I go on to the next member who has a question, I'm sure we all want to hear it. We all want to hear the answer. I just want to remind members that shouting doesn't really help anything. And I just want to remind the honourable members, when you're talking about someone, refer to them as by their title or by their writing. Shouting their name is, I guess, could be breaking laws, and we don't want anyone to break the rules in here. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. rise to both sides. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Speaker, and it's great that you get it. Gary Nizell, a Wet'suwet'en community member and hereditary chief, said in a recent interview he has to provide for his family. He said he worked in the mines for 5 years in BC and Alberta and left that to work at CGL in his own territory. He said his ancestors, including his grandparents, would have been proud of him for working on his own territory. Instead of emboldening the anti-government, anti-reason, anti-everything activists, why won't this weak Prime Minister stand strong with the Wet'suwet'en community, stand up for our laws, get the illegal blockades removed, and get our economy moving again?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we understand and fully support the urgency of our work to resolve this as peacefully as possible. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I believe the time has come for the barricades to come down. We have been working diligently to address the circumstances that led to those blockades, and as a result of a very responsive and responsible decision made by the RCMP, I believe the conditions have now been met to allow for a more amenable and peaceful resolution. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work on a speedy resolution of this dispute and get Canadians back to work.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I understand that the minister doesn't have power over the RCMP in BC, but can the minister say what control he does have over the RCMP under Section 5 of the Act? Can the minister answer that question?
I'm very happy to. And as I've already said, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court of Canada has said police independence underpins the rule of law. And that independence is absolutely crucial to maintaining public trust. All directions to the RCMP are prescribed by 3 conditions, Mr. Speaker. They cannot require the force to disregard their lawful duties. I cannot infringe upon the independence of the RCMP, and I cannot ask them to reach beyond federal jurisdiction. That means, Mr. Speaker, we do not direct them in their operational decisions in the day-to-day policing of the communities that they are responsible for.
Blockades are not about the Coastal GasLink. The project is not even controversial. The 20 elected authorities along the path of the pipeline support it. Even an NDP government supports it. It will reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. It's about lawbreakers trying to get concessions. But if you reward lawbreaking with concessions, you will get more law breaking. Imagine the damage they will do when an actual controversial project comes along. So what concessions is this government contemplating to the lawbreakers, and how much more lawbreaking does this government plan to encourage?
Mr. Speaker, at no time have we ever countenanced law breaking, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we understand on this side of the House that reconciliation remains a priority not just for our government but for all Canadians. We've been working very hard to support law enforcement efforts in their respective jurisdictions to resolve the circumstances that have led to these blockades. That's our responsibility, Mr. Speaker, and we've been working hard to address the conditions and the concerns that gave rise to these blockades. The responsibility for upholding the law and maintaining public safety is, in fact, the responsibility of the police of those respective jurisdictions.
Honourable member for Carleton.
But it's just a warm-up act. There are other projects ahead of us. The government is spending $17 billion on a pipeline that it can't even build when that construction actually gets underway. Imagine the lawbreaking that is going to be unleashed by the incentives that this government is giving this group of lawbreakers. Everyone's watching, Mr. Speaker. Is this government going to reward lawbreaking on this project and promote much more of it on projects to come?
Mr. Speaker, I would remind the member opposite and all members of this House of some of our experiences with these previous disruptions of service and blockades that have been passed. Perhaps we should remember the outcome of Ipperwash, remember Caledonia, remember previous blockades. And, Mr. Speaker, we should also reflect that when that has resulted in overwhelming police action, it can result in additional blockades. The best path forward to protect Canadians' interests is a peaceful resolution of this dispute. We're working hard to achieve that peaceful resolution.
Order. Order. I just want to remind everyone, I'm not sure what's going on. Thursday afternoons usually are quieter than this, so because yesterday was relatively quiet, so I just want to remind the honourable members to keep it down so we can hear the questions and the answers. The
honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People are fed up. The blockades are threatening thousands of workers with layoffs. In my own riding, for example, Bow Group is no longer getting the raw materials it needs to produce its plumbing products. 50 people will lose their jobs by the end of the week if the government doesn't resolve this crisis. And the end of the week is tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. And that's just one example among many. Does the government realize how big this crisis is and how urgently it has to be resolved for the sake of workers all across Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Transport. We fully realize the scope of the problem, and we understand the difficulties that Canadians are currently experiencing because of these blockades. We know that we have to find a solution as quickly as possible. We also know that this solution will be arrived at through dialogue so that it's a long-term, sustainable, and peaceful solution. The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the entire south shore of Montreal is being held hostage by the railway blockades. In my riding, 2 suburban train stations at Saint-Basile-le-Grand and Saint-Bruno de Montarville, those 2 stations are closed until further notice. For many of my constituents, simply commuting to work is a challenge, and they don't know whether they'll be able to get home after work. After half a month of crisis, the blockades aren't going away; they're growing in number. Is the government going to wait till all rail lines to Montreal are closed? The Honourable Minister of Transport. We understand how disruptive the blockades are for commuters. There's Via Rail and, of course, public transit and CN freight. We know that the solution requires dialogue. That's the solution we recommend in order to put an end to these blockades and restore rail service as quickly as possible. We're working with our provincial partners, and the Prime Minister will be speaking to the premiers later today. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, our farmers have had a tough year. First, they were abandoned by the free trade deal. They suffered from bad weather. They lost crops on account of the propane crisis in the fall. And now we're on the brink of another propane shortage due to the blockades and this government's inaction. As a result, farmers may not be able to heat their buildings anymore. My question is, what's the government doing to resolve the crisis before farmers suffer further losses? And if they do, will they be decently compensated? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we're well aware of the fact that the protests have caused certain shortages of some important products, including propane, used by farmers to dry their grains. We know that there's a looming shortage of propane, and we're working very hard to solve this problem as quickly as possible in order to get our railways back in operation so that these vital products can reach their destination.
They're now into their second week, and the Liberals continue to sit on their hands. Via Rail announced it's laying off 1,000 people, and they canceled service again this week. In fact, their chief executive said that this is the first time in 42 years of existence that they've had to interrupt most of their service across Canada. Mr. Speaker, the tourism industry is being directly impacted, and people are cancelling their planned trips. So can the tourism minister tell this House exactly how much this is costing our tourism industry?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, as a person who uses Via Rail on a weekly basis, I'm certainly very aware of the situation. It is a regrettable situation. At the moment, however, because of blockading, it is not possible to achieve all the services that Via Rail would like to be able to give. However, the good news is that certain Via trains are operating, amongst others, between Toronto and Windsor, as well as between Montreal and Ottawa. So some services have resumed, and we hope to get them all resuming as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, in 42 years of existence, this is the first time Via Rail has had to interrupt service to most destinations within Canada. According to CEO Cynthia Garneau, already over 1,500 jobs lost at Via Rail and CN, and other repercussions on the whole economy, including tourism. Mr. Speaker, can the Tourism Minister tell us what economic impact the blockades will have on that industry? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker.
Order. À l'ordre. À l'ordre.
Order.
J'ai beaucoup de patience.
I have a lot of patience. Order. Thank you. The Honourable Minister may now answer. Thank you. We're very aware, Mr. Speaker, of the effects of certain Via Rail trains no longer providing service, but we're happy that some service has resumed between Toronto and Windsor and Montreal and Ottawa, and also between Le Pas and Churchill and White River and Sudbury. So we're looking forward to full service resumption, and we're working very hard to see that happen as quickly as possible. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I asked a very simple question of the Tourism Minister, and obviously it was unexpected, or she didn't hear it. Can the Minister tell us what impact the blockades will have on the tourism industry? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Once again, perhaps my colleague didn't understand my answer. We're very well aware of the fact that Via Rail service is very important, not only to tourism, but to travelers like myself. I take the train every week to get to work and to go home on the weekend. So we want to resolve this situation as quickly as possible. And the good news is that some trains are operating right now. We're working very hard to bring them all back online all across the country.
Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government committed to implementing all 94 calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. 16 times the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is referenced as the framework for reconciliation. There is no reconciliation in the absence of justice. Now the government is stalling on presenting their UNDRIP bill using the current events with the Wet'suwet'en people. Mr. Speaker, is this the Prime Minister's way to punish Indigenous people standing up for their rights? Or was he never going to follow through in the first place?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Declaration on the Right of Indigenous Peoples has always been a priority for our government. Our commitment was included in both our platform and in our speech from the throne. It's in my mandate letter, Mr. Speaker, to implement by the end of the year 2020. We remain committed to doing just that.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Youth are marching in streets across this country with signs that say reconciliation is dead. That's on this Prime Minister. They don't believe him anymore. And the trains are stopped across this country. And to get them started, this Prime Minister needs to put a credible plan on the table. And yet he continues to fail the test of leadership. Prime Minister can fly to Africa. He can go to Barbados, and yet he can't pick up the phone to talk to the hereditary chiefs in our own country. When is he going to show up, put his boots on, and go to Wet'suwet'en territory and de-escalate this crisis? When is he going to show up?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services. Services.
Well, I thank the member opposite for his question, and I would remind him that Wet'suwet'en hereditary leadership are on their way to Tyendinaga to discuss these important issues over the next 2 days. There is a clear plan of action to de-escalation, but that involves dialogue. And to all Canadians out there suffering, we understand that this is a very, very difficult period, and we are working diligently. Indeed, the whole cabinet is seized of this, and we will work hour by hour, minute by minute to resolve this situation peacefully.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, this past summer, I was joined by the Minister of Environment and Climate Change with my colleagues in Brampton to highlight how this government is fighting climate change by investing in clean transportation solutions that reduce our emissions while growing the economy. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change explain to this House about how our government is supporting innovative projects that will pave the way for zero emissions transportation in Brampton and across Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
I'd like to thank the member for Brampton South for her question. This past summer, our government invested over $11 million to support the world's largest fleet of interoperable battery electric buses and overhead bus charging stations for Brampton's public transit system. Mr. Speaker, we know that cleaner vehicles are good for our communities, our economy, and the environment. This critical investment in breakthrough electric bus technology will help support the Canadian clean tech sector while keeping our health healthy and leading the fight against climate change.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ongoing rail blockades across this land are crippling our country and holding our economy hostage. CN and Via Rail have been forced to lay off hundreds of workers as a result of this Prime Minister's weakness. Shocking. Canadian industry is warning of empty shelves, and production shutdowns will soon follow. So, can the Prime Minister tell this House exactly what these blockades are costing the Canadian economy each day they go on?
Where is he? The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, we're very fully conscious of the impact of these blockades on the country. Yes, they are costing us quite a bit. There's no question about it. Because of the slowdowns that certain products are not getting to their destinations, because of the fact that certain people are having to be laid off, because certain materials are becoming in critical shortage at this point, we are aware of the fact that there is a significant impact due to the blockages. That's why we are working very, very hard to resolve this peacefully through dialogue as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the many railway blockades across the country have already had a significant impact on our agriculture sector. Western grain isn't being shipped, and farmers in Quebec and the Atlantic region are already having to ration their propane. Companies in my riding will be running out of stock as of next week. Farmers want their goods to be able to move around. They don't want temporary solutions. Does the minister have a concrete plan to get the trains running again? The Honourable Minister of Transport. We are very aware of the importance of railway to the transportation of grain, particularly from certain provinces. We need to be able to get that grain to port so that it can be exported. So we very much understand the anxiety our farmers may be feeling in the face of this very important problem. That's why we're working hard to resolve the problem as fast as possible and to do so in a peaceful and sustainable manner.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, layoffs from the illegal blockades are rising every day while this government does nothing. Does the Prime Minister know how many jobs have already been lost and how many Canadians will now have to struggle to rejoin the middle class once because of this government's failure to uphold the rule of law?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are following extremely closely the impact that this is having, not only on the Canadian economy, but that it is touching individual Canadians, because in some cases there have been layoffs in certain locations with certain companies because of the fact that the trains are not moving. That is why we were working even harder to bring this to a resolution as quickly as possible, but to do it the right way, to do it through dialogue, peacefully, and as quickly as possible.
A member for South Surrey, White Rocks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that Coastal GasLink is good for the environment. It will replace dirty coal plants in Asia with clean, lower-emitting natural gas facilities and reduce global emissions. Trains are not moving because of this Prime Minister's weak leadership and inability to handle illegal blockades. What you permit, you promote. Yes. More trucks must be put on the road to transport goods and services. Can the Prime Minister tell this House what the environmental impact is of the emissions from these trucks?
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. As I've already said a number of times, I believe the time has come for the barricades to come down. But when the member suggests that it is our government that's somehow stopping the police from enforcing the injunctions, that's simply not correct. And it is the responsibility of the police of jurisdiction under their respective...
I'm sure the Honourable Minister appreciates the coaching he's getting from the other side, but it's not necessary. And it's not within the rules of the House. So I just want to ask everyone to take a deep breath, and we'll listen to the questions, and we'll listen to the answers. The Honourable Minister.
I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, why the members opposite are afraid to hear the truth. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is the police are committed to resolving this situation peacefully, and through our efforts to bring about a reconciliation to address the issues that gave rise to these blockades in the first place, we're providing every assistance to them in achieving that peaceful resolution.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of the railway blockade are going to cost a lot of money to Quebec families. This week, it seems like grocery store shelves might start to empty out for the simple reason that they won't be able to get enough supply. Furthermore, everything would lead us to believe that the price of groceries will go up because of this lack of supply. The Liberal government's lack of leadership on this issue is costing everyone dearly. So what is the Prime Minister's plan to end the blockades?
L'Honorable Ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure my colleague and his constituents that we do very well understand the impact of these blockades. We know that the consequences have been very difficult for those who have been laid off and also for those who may be lacking supplies of important goods because the railways are not operational. That's exactly why we are working so hard to get this resolved as fast as possible so that the trains can get running again as soon as possible. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, everyone is affected by the railway blockades. Companies are laying off workers across Quebec. Montreal's South Shore has been paralyzed by the shutdown of suburban trains. Our farmers fear a second propane shortage in just 3 months, and grocery stores are running low on stock. After 2 weeks of this crisis, it's clear that almost everyone in Quebec has been impacted. Will the government finally show some leadership on this crisis? The Honourable Minister of Transport. I want to reassure my colleague that we take our responsibility very seriously. We know that we need to solve this problem because we are aware of the economic impact that it's having on Canadians and people who live in my colleague's riding, on the South Shore of Montreal, and all across Canada. That's why we're working so hard to solve this problem. But we want to get it done in the right way, through dialogue, so that we can find a way to solve this crisis in the long term. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in a country that respects the rule of law, all laws have to be respected. But you need to know what you're talking about, too. After 14 days of inaction, the Prime Minister finally, yesterday, took some action and said that the barricades are illegal. That's a step in the right direction. But you can't just talk. You need to take action. So my question for the Deputy Prime Minister is as follows. When will the laws be properly enforced, and when will the barricades come down?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's a very important question, and I asked the member opposite because it's a great opportunity to clarify who is responsible for enforcing the laws in those jurisdictions. And it is the police of local jurisdiction. It is their responsibility. But they fulfill that responsibility by working diligently to resolve this as peacefully as possible. Our role and responsibility is to work with the impacted communities to seek and determine a peaceful resolution, but the responsibility for enforcing the law is the responsibility of the police of jurisdiction under their respective provincial authorities.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Canada is facing a crisis, and this Prime Minister is too weak to act. Yesterday, the Prime Minister finally admitted that these blockades were illegal. The preamble to the Constitution Act, championed by Pierre Trudeau himself, states that Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the rule of law. Yet, when faced with a situation which he now admits is illegal, his reaction so far has been to do nothing. Shame. Mr. Speaker, when will this weak Prime Minister recognize the founding principle and start enforcing the rule of law?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's always useful when someone invokes the rule of law because it gives us an opportunity to explain to people what that means. The Supreme Court of Canada has said that police independence underpins the rule of law, and it is necessary for the maintenance of public order and the preservation of the peace. Police independence is crucial to public trust in our institutions and of primary concern to the RCMP in their preservation of public and officer safety. Mr. Speaker, we are not in any way obstructing or interfering with the lawful decisions of the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, the previous government once said they trust the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, so do I.
The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
That's interesting because in 2010, the now Minister of Public Safety had zero qualms about his role as Toronto Police Chief with his approach to protesters at the G20 summit. Yet today, he can't find it in himself to defend the rule of law in a situation where the law is clearly being broken, as admitted by the Prime Minister himself.
Yes.
What is it about the Prime Minister's fecklessness that just seems to rub off on everybody else? This isn't a laughing matter. When is the rule of law going to be enforced?
Yes.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can share with this House that in the 39 years I was a police officer and 10 years as the Chief of Police in Toronto, I never submitted to any political interference in any decision I made. Remind the members of this House that police independence underpins the rule of law. Operational decisions on the enforcement of that law are made independently by our police services. Mr. Speaker, we trust their judgment.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
The President of the Treasury Board tabled supplementary estimated B in this place on Tuesday. Could the President of the Treasury Board update the House on new budgetary spending plans found within the supplementary estimate B? Thank you.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Brampton Centre for his important question and hard work for his community. The supplementary estimates I tabled just a few days ago fund important investments in support of our armed forces, in support of Indigenous communities, and in support of our fight against climate change. These investments, Mr. Speaker, are the sort of things that have created 1.1 million new jobs and helped lift 1 million Canadians out of poverty in the last 4 years. We'll continue to grow the middle class, to grow the economy, to protect our environment, to reduce poverty, and to give everyone a fair chance in life.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Illegal blockades are grinding our economy to a halt. In Abbotsford, my chicken, egg, and dairy farmers fear they won't be able to feed their animals because the feed mills are running out of grain. Businesses are shutting down, farmers are losing millions, and Canadians are out of work. Why? Because of the Prime Minister's feckless and weak leadership. Truth is, he'd rather be in Barbados lobbying for a UN Security Council seat. So to the Prime Minister, when will these blockades be removed? When will he put Canadians to work? And when will he finally get up in this House and answer a question?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague from BC that we're very, very aware of the impact that this is having on egg farmers, on grain farmers, on chicken farmers. We certainly understand the impact that it is having, and it is a big impact. We recognize that, and we're tracking it on a daily basis. That's why it is.
I just want to remind everyone what I said when I got elected as Speaker, to think of what the people back home are thinking of you when you open your mouth. So just hopefully they're proud of what you're saying. And I'm looking around and I'm seeing certain members that I usually have respect for and are usually very quiet, and they're even shouting. So I just want to remind everyone to calm down and listen. The Honourable Member for Transportation, or Minister of Transportation.
Speaker, I just want to repeat that we're very conscious of the impact this is having on dairy farmers, on egg farmers, on chicken farmers, on all farmers, grain farmers as well. We are tracking that on a daily basis so that we have an accurate assessment of the impact, which is considerable. And that is why we are working so hard to resolve this problem.
Exactly.
Member for West Nova.
The Prime Minister's weak leadership has led Atlantic Container Lines to stop using the Port of Halifax. Instead, they will now use American ports. The CEO of the Port of Halifax, Andy Abbott, said there are virtually no containers left in Ontario to even truck goods. Their Canadian operations have been shut down for almost 2 weeks. The Port of Halifax is at risk of never seeing that container traffic again. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister show leadership and help lift the blockade?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
My colleague raises a very important point, because even though at this point we're talking mainly about the stoppage of trains in this country, those trains typically do go to ports, and this is having an impact on the ports. There's no question about it. And that is why we are working so hard to find a durable solution and a solution that goes through dialogue so that we can resolve this for the long term.
Well, Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian farmers depend on rail service to get their goods to market. They're now planning for the spring and need to sell their crop and pay the cash advancements following a poor harvest season. With dramatically reduced rail speeds and blockades happening across Canada, it is clear that the Liberals do not care about the importance of rail for farmers, based on their lack of action. How will the Prime Minister ensure grain gets to market in the face of these blockades?
Great question. Sure, and once again, that's why we're working so hard. But I do want to make a point. There are trains that are moving in the West. There are trains that are picking up natural resources and moving them across the country. The challenge, of course, is that we want to get rid of all the blockades so that we can get all the trains moving, and that's why we're working so hard to find a long-term, peaceful, durable solution.
Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, by introducing the National Housing Strategy, our government's committed to addressing housing shortages and high housing costs. I've heard from many, many families in Ottawa South who have expressed concern about their ability to find a safe and affordable place that they can call home. Could the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development please update us on what our government is doing to ensure that Ottawa families can access high-quality and affordable housing options?
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, we introduced the National Housing Strategy in order to restore federal leadership in housing. We have made unprecedented investments that have resulted in over 1 million Canadians to find a place to call home. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to update this House that we announced an investment of over $115 million in Ottawa that will increase the supply of affordable housing for Ottawa families, resulting in the assistance of over 321 families to find a place to call home.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, trade deals affect every part of Canadians' lives, from jobs to drug prices to the environment. After extensive negotiations with the government, we were able to deliver a meaningful step forward to make Canadian trade negotiations more open and transparent. We're bringing more decisions out of the back room and into the light. For future deals, the government will need to give 90 days notice of its intent to negotiate, table negotiation objectives 30 days before they begin, and provide an economic impact assessment with the ratifying legislation. Can the Deputy Prime Minister confirm the government's commitment to moving ahead with these improvements?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we welcome the proposals from the member for Elmwood-Transcona, and we will be formally amending the government's policy on tabling treaties in Parliament in line with his excellent suggestions. It has been a pleasure to work with him. I also appreciate his work to ensure an expeditious ratification of the new NAFTA. It's a shame that I can't say the same of the Conservatives, who used to be the party of free trade. Unfortunately, thanks to their weak and feckless leadership, it's up to the NPP to do that.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a hard act to follow. But underpinning all the propaganda from Coastal GasLink and other LNG boosters is the claim that shipping our LNG overseas will be good for the climate crisis and reduce greenhouse gases overall. Unfortunately, that claim isn't true. I want to ask the Minister if he's aware of recent studies that show a dangerous spike in greenhouse gas methane emissions as a result of fracking, and that fracked gas has the same carbon footprint as coal.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and her environmental advocacy. Mr. Speaker, we are taking climate change very seriously. That's why we put in place the most robust plan in Canadian history, over 50 measures that will help us meet our Paris targets, Mr. Speaker. Coupled with our investments, we're 75% of the way there, but we know we need to not only meet them.
I just want to interrupt the Honourable Member for a second. There's some shouting going back and forth from the front benches. I just want to point out that we're trying to hear the answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, so not only can we meet them but exceed them, Mr. Speaker. We owe it to our kids and grandkids, and that's why I welcome any discussions and any work with not only my honourable colleague but all members of this House. Look at how we can use technology and our natural resources to help reduce our greenhouse gas emissions here in Canada and all around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to the point of order, I'd like to draw attention of the members of the presence of in the gallery. The Honourable Bronwyn Eyre, Minister of Energy and Resources, Minister responsible for Saskwater, and Minister responsible for Sask Energy for the province of Saskatchewan. Yes. Points of order. I'll start off with the Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You have
comment on something the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader said this morning in response to the question of privilege I raised yesterday on the misleading response from the Minister of Natural Resources to my written question number 50. The Parliamentary Secretary should know that when you're in a hole, you should stop digging. And I say that because his intervention only added to the records of this House more misleading and conflicting information. It caused more confusion and cast more doubt, if that's even possible, on the integrity of the government he supports to give straight-up, honest answers to inquiries from members of this House. He argued that the funds that were paid to Pembina Institute were grants and not contracts. And since my question asked about contracts, the government was accurate in stating that it had not granted any contracts to Pembina Institute since January 1st, 2017. If you follow the references I cited in my submission yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I have no idea why the Parliamentary Secretary didn't do it, you will note that items I referred to yesterday were paid for by Natural Resources to the Pembina Institute, and they all had contract dates, contract period start dates, contract period end dates, and contract values. For example, the item with reference number C 2019-2020 Q2 00393 is listed as, and I quote, procurement identification number 3000696-225, vendor name Pembina Institute, contract date 2019-09-19, economic object code 341, description of work, communications research services, contract period start date 2019-09-19, contract period end date or delivery date 2019-12-13, contract value $33,900, end quote. Further, the payment for communication research services is not a grant, it is a service. All of the items I referenced yesterday are listed in the same way, Mr. Speaker. They don't just look like contracts or smell like contracts or sound like contracts. They are reported as contracts. As I said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to move the appropriate motion, and I am now prepared to amend the motion to also refer the misleading statements of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. Thank you.
We will add that. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands also has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent of the House to adopt the following motion: that given the unanimous declaration of the House on February 22nd, 2007 to condemn all forms of human trafficking and slavery, this House, A, encourage Canadians to raise awareness of the magnitude of modern-day slavery in Canada and abroad, and to take steps to combat human trafficking, and B, to recognize February 22nd as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that this will have unanimous consent.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, the House does not have unanimous consent, unfortunately. The honourable member for Elmwood Strathcona has a point of order to rise on, or a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Some members will know that yesterday we had a vote on whether or not the EI sickness benefit should be extended to 50 weeks. This morning I introduced a bill to do just that, and I'm hoping that if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-212, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act special benefits, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No. No, I'm afraid there's no unanimous consent. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry? Thursday question. Thursday question. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm looking. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to ask the Thursday question. I'm interested to hear from the Government House Leader what we will be doing for the remainder of this week as well as next week. I know there are a number of things that the country is seized with, and I know that includes something that the Deputy Prime Minister just mentioned, which is the new NAFTA agreement. I do feel it's very important at this point in time. I don't think that the Deputy Prime Minister is fully aware of the fact that it was her House Leader, the Government House Leader, that in an answer to our question on February 6th, said that he believed that the new NAFTA agreement should be split into a number of bills or a number of studies when it went to committee. The reason, Mr. Speaker, that I feel it's important that we point that out is because for some reason the Deputy Prime Minister is trying to politicize this very important agreement that not only people, workers across the country are concerned about, premiers are concerned about, and although our government, our Conservative Party has been very clear talking about some of the impacts of the new NAFTA agreement, we are the party of free trade, and it really is sad to see when the House Leader stands and rises and says that he thinks a bill should be split, and then his Deputy Prime Minister says that Conservatives are stalling it. It is completely untrue and inaccurate, and it actually poisons the good relationship and the good work that the House Leader and I and other House Leaders have been doing. And so, as I've asked the House Leader today to please let us know what business we would be looking at. I would just like for him to keep that in mind so that our relationship and the work that we do can be done in good faith.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to agree that we have a very good working relationship. I just want to clarify things. We all agree on the dividing the bill in different committees. That's not what she was referring to, though. She was referring to the date in which the bill has to come back, because we all agreed, including the Deputy Prime Minister, on separating in different committees. Alors, for the question, cet après-midi, on va continuer les délibérations sur la journée de l'opposition du Parti conservateur.
When it comes to the Opposition Day, we're going to continue the deliberations, and we're going to proceed to second reading stage of Bill C-3. On Monday, we're going to start debate on Bill C-6 on the citizenship oath, and Tuesday will be a supply day.
To announce very soon, and of course we'll update the opposition parties for the business for the rest of that week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate.
Orders of the day.
The day, government orders, consideration of business of supply, consideration of the motion standing in the name of Mr. Doherty concerning Coastal GasLink project.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honor for me to address the ongoing protests in relation to the Coastal GasLink pipeline project and the Wet'suwet'en First Nation. Our government is committed to a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples based on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. The RCMP is also committed to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples based on cultural awareness and humility, shared history, collaboration, communication, and empathy. Many of the RCMP's current reconciliation initiatives are taking place within continued relationship-building efforts. It's important to note that Canada's police services, including the RCMP, act independently of all levels of government. They are mandated with protecting the public and enforcing applicable laws, including the Criminal Code of Canada. The concept of police independence requires that police officers be free from political direction or influence in carrying out law enforcement functions and making operational decisions. As outlined by the Supreme Court, police independence underpins the rule of law. This has been upheld by the APEC inquiry that ruled that when the RCMP is performing law enforcement functions, it is entirely independent of the federal government and answerable to the law and courts. As well, the Ipperwash inquiry report noted that police independence is a safeguard against powers being used for political ends. In 2015, the member for Bellechasse-les-Chemins-Lévis, when he was Conservative Public Safety Minister, said the government needs to respect the operational independence of the RCMP. Even former Prime Minister Stephen Harper weighed in on the issue. He said the RCMP has an investigative process. The government does not interfere in that process. We put our complete trust in the RCMP to handle this investigation. And I'm surprised that some members still don't fully understand that premise. Decisions are made by police based on individual circumstances and shouldn't continue to do so without political interference. The primary role of police in any demonstration or assembly is to preserve the peace, protect life and property, and enforce the law. All Canadians have fundamental freedoms of expression and peaceful assembly. However, individuals who choose to use these rights must do so in accordance with the law. In some cases, in various types of civil protest, the RCMP's increased involvement is necessary as part of the effort to maintain peace and order and to uphold the law. The dispute over the construction of the Coastal GasLink pipeline remains an issue under the purview of the province of British Columbia and not the federal government. As the police of jurisdiction in British Columbia, the RCMP can be lawfully mandated to implement enforcement clauses of injunction orders. These orders may be obtained in the courts by resource companies in their efforts to gain unfettered access to areas being restricted and/or impeded by protesters. Police must abide by conditions set out in any given court injunction. They can, however, exercise police discretion in special instances, such as adopting a delay to enforcement while reasonable efforts are made to achieve peaceful outcomes. When implementing enforcement clauses of court injunctions, the RCMP employs a measured approach that facilitates lawful, peaceful, and safe protest in an environment that is safe for protesters and members of the public. Police also undertake proactive engagement to maintain the peace or to facilitate the resolution of public disorder and the restoration of the peace. The approach preserves traditional policing options and respects the lawful exercise of personal rights and freedoms. In relation to Coastal GasLink, significant efforts were made by the RCMP to facilitate dialogue between all stakeholders over the course of this past year. The RCMP continues to be in regular communication with all stakeholders to maintain regular discussions toward a peaceful resolution. The RCMP commanding officer in British Columbia remains in direct contact with the hereditary and elected chiefs and councils to discuss their concerns. The RCMP has always maintained its preference for peaceful options requiring no or minimal use of force. This includes an emphasis on a voluntary peaceful arrest with no force being used and no handcuffs being employed. During enforcement activities, the level of intervention was applied in the context of a careful assessment of risk, taking into account the likelihood and extent of injury and damage to property as a result of the intervention. Members of the RCMP are trained to assess situations and respond appropriately. Every effort was and continues to be made by the RCMP to ensure lines of communication remain open between all stakeholders, including the Wet'suwet'en, elected council members, and the hereditary chiefs, Coastal GasLink, and provincial and federal government representatives, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP's major enforcement operations have concluded. The Morris West Forest Service Road has since been reopened for access to Coastal GasLink construction teams, members of the Wet'suwet'en community, and members of the public. The enforcement actions resulted in a number of arrests with no injuries to protesters or the officers involved. So regardless of where any individual stands on this issue, there is a common concern for everyone's safety. There are ways for safe, peaceful, and lawful discourse or dissent to take place without any risk to public safety. An RCMP presence in the area remains for the purpose of maintaining peace and order as the situation persists. As the police of jurisdiction, it would be neither appropriate nor feasible for the RCMP to leave the area entirely. However, the RCMP will continuously review the situation. In relation to further anticipated protests on site in Wet'suwet'en territory and protests in support of the Wet'suwet'en that have begun emerging across the country, the RCMP will be responding where it is police of jurisdiction, in collaboration with other police services as appropriate, to ensure the safety and security of all individuals at these various protests. Everyone has a right of freedom of expression and freedom of peaceful assembly. The general public, local residents, and businesses also have the right to a safe environment. The RCMP will continue to strive to uphold public and officer safety and enforce the law, maintaining a balance with rights and freedoms. The RCMP will also continue to collaborate with Indigenous communities, representative organizations, and advisory groups to further build on reconciliation efforts and strengthen trust and relationships. Madam Speaker, all communities should benefit from policing that is professional and dedicated, and Indigenous communities are no exception. And that is why we will co-develop a legislative framework for First Nations policing and to expand the number of communities served by the First Nations Policing Program. We will ensure police officers and services have the necessary tools and resources to protect the vulnerable and increase community safety. These commitments build upon the investments of up to $291.2 million over 5 years made in 2018 by our government for the First Nations Policing Program to improve officer safety, equipment, salaries, and additional officers. We have heard that there is a need for more transformative changes in the way First Nation and Inuit policing is supported in this country. We will develop and co-develop a legislative framework for First Nations policing, which recognizes it as an essential service. And in closing, I would like to thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak on this issue. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech.
Nation, we always have to keep in mind whom are we talking about. So, based on the fact and based on some observation made by the hereditary chief, 85% of this First Nation are supportive of this program. More than that, of this project. More than that, 20 First Nation on 20 First Nation are supportive of that. So my question to the honourable member is quite simple. With this so huge support of First Nation, why this government is not doing anything can be done to be sure that this project goes on and we get back to the reality of the situation for all Canadians?
Good question. For Hamilton East Stony Creek.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. And things are being done. Conversations are taking place, Madam Speaker. There is much work being done. However, the notion of using our influence to force a decision upon the police who have jurisdiction, whether it is in British Columbia or the province of Ontario, is not on. And we've had countless discussions. We've heard my colleague, the former chief of the Toronto Police, discuss in detail why that does not happen. So A, yes, conversations are happening to resolve. B, we will not force the police to do anything that would be unlawful by the government to do so.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, this rail stoppage, it's affecting people's jobs and livelihoods. People in London, Fanshawe, and my community have certainly commented on that, and they want a clear resolution, but we need a real lasting solution. We don't want to just get back to the way that things were. We need to really move forward in positive ways. I need to know, will this government commit to working out a lasting, sustainable, and just solution to the issues of title?
Honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, I really appreciate the comments that are included in that question. And the answer is absolutely, and that's why we can't support this Opposition Day motion, which condemns the radical activists who are exploiting divisions. This is not the kind of language, this is rhetoric, this is angry rebuttal to a situation that is being dealt with. But on the larger point, which my friend from Windsor West has noted, that is why we are continuing the way we are. This problem didn't start 2 weeks ago, it started 200 years ago.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask my honourable friend from Hamilton East Stony Creek, who I know is well aware of the impacts that these blockades are having on the Atlantic region. I was talking yesterday, in fact, with a representative of Shanex, which owns a number of seniors' residences in Nova Scotia, where there are approximately 4,000 seniors, and they use propane to heat those buildings and also for cooking. And so this for them is a great concern, as it is for many communities in a variety of ways because of what's happening, including at the Port of Halifax. So I wonder if my honourable colleague would agree that it is, of course, important that a solution must be found as soon as possible to resolve this situation in a peaceful manner.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you very much. That is a very important question in every community, probably in Canada. But I could mention in my own community where millions of dollars are being spent by steel companies to move very heavy loads that normally would travel on rail by truck from the East Coast, from those ports and so on. And furthermore, costs in the numbers of perhaps $50 million a month are being spent to deliver finished products from the plants themselves to the customers. So this is a huge problem that needs to be solved quickly, but not in the manner that is being proposed by the other side.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to start by saying I'm going to split my time with my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Good idea.
It is a good idea. Speaker, I made a statement in the House yesterday, a question during question period, and it gathered a lot of heckling from the other side. I stated that I, along with my Conservative colleagues, support the Wet'suwet'en people. Now, I suppose to the Liberals and the NDP, it was a funny thing for a Conservative to say, funny thing that we would support 20 out of 20 of the band councils that approved the Coastal Link gas line, that we would support economic opportunity for First Nations communities, that we would support law and order, that we would support Indigenous communities raising themselves up. But having said all of that, the history of humanity is rife with situations where peoples don't actually understand each other all the time, their motivations, their values, their desires, but yet we have persevered, we have found ways to understand each other. We built civilizations, we cooperated, and we accomplished great things together. Speaker, the key to the complex process of understanding one another, to perceive their intentions and their motivations, is empathy. And the neuroscience of empathy is quite fascinating. Humanity, and I mean all of us, without exception, is egocentric. We are inherently ugly people. We are narcissistic and at times preoccupied with fulfilling our own needs and desires. However, somewhere in our ancient past, we recognized the importance of caring for our children. We realized the benefits of cooperation, and our capacity for compassion and tolerance grew. There is a part of the brain that recognizes our self-centeredness. The supramarginal gyrus recognizes this lack of empathy, and it adjusts our thinking accordingly. Researchers actually found, Speaker, that when we make rash decisions, this part of the cerebral cortex doesn't actually work properly. Our ability to understand others is reduced greatly when we don't take the time to hear the views of others. Researchers made another interesting discovery. When we are in state of comfort or in a pleasant situation, we are less able to empathize with another's pain and suffering. They seized upon and verified an important truth. In order for humanity to make effective and compassionate decisions, we must be able to connect that part of the brain that allows us to recognize our selfish nature, and we do that most effectively by taking the time to hear, see, and to put ourselves in uncomfortable situations, the same situations that those we are empathizing with. Fortunately for our species, and perhaps a testament to the great accomplishments we have all made together, the human brain is adjustable. Our capacity for empathy and compassion is never fixed. If we just put ourselves in someone else's shoes and do unto others as you would have them undo to you, we can reinforce those neural connections and we can move down the road of reconciliation together. The road will not be easy, Speaker. Thousands of years of history has taught us that, but it has also taught us that together we can achieve amazing things. And so here we are, Speaker, asking this House to stand in solidarity with the majority of the Wet'suwet'en people who supports the Coastal GasLink project. Yet there are two sides. Not everyone supports the decisions of the majority of the Wet'suwet'en people or the 20 democratically elected leaders of the Indigenous communities along the proposed pipeline routes. While there are struggles, and we struggle ourselves to put ourselves in others' shoes, we empathize with their concerns. Now, Speaker, I have to actually wonder if those activists have put themselves in the shoes of the majority of Indigenous peoples who value self-reliance, who value communication, fiscal accountability, who believe that resources should be sustainable and equitable, and who believe that governance should be based on their collective heritage. The Wet'suwet'en do, Speaker. Those values are listed in their mission statement along with a powerful vision and purpose declaration stating, and I quote, "We are proud, progressive Wet'suwet'en dedicated to the preservation and enhancement of our culture, traditions, and territories, working as one for the betterment of all," end quote. For the betterment of all, Speaker. A very empathetic statement, to be sure, one that should hang from every ceiling of this place. And really, isn't that why we're here? For the betterment of Canada and Canadians, one and all. Speaker, we also need to take a step back. We need to hear each other. We need to see each other. We need time to sort out these issues and to address them, to reconcile our differences and make agreements. This is why we need to end those blockades, Speaker. Not in order to punish, but to ease tension and move forward. Let's demonstrate that here so we can do it there. We've waited far too long to act. As people in all parts of our country fear shortages of essential goods and as job losses mount, the number of people demanding resolution grows. The Council of the Federation, a group composed of all of Canada's premiers, is calling for immediate and peaceful end to these protests. Temperatures are rising, Speaker. Yesterday in Edmonton, counter-protesters showed up and dismantled a barricade. Heated words were exchanged. Threats were made. Out of frustration and fear, people are not listening or looking at each other. We are all better than that, Speaker. During this upheaval, the country is looking for leadership. Yet, despite calls from the hereditary chiefs for the Prime Minister to get involved, this Liberal government has done everything it could to distance itself from the ongoing conflict. The Prime Minister will now, I hope, start taking this matter very seriously. It's a national crisis that needs the utmost attention. We ask the Prime Minister act now to stand with the majority of the Wet'suwet'en people who want to work as one for the betterment of all. Self-reliance fosters self-determination, and this is at the heart of economic reconciliation. The National Aboriginal Economic Development Board, in its 2016 report, Reconciliation, Growing Canada's Economy by $27.7 billion, found that, quote, "If Indigenous peoples had the same education and training as non-Indigenous peoples, the resulting increase in productivity would mean an additional $8.5 billion in income earned annually by the Indigenous population." It goes on. If Indigenous peoples were given the same access to economic opportunities available to other Canadians, the resulting increase in employment would result in an additional $6.9 billion per year in employment income and approximately 135,000 newly employed Indigenous people. Speaker, if the poverty rates among Indigenous people were reduced, the fiscal costs associated with supporting people living in poverty would decline by an estimated $8.4 billion annually. Overall, if the gap in opportunities for Indigenous communities across Canada were closed, it would result in an increase in GDP of $27.7 billion annually, or a boost of about 1.5% to Canada's economy. If we want to have true reconciliation, we must have economic reconciliation. It's good for Indigenous communities, it's good for local municipalities, and it's good for the Canadian economy. The $6 billion, 670-kilometre Coastal GasLink pipeline, which received approval from the province, the 20 First Nation band councils, including 5 of the 6 band councils in the Wet'suwet'en Nation, is about economic reconciliation. It's ultimately about a shared future, one where government-to-government cooperation benefits all Canadians, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous. Bonnie George, a Wet'suwet'en woman who has been ridiculed and called a traitor, maintains an enlightened view of the world. When asked about how the police and governments were handling the situation, she said this, quote, "The authorities, they're just like the rest of us. They have a job to fulfill. They have an injunction in front of them that they have to enforce, and they did all possible, try to de-escalate." It goes on. As a Wet'suwet'en person, it is really disheartening to see all of this unravel as it has, because our people, our hereditary chiefs and our elders in the past, they have always had discussions. So, Speaker, let's allow Canadians to get back to work, allow the goods that Canadians need to ensure their health and safety flow, and our railways are going, our borders are safe, and then with earnest, swift resolve, meet with the Wet'suwet'en people and take the time to hear and see and to put ourselves in their position. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that what we're seeing is just a different way at approaching in terms of resolving this critically important issue. You have parties inside the chamber, whether it's the governing Liberals or the Bloc or the NDP or the Green, that are saying de-escalation, try to work things through. Then you have the Conservatives, in particular the leader, indicating, let's just instruct the RCMP, get them in there, clear the barricade. That's if the Conservatives were in power. And that causes a great deal of concern. The question I would have for the member is, would he not agree that whenever you take an action, especially of that nature, in terms of what the leader of the Conservative Party had been recommending, that there is a consequence to that action? And that consequence could end up costing the economy a great deal more than what they're talking about today.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawatha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend across the way for his question. I think, first of all, we have to recognize that this situation did not happen overnight. This situation has been bubbling for a long time and has gotten progressively worse, especially in the last few weeks. And that's because of a lack of leadership by the Prime Minister to actually work with the community to get this fixed. The second part of it is the fact that the left likes to lump everyone together. There are the Wet'suwet'en people who have disagreements among them, some with their hereditary chiefs, some with their elected councils. And there are traditional methods that they can use and should be using, and I'm sure they are going forward, to work out those differences. But what they don't seem to realize is that there are people who are glomming on to this situation who have no connection to the Wet'suwet'en people and are just anti-energy activists that are bent on shutting down Canada's energy industry.
Questions and comments? The Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague from Haliburton, Kawatha Lakes Brock. He's a good friend of mine, and I appreciate his comments today. Madam Speaker, I live, as he knows, in the New Channel Territory, and a very good friend of mine is the Tai Hawea of the Ahousaht Nation. That is the highest level chief. And as established and proven in the court of law, affirmed by the Dalgamut decision, that they are the highest governing body in this land, and certainly in our territory, they carry a huge amount of responsibility, inherent responsibility, where they have a duty to their ancestors. Their relationships goes back 17 generations, Madam Speaker, and they have responsibility to the people in their territories today, and of course to future generations, to look after the land. Chief McQuina often cites that he's responsible for certain valleys in his territory, and he knows that people in the Wet'suwet'en territory have the same responsibility. Does the member believe that the government should have the right to arrest hereditary chiefs that are defending their inherent right and responsibility in the valleys of the Wet'suwet'en territory?
Member for Kawatha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my friend's question from the NDP. I call him a friend, and I appreciate the work he does on his on the behalf of his constituents. Speaker, as I mentioned in my last answer, the Wet'suwet'en people do have traditional methods that they use to work out conflicts, and I encourage that, and no one in this place, on this side of the House anyway, has stopped or discouraged that from happening. There is also a difference between peaceful and illegal protests. But what is happening here is that there are groups of people that are not associated with the Wet'suwet'en people that have glommed onto this cause because they have another agenda, which is to shut down the Canadian energy industry. That is their goal, not lifting up the people of these Indigenous communities who want responsible resource development as a way to be fiscally independent and prosperous.
And for a brief question, the Honourable Member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to question my colleague on this side of the House. Today we heard in question period just moments ago, basically, Liberal cabinet ministers speaking about reconciliation for the benefit of all Canadians. Reconciliation for Canadians. What we haven't seen is reconciliation for the Canadians that have been out there working and building this country. Last night I took a call from a constituent of mine that's working in northern Alberta, and he is concerned. He's a workplace safety coordinator, and he's worried about the safety of the people that he supervises because they're so focused on losing their jobs, supporting their families, they can't focus on the dangerous work that they're doing. I'd like to hear from my colleague on his thoughts on that type of reconciliation that's needed.
We only had enough time for a very brief question, but the member took up all the time, so I'll allow a brief answer so that we can continue on with the debate. The honourable member for her Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
I'll be as quick as I can. I do agree with my friend. We do need to have a fiscal conversation with the First Nations communities, and that is the sharing of resource development. And as I said many times, the 20 out of 20 elected councils and chiefs support this. Let's move forward with it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, we face a national crisis and we need strong leadership to address it. We have a natural gas pipeline project which will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by displacing coal with cleaner natural gas. It will create jobs and opportunity, and it has the support of all elected Indigenous leaders in the area and a majority of the local hereditary chiefs. A small minority of hereditary chiefs oppose the designated route for this project, and so radical activists, many of whom are not Indigenous, are using this issue as an excuse to shut down critical infrastructure and paralyze our national economy. These activists are operating openly under the banner to shut down Canada, and they are succeeding to some extent. This is our winter of discontent. These illegal blockades have forced massive job losses already and risk creating shortages of vital commodities in certain regions. There has also been tampering with rail lines, putting many people at risk. How bizarre that activists who claim to care about the environment are shutting down rail transport. As the government fails to act, escalation continues. Escalation is the result of the messages that the government is sending that this kind of lawlessness is permissible. We have some members of this House who are explicitly celebrating these violent, illegal, and dangerous protests. The longer this goes on, the more that we will see likely that we will see a repeat of these illegal blockades every time anyone tries to build anything. So we need a strong response from the government. We need the government to give policy direction to enforce the law. The government says that they cannot direct the police force. Certainly they cannot direct operational aspects of their response, but it is the responsibility of elected government in a democracy to give broad policy direction to our police. We accept in many cases that this kind of policy direction is right and necessary already. In fact, the government is saying explicitly in this House that the police should not enforce the law. As such, the government is already giving policy direction. From my perspective, it's the wrong policy direction, but either way, I don't think here there's any serious dispute of the idea that civilian authority giving policy direction to police is legitimate. Indeed, it is already happening. Civilian oversight of police is part of how democracy works. Also in a democracy, the principle which justifies the use of force by police is the idea that police are there to protect society and law-abiding citizens. People who want to work, to take the train, to buy the things they need. Police have a moral obligation to protect law-abiding citizens by enforcing the law. There is a reasonable margin of discretion in enforcement, but if police fail to enforce the law on a grand scale in a way that is injurious to the rights of law-abiding citizens, then they bring the law into disrepute and they reintroduce a state of nature in which people feel that they have no choice but to take the law into their own hands. Our contention is that it is the obligation of the government and the police to ensure that the law is enforced. A failure to enforce the law leads to escalation as more and more people feel that they do not have to respect the law. It then leads to a response from citizens and further chaos with devastating social and economic implications. This present escalation is a national crisis and it requires real leadership. Now, the Prime Minister's response to this crisis has been to emphasize dialogue in isolation. He talks about the need to understand the experience of people with different perspectives. And I would make two specific points about dialogue. First, about the right time and place for dialogue, and second, about the question of with whom the government should be undertaking dialogue. So when is the right time and place for dialogue? It is critically important for all of us to seek to understand the experience and perspectives of different people. And this is something that I personally take very, very seriously. Over the Christmas break, I read Love and Courage, the NDP leader's book, which is, by the way, very good and very worth reading. I also read Common Ground by Jonathan Kay. I read them both because I decided that it was important for me to understand the ideas and experience that influence the leaders of other parties. But you know, in addition to reading and listening, after the appropriate period of proportionate deliberation, leaders must also have the capacity to take decisions in the public interest. There is a time for talk and there is a time for action. We must dialogue with people with whom we disagree, but we must also insist that we do not stand in the middle of railroad tracks in the process. Madam Speaker, if a violent assailant comes into my home to attack my family, I might be very curious to know his ideological motivation, whether he is motivated by some particular kind of violent extremism or reacting to violence that he has experienced in his own life or something else. These would be interesting and perhaps important questions, but my first response to the violent assailant would obviously be to protect myself and my family. When our vital national infrastructure is being violently blocked in violation of the rule of law, and when rail tampering is not only endangering the economy but endangering people's lives, then we must act to end the violence. We must dialogue, yes, but from a strong position of commitment to law and order. Dialogue and enforcement can happen concurrently on separate tracks and not on train tracks. But, Madam Speaker, of greater importance is the question about with whom we should be dialoguing. There are large and complex issues involved in Indigenous reconciliation, but these protests and the debate today are about a very specific issue. That is the development of the Coastal Gas Project. All of the band councils impacted and a majority of the hereditary chiefs support the project. All of us in the House want to have a respectful, collaborative, serious, and functioning nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples. In order for one nation to have a functioning relationship with another nation, each nation's representatives must know who the representatives of the other nation are and be able to talk to them. When Canada and the U.S. negotiate on trade issues, for example, we need to know who speaks for the American people so that we can talk to them and negotiate with them. Of course, we recognize that a nation's decision-making structure can be complex, but to work together, two nations need a process through which the right people can talk to each other about the right things. In the case of our relationship with a nation like the United Kingdom, we understand that there is an elected leadership in the British House of Commons and a hereditary structure in the royal family. Although we recognize the important role in the British Constitution and in our own Constitution for this form of hereditary leadership, we still understand that any nation-to-nation dialogue involves the pursuit of agreement with the elected representatives of the British people. If Canada and the UK were to negotiate a free trade deal through their elected governments and Houses of Parliament, and a member of the royal family decided that they didn't like it, I think we would say that it's not necessarily for that person, but it's rather for the elected representatives to speak on behalf of the nation. And even if the present relationship of the Crown and Parliament was imposed through a Dutch colonial intervention in British affairs in 1688, it is still the law as it is. And this is what is required for a functioning nation-to-nation relationship. If we are to have a functioning nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous nations in Canada, then we must know who speaks for particular Indigenous nations and who speaks for the Canadian government so that representatives between each side can dialogue and come to agreements. If we do not seek to identify who our dialogue partners are going to be, then we can never move forward together on anything. Now, I believe that while dialogue can happen between any group of people, negotiation and realization of agreements on behalf of a people is the responsibility of the elected representatives of that people. The idea that the elected representatives of a people speak for the people is not rooted in a particular cultural or intellectual tradition. Rather, it has come to be recognized as part of the body of universal human rights. Article 21, sub 3 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says, "The will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This will shall be expressed in periodic and genuine elections, which shall be by universal and equal suffrage, and shall be held by secret vote or by equivalent free vote procedures." Similar UN declarations recognize the rights of Indigenous peoples to maintain and strengthen their own institutions, cultures, and traditions. Indeed, it is the right of Indigenous peoples to maintain, develop, or change their own models of government, but that is a right vested in the peoples of Indigenous nations, not in their hereditary leaders. I believe in the rights of Indigenous peoples and all peoples to democratically elect their own leaders. It must be the decisions of elected Indigenous leaders that carry the day. There could certainly be a role for hereditary chiefs in a democratic system, just as our system has a role for hereditary leadership in the form of the Canadian Crown, but it is the fundamental human right of people to choose to develop if they wish. Our dialogue about the development plans of particular nations needs to be with the elected representatives of those particular nations. Members have rightly spoken about the horrific violations of fundamental human rights of Indigenous peoples in the past, but those violations do not justify the violations today of the rights of Indigenous people to democratic self-determination. Those who think that they can overrule the democratically expressed wishes of this Indigenous nation are just as colonialist in their thinking as the colonizers of the past. We cannot negotiate with people who do not speak for these communities about the future of these communities. We must dialogue with the right people. Solidarity with people who are vulnerable is important. Being in solidarity with someone, though, does not mean that you claim to speak for them. I have not spoken about whether or not this project should go ahead, simply that the will of the elected leadership must prevail. But one thing that I've heard often from other members that I think is quite offensive is the suggestion that Indigenous people who support development are somehow only doing it because of the money. I think that's ridiculous. Legislators of all backgrounds and at all levels generally support economic development in their communities because they want a bright and more prosperous future for their children and grandchildren. These are reasonable decisions for elected Indigenous leaders to make in view of the common good for their communities, those that they are elected to govern. So it's time that we clear the blockades and let the Wet'suwet'en people make their own choice. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have just one question for my colleague, who I always respect his speeches. He stated in his speech that he's heard the government instruct the police in this place not to enforce the law. I've listened very carefully to the Minister of Public Safety. I've listened very carefully to the other ministers who have spoken about this issue, and each and every one of them has said that the police have discretion in terms of what to do, and that government does not instruct the police on what to do. Can he please quote back exactly which minister said that the police should not enforce the law, and at what time they said that?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park v. Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to be very clear about what I said, because I was talking about how it is legitimate for the government to give broad policy direction to the police. And when the government says that the path forward is dialogue, when they say that it's not a good idea for blockades to be cleared, that is the giving of broad policy direction. And it is something we hear over and over again in terms of the government. So the member is right to say that that a minister hasn't gotten up and said, I am saying that the police should, on this day, at this place, undertake such and such an action. But the government has expressed the way they would like law enforcement to approach this issue in general. And we have said that it is appropriate, yes, for the government to express how they think these issues should be approached at a broad level of policy. And we've said that the policy direction that should be given is to enforce the law.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, first I want to thank my colleague for his speech. You know, I live in a territory where the Nuu-chah-nulth people have been in court with the Government of Canada. They won twice in the Supreme, well, they won in the Supreme Court, and twice it was appealed by the government, and they again won those appeals, and it affirmed their right to catch and sell fish. We've seen what's happened with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal when it comes to child welfare and the discriminatory practices of the government and policies, and, you know, again, I don't see the Conservatives there defending the laws of this country, fighting for Indigenous people when they went in court. The dozens and dozens of court cases that are sided with Indigenous peoples, reaffirming their constitutional rights in this country. So here today, they're saying they're standing up for Indigenous communities. Where were they? Where were they for the Nuu-chah-nulth people? The member states that we fail to enforce the law, or they take law into their own hands, or failure to enforce the law leads to escalation and leads to social and economic unrest and challenges. Well, Madam Speaker, when do Indigenous people start to take those into their own hands? When the government doesn't enforce the own laws and the own courts of this country, Madam Speaker? Maybe the member can enlighten us on that.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, the member spoke about many issues that were different from the Coastal GasLink project, and I agree with the member certainly that there are many instances that need to be identified and discussed of injustice against Indigenous peoples, of violation of the fundamental human rights of Indigenous peoples. I made the very specific point in my remarks that one of the rights that should and has in the past at times been denied to Indigenous people is the right to democratic self-determination, which means the choice to proceed or not proceed with certain development projects. What we have right now before us is a motion, is a debate on a motion about a case where the democratically elected representatives of an Indigenous nation want to move forward with a project. In fact, of all 20 affected nations want to move forward. And then you have radical activists in a different province, predominantly, that are opposed to that democratic decision by Indigenous people. So this is one issue where I think we should be able to agree that respecting Indigenous rights means respecting the rights of those elected representatives. There are many other issues we need to talk about. My speech was about this particular issue, but I agree with the member that more work needs to be done across a broad spectrum of issues on reconciliation, and I look forward to working together on those issues.
Questions and comments? So we have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I want to thank the Conservative the impetus taken, I appreciate in the debate. You know, I listened to rap, the rhapsodies from my colleague, and I've got a simple question to ask him. You know, not too long ago, there was a convoy of trucks that came to Ottawa because they felt grievances and they felt that they needed to be heard here. Now, during that blockade, I was walking to the House, and it could have been perceived that my parliamentary privilege was impeded because I couldn't actually get here. And that's fine. But my question is, of those grievances or of that convoy, would he describe any of that as luxurious?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Okay, Madam Speaker, just briefly, I quibble with a number of the facts in terms of the way the member described those events. If, during that day, somebody was violently preventing him from doing his job, from accessing Parliament Hill, I would say that would be very bad. And if that had happened, the member should have contacted the appropriate authorities, and he should have raised a point of privilege in the House of Commons. My recollection is that he did not. So, you know, if any protester representing any cause is disrupting the access of members to their legislature, is violating the law. But it's fairly common that we would allow marches to take place on the streets in front of Parliament, and those happen through coordination with the police, and those happen with permission from time to time. So it's a completely different instance than somebody violently, in violation of the law, blockading a railway.
I do want to remind members when we do indicate that it's a brief question and a brief answer, that it's exactly should be a brief question and a brief answer. Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Mount Royal. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge that we are gathered here on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people. And the motion before us today addresses a pressing issue impacting communities across the country. The current situation is difficult for everyone, Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, impacted communities, businesses, workers, and travelers. And I believe that there remains a time for all parties to engage in open and respectful dialogue to ensure the situation is resolved peacefully. For more than 150 years, Indigenous peoples in Canada have faced systemic discrimination in every aspect of their lives. Canada has prevented a true equal partnership from developing with Indigenous peoples, imposing instead a relationship based on colonial ways of thinking and doing, on paternalism and on control. And the relationship of the past has provided us with a legacy of devastation, pain, and suffering. For decades, Indigenous peoples have been calling on the Canadian government to respect their right to jurisdiction over their own affairs, to have control and agency over their land, housing, education, child and family services. This history and growing awareness was the genesis of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which enshrines the right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination. Its 46 articles cover collective and individual rights on everything from cultural identity and education to language and health rights. It is a universal framework for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples all over the world. And I am very proud that this was endorsed by Canada without qualification in 2016, and I'm proud that our government has committed to developing legislation to fully and effectively implement this framework by the end of this year. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action describe the Declaration as the framework for reconciliation. That is because the Declaration fundamentally is about advancing self-determination and rebalancing the relationship between states and Indigenous peoples. This is just one step on the long path towards reconciliation that our government is taking. And we're working to build a new relationship with Indigenous peoples grounded in the affirmation of these rights, in respect, in cooperation, and partnership, and in the aim for a new legacy that we can be proud of, built on a solid foundation of self-determination. As the Minister of Indigenous Services stated, it's clear that self-determination is the right path to take. We're making progress from coast to coast to coast. We're doing the work. Indigenous self-government is important. Self-governing Indigenous peoples have better socioeconomic outcomes. More of their children finish high school, few of their people are unemployed, and health outcomes are better. Self-determination improves the health, well-being, and prosperity of Indigenous communities, and it benefits all Canadians. Conversations about self-determination and self-governance have never been more urgent, and steps are being taken to bring our country towards a future where Indigenous peoples are the drivers of their own destinies, and where the federal government is there to support them in any way they see fit. And it's a privilege to represent a riding that encompasses the territories of 3 First Nations. And we know that indigenizing our education systems empowers First Nations, which is why the Tazeel Learning Centre was the right step to help the Liwat Nation thrive. Their learning philosophy is based in Liwat cultural renewal, holistic learning, and personal growth. And the Learning Centre is a potent example of what Indigenous self-government looks like in education. On the Sunshine Coast, the Sechelt Nation is leading the way. In 1986, they became the first band in Canada to achieve self-governance, after dialogue and partnership with governments that resulted in legislation passed. They now hold elections, they have control over their lands, administer services, and share their culture with the community, and are excited to be embarking on a new affordable housing project for their people. They also recently had their first election after making their election process even more inclusive. There are mechanisms within our power in order to help First Nations partners. We're taking steps in the right direction. One of these mechanisms is to have regular meetings between the Prime Minister, key cabinet ministers, and First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nations to identify each community's distinct priorities and help the government and Indigenous peoples work together to develop solutions. These permanent bilateral mechanisms were created to better serve Indigenous peoples engaged in the important work of advancing greater self-determination. They also enable Crown Indigenous cooperation on identifying priorities and developing policy. This important national work will reflect the diversity and unique priorities of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in Canada. Another vehicle for advancing self-determination is through negotiation of new treaties, self-government, and other constructive arrangements. In the last 4 years, the government has created 90 new negotiation tables, including with the Wet'suwet'en, and there are now more than 150 active negotiation tables across the country to advance the relationship with Indigenous peoples and support the spirit of self-determination. And we have taken steps to ensure that Indigenous partners can fully participate in these discussions and advance conversations that promote the rebuilding of their nations. And we are also making changes to how we support Indigenous participation in these negotiations. For example, we stopped requiring groups to take loans to sit down with us, and we are in the process of forgiving and reimbursing about $1.4 billion of comprehensive land claim loan debt. Now more than $100 million is provided annually to support Indigenous participations in negotiations and to enhance capacity. And progress is being made at those tables. So I've spoken of a number of successes in self-determination and self-governance. What many of these successes have in common is that they were achieved through cooperation. They are based on listening as Indigenous partners led us to discuss and co-develop solutions to the issues that are most important to their communities. And we can learn from that, and to do so, we need to understand that recognizing and affirming rights is a first step in finding a way forward. We need to support our Indigenous partners to identify our challenges, and then we need to rise to them. And we need to recognize that the most important actions that we can take are to listen to the hard truths, embrace change, and welcome creative ideas. And we have all seen what happens when we don't come together to keep the conversation going. It results in mistrust and confusion that can be the root of conflicts. And it is a barrier to moving forward together. We have seen that in the past, and we must learn from these mistakes, and we must make sure that it does not happen again. The Prime Minister noted that these issues we are facing were not created overnight. They were not created because we embarked upon a path of reconciliation recently in our history. It is because for too long and for too many years, we failed to take this path. After all this time, finding a solution will not be simple. It is up to the rights holders to determine who speaks on behalf regarding their Aboriginal rights and title. And our government is committed to dedicating effort to continue those conversations. And we know that we here in the House do not speak for our Indigenous partners, but I hope we can take part in speaking with them. Standing up for empowerment of First Nations peoples, for their freedom of speech, and for self-governance is a vital role of the government in this instance. Acknowledging all of these challenges, I know that the hard work ahead of us is worth the effort. It is worth it for the youth of the next generation and for the ones after that, who will grow up seeing the Crown and Indigenous peoples putting in the hard work together to invest in their future, improve their quality of life, and heal. It will take determination, persistence, patience, and truth-telling. It will mean listening to and learning from Indigenous partners, communities, and youth, and acting decisively on what we've heard, building trust and healing. And it will mean doing everything we can to support the inherent right of self-determination of Indigenous peoples. We are at a critical juncture in Canada. Canadians want to see Indigenous rights honored, and they are impatient for meaningful progress. And they are counting on us to engage with Indigenous leaders, communities, and peoples to achieve lasting, long-term results. This is what our government is committed to. We can and will build a better Canada together, one in which healthy, prosperous, self-determining, and self-governing Indigenous nations are key partners. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry that that's a tongue twister for you. I want to ask my colleague through you, Madam Speaker, if he talks about self-determination and empowerment in this chamber, which I believe is an example of that. 50% plus one means that a bill passes and a decision is made by this House. The Wet'suwet'en people, through 85% of a vote, determined that they wanted to have this pipeline. And now the lack of action from the government is disempowering the very people. So I'd like to ask him about what he thinks about the action of his government in regards to self-determination and empowerment, and whether it's actually doing that job or quite the contrary.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. I think when we're talking about self-determination of Indigenous peoples, we need to both keep in mind the hereditary processes as well as the colonial band councils that were brought in place, and we need to also always be careful about who speaks for Indigenous nations. And there are processes that need to happen internally within the nation to determine how they want to be able to make decisions and how the reconciliation will happen in between these levels of government. And I think it's dangerous for the government to insert itself in that situation, but instead to be there to support capacity building in those nations to come to those decisions on their own, and that's what our government's committed to doing.
Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Trois-Rivières? Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, yes. I'd like to thank my colleague. He made a good speech and talked about what the Liberal government has done in the past to reconcile with the Indigenous peoples and how we're going to work with the nations, Indigenous nations in the future. But at the end of the day, and today, in fact, we're facing a crisis, an economic crisis. The economy is paralyzed, trains are blocked, and the government isn't doing anything. So I'd like to ask him a simple question. I'd like to ask him what he thinks about the Bloc Québécois solution. It's a 4-point one: to suspend the project, to withdraw the RCMP from the area, replace them with an Indigenous police force, and finally sit down and negotiate.
Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member opposite for his question. I think we need to be a little bit careful about the level of direction that the federal government has over the police force. And this is an agency that is contracted to the province, and we don't actually direct them to what they should and what they should not do. And one of the measures I've been very encouraged to see is how all parties have been able to work together, and how these meetings between the Liberals, the Bloc, and the NDP and the Greens have come together about discussing solutions. In addition to, and I think working together is where we're going to find
order. It's very hard for someone who's trying to put their point across to keep their track of mind when other people are trying to answer the question or wanting to ask other questions. So I would just ask that they give some respect to those who have the floor. The honourable member can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think we can have a discussion on some of the great ideas that all the parties have, and we can look forward to how how we can work together to bring those into practice.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. A brief answer, please. A question, please.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I know he has a background in law, Indigenous law, environmental law, and I agreed with much of what he said. I just wanted to pick up on his point about the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We passed Bill C-262 here 2 years ago. The government had an opportunity to act on that, and actually implement that bill in the bills it passed since then. It did not, and I just wondered if he could comment on how this might have changed the situation we're in now if the government was actually living up to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People.
Good question.
A brief answer from the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member opposite for his question. And I think it is absolutely critical that we bring in the UN Declaration of Indigenous Peoples, for the rights of Indigenous peoples, into Canadian law. And that's why we've committed to do this year. And we actually supported this motion in the last Parliament, but it died in the Senate. And I think there are ways when we're looking at environmental assessments of industrial projects, as we are implementing the articles of UNDRIP, that creates new opportunities to work with First Nations, to give them an opportunity to participate in the decision making that happens in their territories. And those ideas have already been instilled into the new Impact Assessment Act. And I think as we move forward, as we implement this is going to cause major changes in a lot of our federal laws. And I think it's something that's long overdue to happen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, words have meaning. Words particularly have meaning when they're said in this House of Commons. Tone is important. And tone is particularly important at a time when the country is facing this type of escalation. You have people who are frustrated. You have many people in my riding who are frustrated. And I empathize deeply with each and every one of them. The commuter that is impacted because they're unable to take the train to Toronto. The small business that is unable to get supplies. Those who are facing shortages and need to lay off workers. And those workers who are being laid off and their families. Farmers who have trouble getting goods to market. Those who are worried that they may be short of propane or they may be short of chlorine. Canadians are worried, but also Our Indigenous people are worried and concerned that their voices are not being heard, concerned that their treaty rights are being violated, concerned, in the case of the Wet'suwet'en, if we listen to the press conference that happened in British Columbia today, that the RCMP's police actions have not followed the rule of law. There have been so many concerns expressed, and tempers are flaring. When tempers are flaring, calm is important. Calm, measured words. We've all been faced with what's recently happened in our neighbor to the south, in the United States, where some politicians on one side of the aisle have sought to blame identifiable groups for the problems that face society. Some people have blamed Mexicans. Some people have blamed immigrants and refugees. Some people have blamed Muslims. On the other side of the aisle, some people have blamed Wall Street. Some people have blamed millionaires and billionaires. Madam Speaker, as we know, there are good people and bad people in every group. There are good millionaires and bad millionaires. There are good Jews and bad Jews, good Christians and bad Christians, good Muslims and bad Muslims. Whether it's by race, by religion, by sexual orientation, by ethnicity, by political conviction, we have good people and bad people in every group. And my biggest fear is that by using words that are inflammatory, by using words like radical, anarchist, we seek to inflame tensions where those tensions are already on the point of being inflamed. And Indigenous Canadians should not be vilified. Indigenous Canadians should not pay the price for illegal blockades. The vast majority of Indigenous Canadians never asked for these blockades, and the vast majority of Indigenous Canadians are not responsible for these blockades. And I am worried that by using language that is inflammatory, we will cause Canadians who are already upset about their own issues and own problems that have been caused by the illegal blockades to take it out on others. So I appeal to all of my colleagues. I heard the most eloquent statement the other day from the member from North Island Powell River, who talked about her concern for her family members who she was afraid were being scapegoated. We've all recently seen, in the case of the coronavirus, how Chinese Canadians have been singled out. And we as members of Parliament, beyond anything else here, have the duty to show all Canadians who are affected by this crisis that we empathize with them, that we understand the anguish they are going through, and that we are seeking constructive solutions. And the worst thing that we can do is inflame passions by using heated rhetoric and language. Madam Speaker, it is totally important for us to recognize that negotiations do not happen in the public space. Comme le leader du Bloc québécois a reconnu,
as the leader of the Bloc québécois recognized in his questions for several days, we know that ministers are negotiating with First Nations. It is impossible for the people who are actually conducting those negotiations to do them in public. When we go talk to our lawyer, for example, we don't publish our negotiations. It's impossible. As an MP, I am entirely persuaded that my cabinet colleagues are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to re-establish links with Indigenous peoples and those who are protesting. I am sure that progress is being made today. The RCMP announced that it's going to leave the street where leaders have said, this is the greatest source of provocation. We are making progress, and we should continue to negotiate. However, we cannot reveal what we are negotiating in public. It is easy now for people to say, you're doing nothing. we recognize that they are not doing nothing. They have established links with various groups and are negotiating. I, for one, firmly believe that we're going to get real results.
Speaker, wants to point out two different things. Number one, that policing is best left to those that have the operational knowledge on the local sphere. We as national politicians do not know exactly what is happening at each blockade. We know, and I trust, j'en ai la confiance que la Sûreté du Québec.
I trust that Quebec's police force knows how to manage its own affairs.
Ontario Provincial Police know what they are doing. I trust that the RCMP knows what it's doing, far more than I, as one individual member of Parliament, without all of the information about what's happening at every local site, would know. Every police force, Madam Speaker, has its own protocols that they use to deal with situations like this one. And in most cases, the use of force to remove protesters is something of last resort, not first resort. It's not something that can never be done or should never be done, but it's something that should wait until all options have been exhausted of negotiation within a reasonable framework. Because in the end result, I believe if people go in and remove protesters, when we're talking about an issue as sensitive as this one, we are going to create across Canada a lot more people who will want to further create blockades. The only practical way to fully resolve this issue is to deal with the core issue and achieve results. But of course, rightly so, Canadians cannot wait forever. We cannot forever be seized with illegal blockades that stop goods and services from getting across Canada, stop grain from getting to market, and stop passengers from getting to where they go. There is at a certain time a point where patience will be exhausted. We haven't come to that point, but it is rapidly approaching. And I beg and plead with the hereditary chiefs. I beg and plead with those people who are blockading to recognize that two wrongs do not make a right. Whether something horrible has happened throughout history, where Canadians have violated rights of Indigenous people, where we haven't respected them, it is not going to be best served to plead that cause by illegally blockading and stopping Canadians from going to work or from going to their jobs. Government has an obligation to listen and dialogue, and so do those who are doing the blockades. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that we will peacefully resolve this situation very shortly, because that is what all Canadians expect of us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And one of the quotes we have here is the hereditary chief, Helen Michel of the Skinty Nation, Wet'suwet'en. A lot of protesters are not even Wet'suwet'en. Our people say go ahead to Coastal GasLink. Now, the only radical ideologically, and if we go back to the actual motion for today, it says to condemn the radical activists who are exploiting divisions within the Wet'suwet'en community and then holding the Canadian economy hostage. What part of the actual motion that we have today speaks to all of the items that the individual member, the member had spoke of earlier?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Labour.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, all of our goal should be to end the blockades. By the House of Commons calling people, including members of the Mohawk Nation, who are doing the blockades, radical activists, I don't think it in any way furthers a solution or causes those people to want to dialogue with the members of the House of Commons that are calling them radical activists. As I mentioned before, Madam Speaker, name-calling is not acceptable. There are good people and bad people in every group, and I would include the people doing the blockades. There are going to be good people and bad people. Some people doing it for what they believe to be very good reasons, and others perhaps not.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Congratulations on your speech. You're an extraordinary orator, and I find it impressive, and that's entirely sincere. Please address the Speaker and not the MP directly. There are 3 points that I would like to come back on to. We could have avoided this crisis. This crisis has been going on for much too long. Secondly, we all know that negotiations are happening. Different departments have been called upon to act on this crisis. However, the Indigenous peoples have requested to meet with the Prime Minister, and that seems absolutely essential. And I wanted to come back to that point. The third point is that we've been looking at this for 2 weeks, and there's danger that this crisis will degenerate. We know what crises are like. We saw how this crisis started. 2 weeks later, we're still dealing with it, and there's significant risks that it could degenerate. Those are my comments. Again, I will remind the member that he must address the Speaker and not the MP directly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his kind words. What I would say is that I trust that we're going to do what's necessary to have a dialogue, to find a solution. I am sure that the Prime Minister of Canada will do whatever needs to be done. Will do whatever needs to be done to find a solution, including the other ministers involved in this issue.
And I share my colleague's perspective in that this situation could have been avoided. If the government decided to not think that they could pick and choose and when to support and recognize Indigenous rights in this country. You can't pick and choose when it comes to inherent rights and respecting them. Dr. Judith Sayers, who I respect greatly, the president of the New Channel Tribal Council, would like this question answered. She says, quote, do you really consider that dealing with rights and titles should be based on a scorecard or how many nations say yes against those who say no? How can you lawfully override the hereditary chief's title that was evidenced in the Supreme Court of Canada Delgamutte decision? This is a question, end quote, that she has, and I hope the Parliamentary Secretary can answer that question, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, I think that question is too complex to answer. I mean, there is an elected council. The majority of the elected council supports the project, and with respect to the hereditary chiefs, I acknowledge that outside the territory, the limited territory that the Band Council controls, there is power that has been recognized to the hereditary chiefs, and again, there has to be negotiation with them, and I'm hoping that over the next couple of days, that negotiation will happen, and there'll be a fortuitously good outcome.
I do want to remind members once again that when someone has the floor, should the other member who asked the question or anybody else have anything to say, then they should wait and stand for the next time there's questions and comments. However, right now, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, Consular Affairs. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable, Infrastructure.
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, Privacy. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and indeed it's an honor for me to be able to speak today about the relationships that our country has with our First Nation people. And as a teacher for over 34 years, I know at 32 of those years I proudly displayed a commemorative plaque from Treaty 6 centennial celebrations that I attended at the Saddle Lake Indian Reserve, and with Peter Lougheed and Bob Clark, the leader of the opposition, and Grant Notley. And it was a very poignant opportunity for me to get a chance to see that which is important to our Indigenous people. And on it was engraved, as long as the sun shines and the grass grows and the river flows, which of course is a reminder that is still proudly displayed in my office here in Ottawa. Additionally, I was proud to sit on the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Committee when we were in government and to pursue initiatives like matrimonial property rights and transparency legislation that was asked for by our First Nation groups. These initiations didn't always sit well with some of the band leaders, but it did resonate with their members. And when our government sought to improve the First Nations education system, which would have included some of the recommendations that we have found from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, I asked to once again sit on this committee. Sadly, that initiative, spearheaded by Grand Chief Sean Atleo in conjunction with Prime Minister Harper, was shut down before it could take off. And as a former teacher, I was truly disappointed. So from my experience as a teacher, I've seen the inequity, the gaps in learning, and the unacceptable dropout rates. I shared the frustration that existed with our First Nation parents that wanted more for their children. For, as the Tsimshian author Calvin Halen had alluded to in his book, Dances with Dependency, the cycle of dependency is only broken when the bonds of colonialism are cut. And he argues that the ancestors would not have accepted their children to live without hope and purpose. The ancestors would have wanted their children to know of their culture and their heritage, and that the ancestors would expect them to look after the community and to ensure that they live proudly. This is why I proudly stand in solidarity with every elected band council on the Coastal GasLink route, and with every band council that chooses this land's natural wealth as their path forward for their people.
Hear, hear.
They understand that using Canadian oil and gas is not only more economically sensible for their membership, but also a strong humanitarian and environmentally friendly solution for the globe. This is also why I stand with the majority of the hereditary chiefs and the vast majority of the Wet'suwet'en people, and why I condemn the radical activists that use issues like this to undermine opportunities for all Canadians. Now, we're faced with an interesting challenge, given the political climate in our country right now. Some people in Ottawa have a narrow focus on what it means to be good stewards of the environment. They think that the sum of the society's commitment to the environment is the amount of carbon they produce in Canada, and what that source of carbon is. There are very real and very important conservation initiatives that have been going on throughout Canada in the oil and gas sector that have simply been glossed over to fulfill their narrative. Similarly, these activists, their rationale for holding Canada's economy hostage is as varied as the foreign interests that fund them. Whether it be investors in renewable energy or oil and gas interests that simply know they can buy up our resources cheaply in the future, reaping the benefits when the rest of the world's energy dries up. Believe me, none of this is in our nation's best interest. So where are we now, Madam Speaker? For the past 15 days, this country has been held hostage, and this government has done nothing. Our economy, our people, our security as Canadians are being held up by a protest movement that is disrespectful to the majority of our Indigenous people's desire to give their children and grandchildren the opportunities that they never had. And this Liberal government has done nothing. The protests have temporarily stopped via rail for passenger trains, as well as CN trains, cutting off routes between Toronto and Ottawa, Montreal and Kingston. And this Liberal government has done nothing. Variety of shipments, whether it be food, construction, materials, lumber, aluminum, coal, propane, things that people need to survive, have been affected by the rail blockades. And this Liberal government, once again, has done nothing. CN Rail announced the laying off of 450 workers in its operation in Eastern Canada as a result of the blockades. And can you guess what the Liberal government has done? Nothing. This government's inaction has led to a national crisis in Canada, and they still won't act. Canada's retailers and manufacturers are braced for shutdowns and face dwindling supplies as blockades at ports and on rail lines bring much of the country's rail freight network to a halt. CN's rail coast-to-coast system is at risk of shutting down. In a recent CBC report on this morning, some of the members of the Wet'suwet'en people want the protesters to stop. Currently, the protests aren't helping their community, which they say already has fractured governance. These protests have amplified the conflict in the community and distracted Wet'suwet'en people from resolving their differences. As I said before, the reality is that the vast majority of these people support the Coastal GasLink project. Every single elected band council on the Coastal GasLink route supports the project. Even the majority of the hereditary chiefs support this project. And the vast majority of First Nations community members themselves support the project because this project will create jobs, it will create opportunities, it will lead to investments in their communities, and in the end, it will help reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. Democracy and the rule of law are fundamental pillars of our country, and it's time they are enforced. Of course, our democratic values ensure that every single person has the right to freedom of speech and freedom to protest, but they do not have the right to harm other Canadians' security and livelihood. The Prime Minister needs to denunciate the illegal actions of these radical activists and formulate an action plan that will put an end to the blockages. Ensure that the support for this project expressed by the vast majority of the Wet'suwet'en people is upheld, and get our economy back on track. If he does not, the Liberal government will be setting a dangerous precedent that the civil unrest of a few can have a devastating impact on the lives of countless Canadians, and that the government is not willing to enforce the law to protect Canadians. Additionally, counter-protesters have started rising up to voice their dissatisfaction with the current situation. With these heightened tensions, leaving things as they are now is irresponsible. The impact is also being felt beyond Canada's borders and is harming the country's reputation as a stable and viable supply chain partner. Now, these groups are emboldened and will continue to create havoc as the inaction tells all activists they can have a devastating impact on the lives of countless Canadians, and the government is not willing to enforce the law in order to protect those Canadians. As was evident in the Vice Admiral Mark Norman case, the shameful treatment of the former Attorney General, ethics violations, and so many other transgressions, this government's opinion of right and wrong is truly suspect. So I urge this government to work night and day to resolve this issue, because to give opportunities to our Indigenous people to share in our world-class resource development is the right thing. Now is the time to act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening intently to the honourable member from across the way, who mentioned several times that our government has done nothing in the face of the accelerated tensions that we're facing as a country. I was wondering through you, Madam Speaker, whether the honourable member is aware that our Minister of Crown Indigenous Services and our Minister of Crown Indigenous Affairs are both meeting with Indigenous peoples on both sides of Canada, the West Coast and in Ontario, and that in fact that we're trying to come to a peaceful resolution through discussion and dialogue rather than inflamed rhetoric.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I should also mention at this point that I would like to split my time with the member from Brandon Souris. To the honourable member, because of the force and the pressure and things that we've been talking about now for the last 15 days, there indeed is an opportunity now for some dialogue. It's unfortunate that it has had to come to this, as we have worked our way, as I said, for well over 2 weeks. We see the damage that has occurred. We see the destruction. We add that to some of the other concerns that we've had with regards to our trade disruptions and the issues that we have there. So all of those kinds of concerns that we have, it's just a cascading effect. And myself, being involved in industry and agriculture, we see the effects that have taken place there and our major concerns. So yes, it's good to see that finally something is happening, but it did not have to take this long, and the damage, the millions of dollars of damage that has happened every day should have been dealt with earlier. Thank you.
Commentaire?
Questions and comments? The honour member.
Courtney Albany.
We share his concern about people's jobs and livelihoods that are affected by this rail stoppage and certainly the blockades that are happening throughout our country. And we need a real solution, not escalation, but de-escalation. And I hope that he'll agree with me that really tough talk and a militarized approach isn't going to resolve this issue. We're hearing now that the RCMP is considering pulling back and removing themselves from the Wet'suwet'en territory. We hope we're hearing that. Does the member agree that that's the right approach, that dialogue and taking a peaceful approach is the only solution to resolving this issue, and that a strong-armed approach is going to only escalate the situation and create more unrest across our country?
For Red Deer Mountain View?
Well, thanks to the member for the question, and as was mentioned earlier to the other honourable member that spoke, we are starting to see things happening, and I suppose the key thing that I want to just express is that it should have been happening a lot sooner. And if we simply sit back and say, well, this isn't going to affect anyone, or we would just as soon have a little bit of discontent so that we can move forward with our own plans and the anti-oil plans that they have. I mean, that's what I see when I see what is happening here, an opportunity for them to say, well, look at all the disruptions that we have. Maybe we should postpone this project. What about the next project that's going to happen? We sure wouldn't want to have difficulties there either. So it's sort of just an escalation of everything that we see, and I think that's something that we should all be concerned about.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his wonderful speech. Of course, this is a serious crisis that we're experiencing in Canada right now. Our economy is being paralyzed, and the entire Montérégie region. If we don't solve it soon, there'll be serious consequences. But I know there's an Indigenous crisis, but there's also a climate change crisis. There's Wet'suwet'en, but there's also the gas pipeline that we're against. The Bloc is against. Half of Quebecers voted for a party that clearly wanted to fight climate change. I understand the Conservatives, they're not really concerned about First Nations, but they're concerned about the development of the oil industry. But we're at the 11th hour in the fight for climate change. Does he not understand that?
Mountain View?
Certainly, I think I mentioned earlier in my speech that we are concerned about First Nations, and I certainly personally am involved with First Nations and concerned. As far as the environment is concerned, it's also something that one should recognize, that if we were able to take our liquid natural gas, which is going to be one of the key replacements for coal around the world, we will be the leaders, and we will be the ones that will be able to displace the coal in places like China and India. But the only way that can happen is if we can get it to ports. And that's the problem that I have with my good friends from the Bloc, because I know that isn't the problem with all the people from Quebec, but the people from the Bloc, unfortunately, they think, let's shut it down. I don't know where they think the rest of this energy is going to come from, but it certainly isn't going to come from countries that are going to benefit our country.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate.
For Brandon Searles.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Never have we seen so much economic damage done by so few people in such a short period of time. In the absence of leadership, our nation is paying a heavy price. The worker, the farmer, the small business owner, the traveler, the voter, and Canada's reputation on the world stage. Those are the victims that lay in the wake of this calamity, the blockades holding hostage to our Canadian economy. To the politicians who refuse to denounce the illegal actions of those who seek to intimidate our nation, you only further embolden their resolve with your silence. Canada's job and our economy are at risk. Grain that cannot be moved, products that cannot be shipped, passengers that are left without a train. Those are the consequences when the rule of law is shelved and when the democratic will of voters is ignored. I stand in solidarity with every elected band council on the Coastal GasLink route. For it is the people they represent who are being silenced by those who cover their faces and partake in illegal activities. In a democracy, it is the votes that count, not the decibels or hijinks of those who do not get their way. We must ask ourselves, by allowing the illegal actions to carry on, are we not setting a precedent? If people resort to illegal activities when they are opposed to a decision, are we not at risk of making decisions based out of fear? As elected officials, the only fear we should heed is that of the ballot box, and not a handful of people who operate outside the bounds of the law. In Parliament, the very place that has, for generations, been the heart of democracy, we have the shared responsibility to defend the democratic will of the Wet'suwet'en voters and elected band councils. No one in this House was elected to cherry-pick the laws of the nation that we expect to be enforced. And if one wants to change the law, well then table it, debate it, and vote on it. That's how Canadian democracy works. It was Indigenous voters who voted freely to select their leaders that are now being shunted aside. There isn't a member in this House that has questioned the validity of those elections and those who hold office. We must stand in solidarity and defend the democratic will of the Wet'suwet'en people. We can never waver, for if we turn our backs now, we have only given credibility to those who are openly and willingly breaking the law. In Canada, when we oppose the decisions of our elected leaders, we have the democratic right to replace them. And in those elections, the Charter protects the right to protest and speak freely without repercussions. We do not, however, have the right to partake in illegal activities. The appalling behavior of some, such as the barricading of the Premier of British Columbia's home, is not acceptable. Using intimidation tactics and bullying fellow Canadians is not democratic. Preventing people from going to work is not and should never be acceptable in Canada. While, however noble you feel your cause, it does not absolve you from the law. Madam Speaker, we must, as elected officials, continue to guarantee the very rights these protesters hold dear: the freedom of conscience, the freedom of thought, the freedom of expression, the freedom of peaceful assembly and association. The pillars that protect these rights, all our rights, is built on the foundation that Canada is a nation of the rule of law. Unfortunately, it appears as though these protesters are only interested in respecting the rule of law when the courts side in their favor. This is not how a functioning democracy works. The rule of law must go both ways. And to those who are currently blocking roads, highways, ports, and railways, and are infringing on the rights of ordinary hardworking Canadians, I ask that they think for a moment of the suffering they have caused. People have been laid off. Paychecks have stopped. Orders have been canceled. Families who work hard, play by the rules, and pay their taxes are the ones feeling the brunt of these blockades. Farmers cannot fill grain orders and cannot get paid. Countries around the world are now looking at Canada as an unreliable supplier. The consequences of these illegal blockades will do irreparable harm, and your fellow Canadians cannot be held in economic hostage or be used as a bargaining chip. While our nation is far from perfect and election results may not go your way, we must remain committed to the very principles that have protected our rights throughout the years. And to those who try to justify the illegal blockades, no argument can persuade or convince me they are just. Not only is Coastal GasLink in possession of a valid environmental assessment certificate and permit from the BC Oil and Gas Commission, but the project is supported by every elected Indigenous band along the pipeline's path. It must also be said that most hereditary chiefs along the pipeline's path are also in support, and the vast majority of First Nations community members themselves support this project because it will create jobs. It will create opportunities. It will improve the livelihoods of many, and it'll lead to investments in local communities. And yes, it will help, as my colleague just finished saying, reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. While environmental organizations and Indigenous groups opposed to resource development opportunities often turn to the courts to delay and prevent resource developments, they must also respect the decisions of the courts. They must allow these economic opportunities to proceed. The democratic will of the Wet'suwet'en people can't be ignored. The process of approving this project was done accordingly, and there is no legal argument that this project should not proceed. I encourage these protesters to continue to make their voices heard, but to do it in a way that does not impede upon innocent bystanders who are being hurt for no fault of their own. My message to those currently engaged in the blockades is to get politically involved, run for office and get elected. Go out and knock on doors and organize petitions. Protest and march as you see fit. But do not hold the Canadian economy hostage to advance your cause. Do not purport to speak for people who have not given their blessing. And most of all, do not hurt your fellow Canadians who you are targeting through these blockades. It must be said that opposing these illegal blockades does not contravene the reconciliation efforts throughout the country. It is the easily foreseeable consequence of ignoring a court order. More than ever, we need to better improve the economic and education opportunities of Indigenous peoples in Canada. Those conversations must happen. In this Parliament, I expect solutions to be discussed and meaningful engagement with Indigenous Canadians to occur. Improving the standard of living and the quality of life of Indigenous Canadians must be a top priority. And we know those conversations are not always going to be easy. People will agree or disagree, which is to be expected in a robust democracy. We also know that in the weeks and months ahead, there will be other choices that elected leaders will have to make on resource projects. We cannot let our economy be brought to a halt every time a decision needs to be made, or is made. We cannot set the precedent that it is acceptable to erect blockades in response to decisions that people disagree with. Canadians sent us to Parliament to speak on their behalf, to work together and implement solutions to the challenges we face. Those are the same reasons why the Wet'suwet'en voters went to the polls to elect their councils. It's irresponsible for us to turn our backs on these duly elected councils. A decision was made, and regardless if you support or oppose their wishes, we cannot condone people who are exploiting divisions within the Wet'suwet'en community to advance their own agendas. This is difficult and challenging. This is a difficult and challenging issue. I implore those who are currently engaged in illegal blockades to relent and allow the movement of people and goods. Protest. Make your voice heard. Stay involved. But do so within the bounds of the law. The country is watching, and more than ever, people are looking for leadership. Let us speak as one and pass this motion with unanimous support.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Prime Minister Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservative opposition tries to simplify the issue. In essence, what they're saying is if you listen to their leader, it doesn't matter about the rule of law, instruct the RCMP to go in there and take down the blockade. And they would have liked to have seen that take place 2 weeks ago, Madam Speaker. Now, my question to my friend across the way is, does he believe that had his current leader had his way, does he believe that there would have been no consequence? That all the RCMP had to do is just walk in there, arrest as many people as they can, and prevent the blockade, and there would have been no consequence? Is that what the Conservative Party believes?
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for his question. You know, he said do we think that there are simple solutions? Well, what he's done is a very complex. His government has done a very complex move here, and that is to say that we need dialogue. Of course we need dialogue. Of course we need to have open conversations. I said that in my speech, and we will have that. But you cannot break the law to get your point across. Doesn't matter what part of the democracy of Canada you are represented in. And the government has abdicated its responsibilities in regards to, having the enforcement opportunities that they have within the rule of law of this country. And it has taken place in other jurisdictions, and even they have made changes in previous governments, not in this one, Madam Speaker, to deal with these sorts of things in a more timely manner than letting the whole country come to a blockade to bring the economy to not a halt, but a standstill, and certainly it has cost many layoffs and many jobs, and a lot of people have, we've seen today that even Via Rail has laid off over 1,000 people, in the railroad system, and it seems that the member from Winnipeg North doesn't acknowledge any of that.
I have to allow for other questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. The Conservatives are just calling to go in and get rid of these blockades, and then we'll talk. The Wet'suwet'en have had a blockade at this on their territory for some years now. A year ago, the RCMP went in and dismantled that. They went in a couple of weeks ago and did the same, and that second action by the RCMP has fueled this discontent across the country that has created more blockades. And I'm just wondering why he thinks that removing blockades fixes this situation when it's clear that what we need is some real honest and trusting talk that addresses the situation that the Wet'suwet'en are bringing forward.
Good question.
For Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think removing the blockades helps the Wet'suwet'en people be able to recognize that the jobs are for them as well, because their chiefs already recognize that.
Thomas, a brief question. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
I'd like to remind the member in the 90s in the Chrétien government, when the minister from Malpeque was Solicitor General and Ralph Goodale was in that government, there was a group of farmers that protested. They took a sack of wheat across the border. And I remember the member from Malpeque, what he said, the laws, the laws, the law. So can you maybe tell me the comparison of today to then? Because I know those farmers went to jail. So can you explain to me why there's no action at this point?
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Having stood on the border with those farmers, Madam Chair, I certainly know the issue very well. And it is a very big contradiction in terms between what the Attorney General that my colleague from Prince Albert is talking about today and the lack of action of this government today over the last few weeks, Madam Speaker. And so I think that he has made his point. He has made a very good point, and it just shows the contradiction in this government's actions.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, Kiyu. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by telling you that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak today on the Conservative Party's motion. It is sad to see that the Conservatives are opting for an approach that would only contribute to mounting tensions and would not contribute anything to solving the current crisis. The Bloc Québécois cannot support the Conservative motion. Why, Mr. Speaker? The answer is clear. This motion emphasizes divisions within the nation based on the colonial tactic of divide and conquer. It contributes to demonizing protesters. It seeks to divide First Nations among themselves. and it doesn't contribute in any way to resolving the crisis. This Conservative motion is forcing the House to take sides in a conflict that does not involve it. It forces us to choose between hereditary chiefs and band councils. Adopting and enforcing this motion would simply put oil on the fire and would not provide a solution to resolving the crisis and bringing down the barricades. Mr. Speaker, only the Bloc Québécois is setting partisanship aside and looking to come up with long-enduring solutions. We have made several proposals. For example, the Bloc Québécois has called for the setting up of a crisis response unit in Ottawa and the provinces involved. The Bloc Québécois is calling for the federal government to appoint a mediator who would initiate discussion on the territorial issues with the Wet'suwet'en in exchange for an end to the railway blockades. The Bloc Québécois has requested an emergency debate so that the House could debate solutions to be adopted. The Bloc Québécois proposed, through our leader, the temporary suspension of the Coastal GasLink project in exchange for dismantling the barricades. The Bloc Québécois has proposed that the Prime Minister apologize on behalf of the RCMP for having considered lethal force against the demonstrators. The Bloc Québécois has suggested that an Indigenous police force chosen by the Wet'suwet'en replace the RCMP on its territory. Since the start of the crisis, it appears that the Bloc Québécois is the only party envisaging concrete solutions to ease tensions. We will not stay on the sidelines, as the Prime Minister and his ministers have done for far too long, hoping the situation would resolve itself. The government must take action now. In Quebec, we are taking action. Last Tuesday, for example, the National Assembly adopted a motion, and I will read it for you, that the National Assembly affirms its commitment to UNDRIP, that accordingly, it invite the governments of Quebec and Canada to treat Indigenous nations on an equal footing, that it acknowledge that the current conflict stemming from the Coastal GasLink project is having undesirable impacts on railway users and the economy, that the National Assembly calls for a pacific solution, negotiated solution to the current crisis in order to avoid any violence. Contrary to the Conservatives, who are advocating the hard line, the Bloc Québécois is voicing the unanimous will of Quebec's elected officials to come up with a pacific solution to this crisis. Action is urgent. We must find a peaceful solution to this conflict. Damage to the economy grows with every day of this crisis. It is affecting many people. Just think about the CN workers who have been temporarily laid off because of the blockades. If nothing is done, there will be other workers added to the list. I'd like to detail some other significant impacts that this crisis has caused. The blockade in Belleville is hampering the flow of goods valued at $2 billion. For companies, it's difficult to find alternatives because, in addition to being 25 or 35% more expensive, trucking is facing a serious labor shortage. The blockade is causing considerable difficulties for forestry companies who are having difficulty moving softwood lumber because they use rail transport to move wood. Forestry producers are only paid when their customers receive their goods. If the situation drags on too long, this will cause cash flow problems. Thousands of containers destined to Western Canada are piling up in Quebec ports. Many perishable goods will spoil if they aren't delivered. Trains are stopped on the tracks, and they're full of perishable goods. If the blockade continues, Quebec runs the risk of facing a propane shortage that could be very detrimental, especially for farmers. There are also passenger trains that are impacted. Many people use the train to get to work, Mr. Speaker. For all of these reasons, I reiterate, the government must take quick action and put an end to this crisis. It can no longer go on. Quebec consumers will soon be impacted, as consumers in neighboring provinces are. The Quebec food supply market depends on a rail system that is fully operational. As René Desmarais, a senior advisor at the Retail Council of Quebec, has said, if the crisis continues, Quebecers will see empty shelves in their stores. For 2 weeks now, this blockade has paralyzed the movement of goods. The government must restore communication with representatives from the Wet'suwet'en Nation because the logistic transportation chain is compromised. This is the 15th day of the crisis, and nothing has been done. The government, the Liberal government, is not showing leadership in face of this crisis. Nothing is being done at present. We must overcome the crisis that is affecting our economy and affecting families' economies. This is a crisis of confidence, and it is affecting many people. We must negotiate. We must work together to restore a society. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, we must find a peaceful way of resolving this crisis, and that is not what the Conservatives' motion will do. It will not achieve that result. That is why I will not be able to vote in favor of the motion before us today. I will be voting against it. We don't want to, 30 years later, relive a situation like the one we faced in Oka. That's why it's so important to find a way of resolving the crisis. Then, the government needs to sit down and find a permanent way of preventing this type of crisis. The current government has set standards high when it comes to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples and has created expectations, but also frustrations and disappointment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech given from my colleague here from the bloc. My question to her is a very simple question. When do you actually say enough's enough? When do you say, okay, we've shut down enough ports, we've shut down enough jobs, we've shut down enough industries, we can't get contact lenses now in Ottawa, we can't get baby formula in different parts of Canada, we can't get grain to market. At what point does it become enough? When do you say, okay, yes, we do have to take action? Because the Premier of Quebec, he's ready to take action. So can you tell me when at the appropriate time?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Nunavik-Qiu. I thank the honourable colleague for his question. It needs to come to an end, but the Liberal government must make a decision and must manage this situation, manage the crisis. We are here to work together.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague opposite from Quebec for her very interesting remarks, her very balanced remarks. Mr. Speaker, through you to the member opposite, I would like to ask a question. Can she explain why, based on our common experience with Oka and with the situation that unfolded, why it would be a bad idea to use force instead of discussions to come up with a sustainable solution? The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Nunavik-Qiu. As I said earlier on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, we want a peaceful solution. We need to resolve the crisis peacefully. We need to negotiate with the other parties. It's not through violence that we will succeed in restoring the situation. We must stop the hemorrhaging, and I apologize for the expression, but it is a situation that is hemorrhaging. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was citing earlier about Indigenous people in our country, and I just think of the Indigenous people in my riding where they won a Supreme Court decision for their right to catch and self-fish, which we, reaffirmed their right, which we know is protected constitutionally in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, you know, I find it interesting when we see a motion like this and we keep hearing about law and order, and the Conservatives say that we've got to take a law and order approach. But we've seen, you know, over 170 court cases in this country sided with Indigenous people. And what does the government do? They appeal, or they ignore the decisions made in the courts. And they leave people suffering, Indigenous children, not able to access the same services as non-Indigenous children. You know, people like the new Chelmsford, not prohibited from or blocked from self-determination and ways that they can support their own communities. We talk about the economic impact of, you know, the government, the Conservative and Liberals' approach to this. Maybe the member can speak about, you know, when we stand up for Indigenous rights, it needs to be standing up for law and order, standing up for the courts in this country, and respecting the inherent rights of the Indigenous people of this land.
The Honourable Member, I agree with my colleague. What's important is to respect Indigenous rights. They are the ones in the best position to give us the or to tell us how they want to resolve this situation, and it's through negotiations that we will achieve that.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The member just said that we have to respect Indigenous peoples. Is the member aware that in this project, 20 Indigenous communities are directly affected, and all 20 of them agree? Is the member aware that Indigenous communities who, according to the Council of Indigenous Peoples, the majority of community chiefs of that hereditary community agree? Of course, there are some who don't agree, but the majority of the public is in agreement with it. According to hereditary chiefs, 85% of the community agrees. What are we waiting for to act if everybody is in agreement? The Honourable Member for Bay James Nunavik. When we talk about First Nations communities or the Inuit or other Indigenous peoples, it is up to them to tell us what they want. Even those who agree with the project that you've mentioned, it's important to negotiate with all Indigenous nations. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to express my solidarity with the victims of the blockades. I'm thinking of farmers, small businesses, exporters. A blockade is not a good solution, of course. However, that's the situation. And now we need to go into solutions mode. At the Bloc Québécois, thinks that this motion presented by the Conservatives is irresponsible. The federal government, however, is the one that let the situation get out of hand. Although GasLink is under BC's jurisdiction, the actions of the protesters were targeting federal infrastructure. Unable to manage the crisis with real leadership, the federal government decided to hide behind the provinces. Protesters may have to raise their voices even higher and become radicals, as the Conservatives are concerned about. Fortunately, that's not where we are yet. By blocking railway traffic, it's evident that we need to come to a peaceful solution. Condemning those on the barricades is dangerous for those who maintain peace and for the protesters themselves. If other Canadian citizens are affected, they would agree. Although the RCMP has withdrawn, an apology would be necessary for using force in the Wet'suwet'en community, as well as for launching hostilities which are leading to growing problems for Canadian citizens. The government is turning a deaf ear, and that means protesters are yelling even louder to be heard. So let's listen. Let us negotiate during the current discussions. The temporary suspension of Coastal Link in exchange for raising the barricades is a possibility. It is the best and most reasonable of solutions. And the Bloc Québécois made a suggestion of having a mediator get involved. Did the Conservatives think about the consequences of their motion? I'm wondering. If we send a police force to intervene and use force, it's possible that the situation will worsen, and it will undermine efforts made over the last several years intended to ensure reconciliation. Once again, Quebec and Canada's reputation abroad could be affected by a heavy-handed intervention and could undermine its relationship with Indigenous peoples. Canada is currently trying to obtain a seat on the United Nations Security Council. In that context, having a good reputation of having a good relationship with Indigenous peoples is entirely apropos. A few days ago, another historic economic agreement was signed. When political will exists to deal nation to nation, we don't need barricades or all the force of law and order. Although a violent intervention of police services could end the situation quickly, our relationship with Indigenous peoples would be poisoned for some time afterwards. It's frustrating and disappointing to see that once again the Government of Canada is trying to maintain the principles of free, prior, and informed consent, and on the other hand, is authorizing projects without trying to cooperate directly with the Indigenous peoples affected. No project will be viable if it's imposed forcibly on First Nations communities. The Canadian government has not demonstrated that it has a good sense of leadership because it did not start a dialogue sooner. It's through a crisis like this one that we see that when if there's a forceful intervention, it's good to see that we have a National Assembly, such as that in Quebec, that affirms its political will. Nothing can justify not hearing and not dealing with Indigenous peoples in a nation-to-nation relationship. We need to treat peoples with respect and dignity. It's not up to us to judge how they govern themselves. That is why, on February 18th, Quebec's National Assembly unanimously passed a motion that the National Assembly reminds everyone that it recalls, that it supports the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, invites the governments of Quebec and Canada to maintain a fair and nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples. The current conflict, that is the result of the GasLink project, is having a negative impact on users of the railway network and Quebec's economy. The National Assembly is calling for a peaceful political solution to negotiate an end to the crisis and avoid any possibility of violence. In the light of this crisis, I am concerned because in my riding of Abitibi-Témiscamingue, there's a pipeline project that's being assessed. It could go from east to west through the Témiscamingue territory, all the way to Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. The idea is to sell LNG. Many citizens are worried, especially those who are against this project. They will try to find every peaceful means to be heard. Will they have to take notes of what's being done by Indigenous peoples to be heard? We're starting to get familiar with how this works. Projects for large pipelines get divided into many smaller projects so that they go through more easily. Is that the same thing that happened with Coastal GasLink? We're seeing the same situation here. And I'm concerned that the Trudeau government bought a pipeline for billions of dollars. The federal government seems to be in the pockets of promoters. By imposing pipelines throughout Canada, how many times will we see this type of crisis? When are we going to see impacts elsewhere throughout the country? To conclude, I think that we need a respectful, diplomatic solution to resolve this crisis and allow for First Nations to decide on their own governance. I am certain that there is a way to encourage economic development in the regions while also ensuring social acceptability. It is not with force that we're going to stimulate our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I am glad to hear what my colleague had to say. However, we can't forget a few things. It's not the big bad colonial powers that imposed this project. This pipeline project was worked on for 6 years. This pipeline went through every single step at the provincial and federal level for it to be passed. This project is supported by the provincial governments. It goes through 20 Indigenous communities. 20 out of 20 communities agree with this project. Hereditary chiefs who are in the targeted community agree with having this project go through. A hereditary chief even said publicly that 85% of people in the community agreed. We are very far from the big bad white people that are imposing a colonial project. The member said we should not use violence to solve the problem. And yet, we're simply talking about applying the law. In Quebec, as we speak, there's a blockade at Saint-Lambert. An injunction was requested, and it was approved. Does the member agree with this legal approach? And does the member agree that the Prime Minister says there's an injunction, and if it is imposed, the blockade will have to be dismantled? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I would like to thank my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent for his question and for his intervention. We could describe this intervention as being done by white people. This project was not imposed in accordance with respect for Indigenous traditions. This worries me. It's not up to us to decide how Indigenous peoples make decisions amongst themselves. When it comes to Indigenous governance, a university academic indicated that the rule of law often is applied by those who make the rules. The Supreme Court has recognized the authority of hereditary chiefs on their territory. There are solutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for his interesting speech. And does he think that we should use force when the barricades are put up on First Nations territory? Contrary to the question raised by my honourable member for Saint Laurent, Premier Legault said that the only reason he would use police force is when blockades would not be on First Nations territory. And that is my question for my colleague at the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for having answered the question of the member for Louis Saint Laurent. I didn't have enough time to answer, and so I appreciate that cooperation. In my opinion, use of force is unacceptable. We need to behave in a civilized way, propose matter for negotiation, perhaps bring in a mediator, and bring in an opportunity to temporarily suspend Coastal GasLink. That's an alternative proposal. Maybe this would cost more, but we're talking about millions of dollars. But this project cost billions of dollars. It's not in the equivalent of the taxes on it. In my opinion, there's other solutions that we should be implementing, and we need to respect the fundamental rights of First Nations and their hereditary chiefs.
Time just for a short question and response. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker. I want to agree with the member that this motion, this toxic motion, is not helpful at all in this situation. During most of the speeches, we've heard reference to the fact that it isn't just the Wet'suwet'en members that are taking part in the rallies, and they're not from the territories, and they're getting labeled as radical activists. And I just want to put this in perspective, Mr. Speaker. If we look back in history, and even today at many of the rallies and protests and similar blockades, there's been a variety of individuals that join in and support and advocate for other people's rights. And we can look back in history, ending slavery, removing the discriminatory practices of not allowing Indigenous people to vote, including my late grandma, or women to vote, removing discriminatory practices of not allowing Indigenous children to attend public schools, the Winnipeg strike, just to name a few. Does a member agree that these people are not radical? They're standing in solidarity to protect the inherent rights of the landowners of this country that are constitutionally protected.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. She's an amazing Member of Parliament. I'm so proud to share my time with her today. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's a sad day that we're here. It's a very sad day that our country's gone to this level. It's a sad day that it's come to this here now. It didn't need to be this way. You know, we're a trading nation, Mr. Speaker. We're a nation that sells some $300 billion worth of goods around the world. We're a nation that's been thought upon around the world as being a friendly, polite, respectful nation. Rule of law is important in our nation, and the basis of rule of law is what we tell other nations that helps us be who we are today. So, Mr. Speaker, when I'm here today talking about the barricades and what's going on in Canada and across Western Canada and the impact it's having on families right across the country, and the inaction of this government and the inability of this government to understand how serious things are is pretty disappointing. It just shows you how out of touch they are, and their inability to react or know what to do just shows you how weak the leadership is of this Liberal government. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was talking to a farmer friend of mine, Rick Lindsay, here last week when this was happening. Rick had a couple loads of wheat he wanted to get out. He's got a crash advance just like every other farmer. And he says, Randy, what's going on? He says, we've been fighting, you know, a hard harvest. We've got a carbon tax. And now I want to ship some grain. I can't get my grain shipped. I've got contracts I want to fulfill so I can get some cash flow. I got to start organizing and purchasing for fertilizer for the spring. He says, and what's going on? Like, if you go to the situation on the West Coast, the Wet'suwet'en Nation, the elected officials are in favor of this. The 20 bands along the trail, the route, are in favor of this. How can 3 people, how can activists in Ontario, how can activists who have no skin in the game take a country down? And that's what they want to do. They want to take this country down. You know, I used a question for the member from Brandon. I've talked about a group of farmers fighting for freedom. They were fighting for freedom to sell the product they grow on their own. They didn't want a Canadian wheat board. And they protested. And their protest has consisted of taking a sack of wheat across the border and getting arrested. They weren't being violent. They weren't being smug to the RCMP. They weren't being disrespectful. They were making a point. They were doing a protest. What did the Chrétien government do to those people? You'd be amazed what they did to those people. They treated them as if they were drug dealers. They charged them, arrested them, charged them, threw them in jail. And when you listen to the minister at the time, who was from MPEC, he was saying, the law is the law is the law. They broke the law, they got to go to jail. And the member, Minister Goodale, I agree, the law is the law is the law. They broke the law, they got to go to jail. You know, it's easy to throw farmers in jail. It's easy. You can do that. Because they're polite and respectful, they're not criminals, they're not anarchists, they're not trying to take down the country. They're fighting for something that they had skin in, something that was actually important to them, and they're willing to go across that line to make a point. But they were never going to put an RCMP officer life at risk. They're never going to disrupt the country. They're never going to make it in a situation so that you couldn't, you know, get contact lenses here in Ottawa, or you could get baby formula or propane in Eastern Canada. That wasn't their intent. They didn't want to disrupt the whole Canadian economy. They wanted to make a point. And that's what the difference between this type of protesting that we're seeing today versus a true protest. A true protest would actually be peaceful. You know, a Gandhi-style protest would not be taking up arms. A Gandhi-style protest would not be sitting there saying, we're going to disrupt this country and take it to its knees. This is not a Gandhi-style protest. This is anarchists. These people don't have skin in the game. So when you look at this, you say, okay, what's going on? How did we get to this point? Well, you know what? When you don't enforce the rule of law, this is what happens. And it's one of these things that actually, it just keeps growing and growing and growing. You get away with it once, oh, wow. They did nothing, didn't even slap my wrists. You know, we have a member from Vancouver who was arrested in a protest, slap on the wrists. Okay, no consequences. Hey, there's no consequence, let's do another one. Yes, the Green Party leader. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. This is kind of fun. But you know what? Let's put it on a crowdfunding site in the US and get paid to do it now. Because we've seen that happen, and this can be happening at this point in time. So what is the goal of these protesters? I think you have to look at that very seriously as a government and say, okay, is this actually a real issue of reconciliation? For some of them, maybe it is, for a small group. But you know what? They're being abused by all these other people who actually have no skin in the game. It's not their issue. They just want to stop development at all costs. So how do you deal with people like that? You enforce the rule of law. And if you don't enforce the rule of law now, what prevents them from cranking it up even later or more and more going into the future? You know, I'm very concerned that if we don't do things properly and fairly right now, if we don't deal with these issues in an appropriate fashion right now, it's actually going to lead to even more chaos as we get into the summertime. And actually, when I go back to the $300 billion worth of goods every year, you know, if I'm a company and I'm sitting, hey, I'm going to build a plant in Canada, you know, Canada's a pretty good place. Yeah, they're good people. Wait a minute, what's this article? What, they got protests going on? They shut down their rail lines? You're telling me if I build in Canada, I may not be able to get propane for my plant? Oh, yeah. That's what we're telling the world right now. And that, you know, so as these folks in Canada are trying to sell their investment opportunity here in Canada to these corporations or other companies, they're saying, well, why would I do that? Why would I put up with that? There's no rule of law in Canada. It's been gone. Trudeau's, the Prime Minister is not enforcing the law. He's weak. He's very weak. You know, I was just in committee last night where I had a witness who told me they have 7 facilities across Canada building IPEX pipe. So pipe for plumbing, electrical goods, you know, run the cable through it. And he was, you know, at the end of the testimony, I asked him, I said, how are things going for you? And he said, you know what? 4 out of our 7 plants are now shutting down. 4 out of 7. Because they can't get the raw goods to actually do the pipe. Okay, so there's one facility. I had a friend last night I had wings with. He's wearing his glasses. I said, Andrew, why are you wearing your glasses? You never wear your glasses. Can't get contacts. There's no contacts in Ottawa, he said. He couldn't find contacts, so he's wearing his glasses. You're starting to see what's going to happen here unless these folks across the aisle start to deal with this in a serious manner. Our economy is shutting down. And there's going to be a tremendous cost. Tremendous. You know, even if we're to end the blockades today, it takes a time to get things going. And when I start hearing about vandalism to rails out in the West Coast, you know, a train before it's going to go across the bridge, that bridge now is going to have to be fully inspected. So when you look at the consequences of what these folks have done in 2 weeks, actually more than 2 weeks, it's pretty serious. It's going to last quite a while. You know, the other thing I want to highlight the fact is, you know, the grain sector's had its challenges in shipping product around the global market. I can remember having debates with CN and CP about them not delivering in time. I remember of times when there's 50+ ships sitting in the Port of Vancouver. Guess what? We're at 40 now and 10 in Rupert. You know, so if you're a purchaser of Canadian grain from Japan, let's say, and you need a just-in-time delivery, you know what? I'm tired of you guys in Canada. I'm going to buy it from the U.S. That's what's happening here. That's the breakdown. Implications back into this country, more and more unemployment. Families not being able to pay their bills. You know, it's just a domino effect, and the dominoes have started to fall. And Mr. Speaker, it's not a pretty ending. This could have been all stopped. It could have been all prevented. You know, when you go out to the world and when you go out to communities and say, we're going to do this, this, and this, and this for you, when you're going to raise expectations this high and you do nothing or very little, what do you expect? That's what this government's done. And reality is now Canadians are going to pay for it, and that's very disappointing. There's no reason Canadians should be paying for this. This should have been dealt with a long time ago. It should never have gotten to this point, and it's sad that it has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, you're very patient with me because I'm asking questions that are similar, and it's because it's important, as we rarely get answers from the Conservatives about this. My question is the same. Mr. Speaker, does the member sincerely believe that use of force immediately in this situation will lead to lasting peace across the country?
It's Albert.
You know, I talked about this. This is not a Gandhi-style protest. This is a protest that's something totally different than what a protest should be if you actually have the motives at heart in what you're protesting. So, do you have to use force? Maybe you do some days. I hate it. I do. I hate it that we're going to have to use force possibly. And that's because you didn't do your job to begin with. You could have nipped it in the butt a year ago. You could have, maybe 2 years ago. But you let it go on and on and on, and it gets to a level where now you have to use force. That's not the RCMP's fault. That's your fault. Yes. How did you let it get this bad?
Sorry, Rod. Just to remind the Honourable Member to direct his speech to the chair, and you can use the third person. That works just fine. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Shefford.
Honourable for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I apologize. 1 moment, please. Point of order. Honourable Minister.
To unreservedly apologize to this House and to the member for Red Deer Mountain View, the Honourable Government House Leader, and to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader with respect to the handling of the government response to order paper question Q50. The government response from Natural Resources Canada to Q50 is incorrect, and for that I apologize. Not only that, my office provided information to the Government House Leader's office to prepare a response to the question of privilege raised on February 19th by my colleague from Red Deer Mountain View. The information was provided and vetted by my department, which stated that the reason that a nil response was provided to Q50 was that the contracts with Pembina Institute were grants, not contracts. I now know that a mistake was made and this information was false. In giving the Government House Leader's office that information, I have undermined their efforts to clear the record, and I am very sorry about this. I want to correct the record, and I will table a revised, correct, and accurate response to Q50 as soon as possible. I want to assure the House that I did not knowingly or intend to mislead the House. I take this matter extremely seriously. I am discussing the matter with my departmental officials to ensure that this does not happen again. It came to light they made an error with the search terms when conducting the search. I also want to express my deep regret to the member for Red Deer Mountain View who was simply seeking information in order to discharge his duties as a member of Parliament. Again, Mr. Speaker, I am deeply sorry to all members present and to this House. Thank you.
Thank the Honourable Minister for bringing this to the attention of the House and doing so on a timely basis. We'll now continue with questions and comments.
We're going to continue with questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think many members have reflected the effects of this blockade in our ridings, and this has to be solved quickly. But we want to help companies in our ridings, but I have a fear, Mr. Speaker, that using force will only escalate violence and hamper companies Chief Simon was fearing another OCA. Do you really believe that, Mr. Speaker, that if we create another OCA, we'll be able to restore supplies to our companies and get things back on track?
And you know what? I share in her fear. I do. It should never come to force. It should be able to be dealt with in a reasonable fashion. But we're not creating the issue here. They are. Reality is RCMP have to do what the RCMP have to do, and hopefully it's not forced. Hopefully they can negotiate their way through it. You know, I was in Chicoutimi-Laforge with the member from the Chicoutimi-Laforge talking to Rio Tinto. They were already bringing trucks in because they're concerned about getting their aluminum out and getting the bauxite in. There was already an impact last week into that district on whether or not they could actually keep that facility running. And reality is you don't just take and turn a switch and turn it off and then tomorrow, oh, we got some bauxite and we got some room and turn it back on. It comes back to the fact they could have headed this off a long time ago. If there would have been appropriate actions, dealt with things in an appropriate manner, if you could have managed expectations, being realistic and not lie to or mislead people, we wouldn't be here. And that's why we're here. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, the Liberal government needs to do some soul searching, and they have to understand they're the ones that created this problem. They need to fix it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague for his speech and his intervention. He cited a lot about the rule of law and order and the cost of not taking action on the law and order. I think about Indigenous court cases, over 170 court cases that have sided with Indigenous communities in this country, including the Nuu-chah-nulth right to catch and sell fish. And what is the consequences of the government actually not honoring those court cases? Well, I can tell you, in Ahousaht, for example, on Flores Island, they roadblocked the pathway to self-determination. So they can't even access the fish running right by their villages. When it comes to the children and the Human Rights Tribunal and children not getting access to the same benefits that every other Canadian enjoys, what happens? What are the consequences? Suicide, systemic poverty. The costs are enormous. Where are the Conservatives when it comes to these injustices? Why aren't they standing up for these injustices? Why aren't they standing up for the application of law and order when it comes to these files?
Well, member for Prince Albert.
I guess I'd like to remind the member, we're not the government. It's not us to stand up for them. Yeah, we agree with them. The rule of law is the rule of law. You got to exercise the rule of law. It's got to be enforced. If they're not going to do that, there's not much I can do about it other than speak in this chamber and say, do it. So reality is, we're not in government. We don't have control. Because I tell you, if we were, we would have control and we would deal with this in an appropriate fashion. We treat people fairly with respect, and that's what Prime Minister Harper always did. And that's why we never see eruptions like this. Did they like us all the time? No. But we never lied to them. And you know what? I come from the riding of Prince Albert, riding of John Diefenbaker. You know what John Diefenbaker did? He was the first Prime Minister to allow First Nations to vote. That was a Conservative leader. So don't say we don't respect Aboriginal rights. We do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George. I'm sorry, the Honourable Member for the member for Caribou, Prince George was in my sight line here, so that was what. I'm a big guy. Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to be the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. You know, I had the opportunity to speak in the emergency debate the other night, and at that time I was able to talk about the profound impacts that this crisis was having throughout the country. So today I want to build on my comments from that night, and I'm really glad that this is an Opposition Day motion because I think it's absolutely critical to continue that discussion. So I want to unpack some of what's happening in terms of, again, the current crisis emergency that is taking place. And first of all, I want to clearly state that the motion is about supporting the Wet'suwet'en community who, by all accounts, have made an informed and democratic decision about the Coastal GasLink project. As has been stated many times today, every elected chief, the majority of the hereditary chief, and the vast majority of community members are in favor of this project. They have gone through an exhaustive consultation process lasting many, many years. Some of the communities have had referendums, and these are not my numbers. These are numbers that have been shared by the community to the public, to the newspapers. So not my numbers. I think as Candace George says, who has the authority to approve this project? And the answer is the Wet'suwet'en people. So, I think what we have here is not a classic conflict between, Indigenous people and resource developers. And I agree, for too many years, resources were extracted from the traditional territory of Indigenous communities with no benefit and very little engagement with the communities that were most impacted. But from what I hear, the consultation process has been, from the very, very start, has been very thorough. At the Prince George Resource Conference, I heard one of the elders speak at the rally, and she said, it was one of the hereditary chiefs, and she said, when they first came to our community, I thought, no, we do not want this project. But as I learned about it, as I learned about fracking, as I learned about what this could do for the environment, as I listened, as I talked to my community, my opinion changed. And we have been very, very much engaged throughout this process. So I think, like anything, there's not going to be unanimity. Certainly there's not unanimity in this House. And we do have a group of hereditary chiefs that are concerned. And, there is a governance structure in place, and I think, certainly it is not up to this House or anyone in this House to determine what the governance structure is in terms of how they make decisions. But I do want to sort of use a bit of an example. They have a structure. The structure has been in place in many years. I mean, in Canada, we have this House, and we have the other place. The other place is unelected. We are elected. We have roles to play in the decision-making about what legislation is going to go forward. And those roles are determined through legislation, they're determined through our Constitution, and they're determined through convention. So, in some ways it's similar. We have senators and we have members of Parliament. But for example, when the government introduced their environmental legislation in the last Parliament, certainly we were opposed. It passed through this House. It went over to the Senate. There was a group of senators that were opposed, and they thought that it was going to create tremendous damage. But that piece of legislation passed. The senators that were opposed had to respect the will of the houses that made those determinations. Had they decided to go out and block railways because they thought the decision was so bad by the current government, they would have immediately been subject to significant response by the police and others. We've heard about the wheat board. I think, the farmers taking grain across the border is one example. I look at the gentleman that decided to take a beer across, I think, from one province to the other and had charges laid. So, I mean, this is where the law was applied and the person was charged because he took beer across a provincial border. So we have a decision that was made. There is not unanimity, but as I say, by all accounts of the existing processes within this nation, it is the best decision that they could have made. The federal and provincial agencies have approved this process, and the courts had an injunction, and they supported the work that had been done. So we now have, throughout the country, groups that are arising all over who claim that they are in solidarity with the hereditary chiefs. I would suggest when you are part of Extinction Rebellion, Shut Down Canada, a number of the other climate groups who are actually behind organizing the protests, I wonder that their motivation is supporting their hereditary chiefs as much as moving their own agenda forward. So it seems like a vast majority of the action has been initiated by activists that are willing to engage selectively in the politics of Indigenous rights, and they actually are going to weaken the people that they claim to be supporting. Another quote, again, I'll use Candace George for this one because I've truly enjoyed her Twitter feed. I recommend anyone look at it. And she says she's a community member. She says she went and she talked to a number of the elders. And she said, how do you feel about people who are not Wet'suwet'en and they have not asked for your guidance and they're out protesting? And the answer that she says she got was, why do they do that? I'm right here. My tongue is not broken. So she is indicating that the elders have told her that these people are certainly not representing her perspective. There was a big meeting yesterday in Houston, and a number of people showed up. I understand about 200 who took 3 hours of the day clearly in support of the project. And they came to the meeting to say they want to see this pipeline built. They say the project's going to create well-paid jobs, economic opportunities for their people. And I'll just take a few quotes from this meeting. Robert Skin, who said he was elected to the Council of the Skin Tyee First Nation, which is part of the Wet'suwet'en Nation, he supported it to move the community forward. He said the pipeline will mean a better life for the next generation. With the benefit agreement that the Skin Tyee did sign, I see us being at a better place even within the next 5 years, Skin said. Speaking to the crowd at the theater, he said protesters only get one side of the story and don't understand the advantages this type of infrastructure project can provide. Other people at the event said that they actually resent the protest because they aren't helping their community, which they said has already got fractured governance. They said the protests have amplified the conflict in the community and distracted their people from resolving their differences. Another one who has a job opportunity talked about the pugnacious and overbearing impact of these protesters and that they are professionals. And I think this is particularly poignant. Marion Tiljo Shepherd said she was increasingly angered by the protesters across the country. She said they don't speak for nor represent her community. It's none of their business, she said in an interview following the event. All these protesters don't have the right to close down railways and ships. It's not right. Go away. I want them to leave. So in sort of summary, Mr. Speaker, what we have is a government that has been paralyzed by inaction. First of all, they did nothing. When people engage in civil disobedience, they do so knowingly. Even the Green leader, when she protested at Kinder Morgan, she knew she was going to be arrested. She knew she would be charged. And those were the expectations she had. I am really concerned with the response of this government. First of all, the Prime Minister's missing in action. He's over in Africa to get his UN seat. He finally shows up. There is no consequences. We are going to have increasing problems in this country. And as I said on the other night, I see this as a dress rehearsal. If there is no repercussions for breaking the law, knowingly breaking the law, which there always has been, people know that if they engage in civil disobedience, there will be repercussions. We have a problem, and it's quite literally at this government's feet. It is their fault.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président, vous allez comprendre que...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you will understand that I completely disagree with the analysis put forth by my honourable colleague opposite. Mr. Speaker, if we rely on the motion that they have put forth, well, here is my question, Mr. Speaker, in fact. Does she believe, Mr. Speaker, does she really believe that if we were to enact their motion, adopt their motion, it would lead to lasting peace? I asked her sincerely to reflect on the situation that occurred in Oka before she answers the question.
Mr. Speaker, we have a situation where our country is paralyzed and we are having significant impact throughout the country. We need to be a country where there is the rule of law, and I recognize the RCMP need to be given latitude to try and decrease tension and to do the jobs that they're expected to do. But we cannot have a government that says, We should not do anything when we have situations such as this. They did not deal with it with the early indications. They have allowed it to fester. They have not done anything. And all I see is when there is no consequences, there is going to be increasing problems in this country.
Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right into Mauricie, these repercussions are being felt. They are affected by the conflict, but we're still waiting for a passenger train. Our trains carry goods for the most part, so that's why it's so important to overcome this impasse. What is the position of the Conservative Party regarding use of force? Will or would it really advance negotiations to help us resolve this crisis?
Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I share her concerns about the blockage of the railway today. Right out in the riding that I represent, the rail lines were blocked. So it is a problem. When you start to jeopardize home heating for our seniors, chlorine for our drinking water, the many services that people need, you're starting to jeopardize the health and safety. No one in this House wants to see force. We need to trust our RCMP, our police services to do the job that they need to do, but they also have a responsibility to enforce injunctions and to move forward as they see.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Kamloops Caribou for her speech. I just want to ask her, through you, how she can expect the use of force to, get rid of these blockades will solve the problem. We have the Unistoten camp has been in place in Wet'suwet'en territory for 10 years since the Conservative government was in power here. And 1 year ago, the RCMP went in there and removed that camp, forcibly arrested 14 people, I believe. And then they went back again just recently. And that has spawned all these blockades across the country. So how is this going to solve the problem?
Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
No one is wanting the use of force. I know right now in Blue River, British Columbia, there is a camp, and the camp is there to protest the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We all know that in this country we have the right to demonstrate, we have the right to be peaceful, but when you start to tamper with rail lines, when you start to jeopardize the health and safety of Canadians, we have a problem, and we need to recognize it as such.
For one last short question and response, the Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He had gone out.
She briefly mentioned, but I just found out just in the last hour here, that there was a new roadblock or a new blockade set up on the CP rail line, basically on the boundary between my and her riding. This is the CP rail main line. Approximately 30 trains per day, container trains, lumber trains, coal trains, petroleum trains, carrying all sorts of goods that keep this economy going. Grain trains, so the member from Saskatchewan they aren't able to get their product to market. How can this continue to go on, and is it because of the weak response of this government and no actions being taken? Thank you.
Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
This issue has been an issue for a number of months, and the Prime Minister has essentially ignored it, and he said it was up to the provinces to deal with. It was becoming a crisis, and he was in Africa advocating for his UN seat and ignoring the crisis at home. The first action that we have seen by this government has when it's been reached a boiling point. We all know in healthcare, you want a preventative approach, and I would say that there has been no preventative action to actually stop this problem before it even started.
Before we go to resuming debate, I'll let the Parliamentary Secretary know there are only about 7 minutes remaining in the time for debate on this motion, but I'll give him a signal at the usual time to interrupt when we get to the end of business of supply. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with my friend from Hull Aylmer. Do my best. Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place to speak to this motion and to respectfully acknowledge that I do so while standing on the traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples. And I'd like to begin by assuring the House that our government is working hard to find a peaceful solution so that travelers will be able to take Via Rail again, workers can return to their jobs, consumers can be assured supplies of essential goods will be in stock, and businesses can again count on the logistics systems that keeps our economy moving. I also want to acknowledge and welcome the letter from the RCMP in British Columbia that they intend to withdraw from the outpost. We're well aware that these protests are having a significant impact on Canadians, and my thoughts are with all those who are affected, including those who are protesting. The right to protest is something that is enshrined in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. All people have a right to protest in a peaceful manner. Prior to being elected as a member of Parliament, I've taken part in many protests in my life. In fact, my first time to Ottawa was to protest, and I have on many occasions in my professional life defended the right of people to protest. Quand nous enlevons le droit des gens à protester.
People have the right to protest peacefully.
With Indigenous peoples, all Indigenous peoples, both who are opposing the Coastal GasLink and those who support it. The Wet'suwet'en peoples have an inherent right to self-determination and have a right to decide on who speaks for them. The matter of leadership with the Wet'suwet'en people is for their nation to decide and not for us to dictate. Reconciliation is a journey and takes a great deal of effort and will by all those who are involved. Reconciliation does not take place overnight, Mr. Speaker. It is an accumulation of years, decades, generations of incidents, actions, and attitudes. For 500 years, Indigenous peoples in this land have faced discrimination in every aspect of their lives. Now it is only through meaningful engagement that those who have been ignored and disrespected for far too long can find a path forward. Canada's long and painful history with colonialism, the legacy of residential schools, the immeasurable loss of language and culture, and the displacement of lands and ways of life for 153 years have rendered Indigenous peoples in Canada as second-class citizens in their own lands. Cela entraîne une perte de gouvernance des gens.
People have control over their lives and their lifestyles.
Government are absolutely determined to move forward with reconciliation, but this journey will have challenges and obstacles. The subject of the debate today is one such example, Mr. Speaker. We will face moments in this path towards reconciliation where our collective and historical failures are highlighted. This is one such moment. The challenge for us is to address these moments peacefully without furthering harm, learn from them, and work towards moving forward towards self-determination that will enable Indigenous peoples to control their destiny. Each day we make choices that either help to reconcile or contribute to division. The motion presents us with such a choice today, Mr. Speaker. Now is not the time for action that would divide and inflame. Now is the time, as the Prime Minister has said, for creating a space for peaceful, honest dialogue with willing partners. We believe that addressing this issue, we are given an opportunity to close the gap in healing long-standing wounds. We believe it is essential to address the crisis in a constructive and peaceful way. In this debate, we need to acknowledge the importance of dialogue based on respect, cooperation, and the recognition of rights. Perhaps most importantly, Mr. Speaker, in this dialogue, we must also learn to listen. We need to look beyond simply getting the trains running and see this for what it is, an opportunity to make progress on the journey towards transformative change. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Indigenous Services said last night, one of the steps necessary to achieve peaceful progress in an unreconciled country is to continue that open dialogue at the very highest levels of government based on a nation-to-nation and government-to-government relationship. This is what has guided the actions of our government over the past few days. But I would like to remind the House of the views brought forward by the National Chief, Perry Bellegarde, who said, and I quote, "I think we need to be patient and see what dialogue will bring. Our people are taking action because they want to see action. And when they see positive action by the key players, when they see a commitment to real dialogue and to address this difficult situation, people will respond in a positive way." I believe his words underscore the upside potential of this crisis. If we can resolve the situation peacefully and with mutual respect, we help build trust, and that trust, Mr. Speaker, can help shape a stronger Canada for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to the House that resolving this situation in a peaceful and respectful way will help provide a foundation for continued dialogue and mutual respect that in Canada's long-term interest for society and our economy. And let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that in the final analysis, it is in Canada's best interest in the short and long term to keep the discussions going in search of a peaceful and long-lasting solution. A solution, moreover, that may put us further down the true road to reconciliation. I urge all honourable members to vote against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 6:15, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations and put forthwith all questions necessary to deal with the business of supply. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Strahl, moved that the House stand in solidarity with every elected band council on the Coastal GasLink route, the majority of hereditary chiefs, and the vast majority of the Wet'suwet'en people who support the Coastal GasLink project, and condemn the radical activists who are exploiting divisions within the Wet'suwet'en community, holding the Canadian economy hostage, and threatening jobs and opportunities in Indigenous communities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Let's do it right now.
Accordingly, the recorded division stands deferred until Monday at the end of government orders. And I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on his feet, perhaps on a matter of interest to the House.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass this House at this time, you'll find unanimous consent to call at 6:30.
Pleasure of the House to see the clock at 6:30 p.m. Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. À ce moment-ci, conformément à
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and supported at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Canadian Ambassador to China, Dominic Barton. The Canadian Ambassador to China, the Prime Minister's hand-picked choice for that post, came before the Canada-China Committee on February the 5th. He spoke about his mandate. He said during his opening statement, quote, "I want to say also that the utmost priority of my goal and objectives is to work for the release of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor and to seek clemency for Robert Schellenberg. That's right in the headlines, and I think about that every day," end quote. He said later on, again in his testimony, quote, "Getting to my mandate and priorities, in discussions with the Prime Minister and then with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the overall objective is to restore the relationship, but with three priorities: and I would argue one very important caveat that's in that. First and foremost is to secure the release of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor and get clemency for Robert Schellenberg. That is core. That's a priority. Mr. Speaker, notice that Ambassador Barton was not just speaking about his own personal priorities, he was speaking about the mandate he had been given by the Prime Minister. He returned to that specific formulation, securing the release of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor and gaining clemency for Robert Schellenberg twice again after that during his remarks. Certainly, Canadians would expect the government to do all that it can to secure the release of detained Canadians. But when I asked about the case of another detained Canadian, Hussein Chalil, the ambassador initially appeared completely unaware of what I was talking about. He then said, quote, Hussein is not a Canadian citizenship holder. We aren't able to get access to him on consular services side, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chalil is a Canadian citizen, and he's been in prison for a decade and a half in China. It is frankly a disgrace that we would appoint an ambassador who is so ignorant of something so basic, and he seems similarly unaware of Canada's policy in the South China Sea. But this isn't principally about Ambassador Barton. It is evident that the Prime Minister gave a specific mandate to the ambassador to secure the release of some Canadians, but not all Canadians detained in China. Why did the Prime Minister give Ambassador Barton a mandate to seek the release of some Canadians but not others? Mr. Chalil is a Uyghur Muslim and a dual national. Some have wondered if racism has informed the decision to omit securing the release of Mr. Chalil from Ambassador Barton's mandate. At a time when China's government denies dual nationality and where religious and ethnic minorities in China, especially Uyghur Muslims, face horrific abuses of human rights, it might be convenient to throw this Muslim Canadian under the bus and ignore his fundamental human rights. It might be convenient, but it is deeply immoral and contrary to our values. I have no doubt that the government now, when pressed on this issue, will say, yes, yes, we care about Mr. Chalil, and I fully expect the Parliamentary Secretary to say that. But the government needs to explain why Ambassador Barton's mandate from the Prime Minister did not include securing the release of Mr. Chalil. Why the mention 4 times of 3 other consular cases, but no mention of Mr. Chalil during the introductory remarks? The government must do more than just say that they care. They must formally direct our ambassador to make securing the release of Mr. Chalil a central part of his mandate. They must direct him to publicly clarify that he regards Mr. Chalil as a Canadian citizen. Will they?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to address the issue that has been brought forward by the Member of Parliament for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, Hussein Chalil is a Canadian citizen, point final. As the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have consistently stated, the government continues to be seized at all levels by cases of Canadians detained in China, including the long-standing case of Mr. Chalil. Mr. Chalil has been in detention in Xinjiang since 2006. Mr. Speaker, the provision of consular services to Canadians in China is governed by a bilateral agreement that details consular obligations and entitlements of our 2 countries in order to facilitate the protection of the rights and interests of our citizens. While China has agreed to provide consular access to Canadians who entered China on a Canadian travel document, China has not granted Canadian officials consular access in cases where China does not recognize the individual's Canadian citizenship. In the case of Mr. Chalil, despite repeated and ongoing attempts, Canadian officials have not been granted consular access. The government is deeply concerned about the case of Mr. Chalil and will continue to raise his case at every opportunity at senior levels, frankly, as I did myself last spring when I traveled to China on a trip of the China-Canada Legislative Committee, which the Conservatives chose not to go on. The government continues to be deeply concerned, and Canadian officials will continue to advocate for Mr. Chalil and seek consular access to him in order that they can verify his health and well-being and to offer him assistance. It is very well known to us that Mr. Chalil is of Uyghur ethnicity. Canada is deeply concerned, and any insinuation to the contrary is simply false. Canada remains deeply concerned by the mass detention of Uyghurs in Xinjiang based on their ethnicity and religion under the pretext of countering extremism. We acknowledge the pain and hardship experienced by Mr. Chalil's family as a result of this detention. Consular officials are in communication with Mr. Chalil's family and will continue to provide support until they are reunited. Mr. Speaker, Uyghurs have been disappearing into detention in China. Getting information about their whereabouts can be incredibly challenging. Publicly and privately, in multilateral fora as well as in bilateral conversations, Canada has consistently called on the Chinese government to address this situation. Canada has called on the Chinese government to allow the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and UN Special Procedures immediately unfettered access, meaningful access to Xinjiang. Finally, I'd like to extend thanks to all consular officials working in Ottawa and in our missions abroad, offering and attempting to offer consular services. I've personally been extremely impressed and moved, in fact, by the commitment that they have to their work, which is the best in terms of public service I've ever seen. Mr. Speaker, our government will always stand up for Canadians in need of assistance abroad. Mr. Chalil will remain in our hearts at all times. Thank you.
Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this parliamentary secretary, and I take him at his word about his personal concern about this case. But I do think it's important to press the question about Ambassador Barton, the Prime Minister's choice, about his testimony, and about his account of his mandate. Because while the parliamentary secretary may make the occasional trip to China, other members, the ambassador is our most high-profile man representing the government of Canada in China. And I think the parliamentary secretary would have to acknowledge the damage done when the ambassador makes the kind of public statements he did. And we still have not seen a public statement from the ambassador clarifying that he understands and supports the government of Canada's position. And I would like to know why the Prime Minister's mandate to him, at least as he accounts for it, did not include the mention of Mr. Chalil's case.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada, as I said, remains deeply concerned about the ongoing detention of Mr. Chalil, as well as over 100 Canadians in detention in China. As with all cases of Canadian citizens detained abroad, our officials have repeatedly sought consular access in order to determine Mr. Chalil's well-being. Mr. Speaker, with respect to Dominic Barton, Canada is fortunate now to have Dominic Barton as our ambassador in Beijing. He has a deep knowledge and understanding of China and its history. He is actively advocating for Canada in Beijing every day. He's raising the cases of Canadians detained in China at every opportunity, including Mr. Chalil, and working to improve our bilateral relations at the same time, including reestablishing full commercial ties for our farmers and other sectors. These are things that I believe all Canadians and all members of this House should be supportive of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to follow up on a question that I raised with the Prime Minister some time ago. The Prime Minister, and it's worthwhile for me to recap the question that I asked at the time. The Prime Minister loves talking about politics and transparency and openness. However, he led the Liberals in voting against our motion, calling for the Auditor General to investigate the Liberal infrastructure fiasco. And what is the infrastructure fiasco? It's what was reported by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who revealed that in 2017, the Liberals spent only half of the money that they had promised to invest in infrastructure. In 2018, the Parliamentary Budget Officer made another report, and it asked the Liberals to produce their infrastructure plan. I'll remind you, this plan was $186 billion. That's not nothing. That's a lot of money. That's money that is hard-earned by all Canadians. And they gave it to the government to take care of it. Unfortunately, what was the answer to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, what was the response he received? It does not exist. The plan didn't exist in 2018, and we're talking about $186 billion. $186 billion spread out over 30 agencies, about 50 programs. If there's no plan and the money is spread a little bit everywhere, it's no surprising that we can't keep track of it. In 2019, when the Parliamentary Budget Officer asked for the list of all of the commitments that were made by the government as part of the Investing in Canada plan for $186 billion, the government's response was, we are unable to provide that data. The Liberals lost track of investments and commitments of $186 billion. That's entirely unacceptable. That's why this place voted in favor of an investigation by the Auditor General. If you recall, Mr. Speaker, of the result of that vote, 166 parliamentarians voted in favor of our motion. 152, basically all the Liberals that were present, voted against it. They voted against transparency and openness, and yet it was the leitmotif of the Liberals during the election campaign. We'll be open, we'll be transparent, we'll open the books, we'll do things differently. Mr. Speaker, not only are they not doing things differently, they're doing it worse than every government before. You will recall that they were elected with the promise of making tiny, 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 tiny deficits. Tiny, tiny. Very, very small, super tiny, and then no deficit at all. The reality today is that not only have they run enormous deficits, they've lost track of the money that led to having those deficits in the first place. I'm very glad that the Auditor General has finally accepted the request of this House and will investigate. We will have the opportunity to talk about this again in a few minutes, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing what the Liberals have to say. They've done everything in their power to seem whiter than white, and unfortunately, when it came time to really demonstrate what they are made of, they decided to vote against the majority will of this House, and they lost a vote, because that's what a minority government is all about, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've got a joke in my head, but I'll keep it for myself, and I will speak to the member after. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to speak in this House about the importance of the role of the Auditor General. As everyone in this House knows, the Auditor General provides independent and impartial audits on the management of public funds. Through these audits, the Auditor General's Office provides Parliament with objective and factual information on specialized advice for government programs and activities. This review allows parliamentarians to monitor government activities and to ask it to be accountable when it comes to managing taxpayer funds.
That the Auditor General is not accountable to the government of the day. As an officer of Parliament, he reports directly to the House of Commons with objective information so that members of Parliament can hold the government to account. The Office of the Auditor General has a legislative basis in the Auditor General Act, the Financial Administration Act, and a number of other statutes. In fact, it has a long Canadian tradition, Mr. Speaker. The first independent Auditor General of Canada was established in 1878, over 140 years ago. In 1977, the Auditor General Act clarified and expanded the Auditor General's responsibilities. In addition to examining the accuracy of financial statements, the Auditor General's mandate was expanded to examine how effectively the government managed its affairs. Importantly, the Act maintained the principle that the Auditor General does not comment on policy choices, but does examine how policies are implemented. En 1995, la loi sur la
In 1995, the Auditor General Act was amended to include a mandate linked to the environment and sustainable development. This mandate is implemented by the Environment and Sustainable Development Commissioner on behalf of the Auditor General. Our government is well aware of the important work and the history of this institution. During financial year 2018-2019, the office's reference levels increased due to the higher volume and increased complexity of the government's operations and transactions. This funding ensured that the OAG was able to continue to meet service standards, to provide exact information and timely information about audits, and to renew its IT systems. Consequently, the number of full-time staff at the Auditor General's office increased to meet its needs.
Monsieur le Président, je vois que je n'ai pas...
Mr. Speaker, I see I don't have a lot of time left to respond.
No. In order to receive additional funding, any officer of Parliament, including the Auditor General, may make a request to the Minister of Finance, and the government regularly considers such requests to ensure that the office can continue to fulfill its mandate efficiently and effectively. And as an Office of Parliament, the Office of the Auditor General will then work closely with the Treasury Board Secretariat to develop a submission to access the funding. This is the standard procedure for any department or Office of Parliament seeking funding, Mr. Speaker. Our government is open to having good conversations with all officers of Parliament, including the Auditor General, and we want to make sure that our investments are as effective as possible so that the government continues to work effectively for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it is true that the increased budget for the OAG last year allowed the Auditor General to hire more staff. However, this government, this Prime Minister, is the one that likes to spend the most in all of our history. The Auditor General's work needs to be more complex because there's more expenditures. When there's more expenditures, there's more books that need to be opened. $50 million were found to send to MasterCard. And yet, they're not able to meet the additional funding request that the Auditor General made last year based on the measures that my colleague just mentioned. Unfortunately, they were not able to respond to it, didn't want to respond to it, and that didn't prevent them from running a $30 billion deficit for the current year. Beyond fine words and the history of the Auditor General, which is very interesting in passing, I think my colleague would have been better served to focus on the joke he wanted to tell me at the beginning, rather than focus on information that's available to all citizens on the Auditor General's website. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I understand why my honourable colleague doesn't want to talk about the history of the Auditor General. It's because his party has an unenviable history on matters such as these. For example, when they cut into the Auditor General's budget. I can tell you that when our government took power in 2015, during our mandate, we increased the Auditor General's budget and erased the cuts that had been made. Not only that, $38 new staff members were hired to work full-time in the Auditor General's office in order to ensure that all Canadians have the information that is effective and timely and that looks carefully at the government's books. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Answers tabled in response to a query from my colleague, the member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock, showed 38 government agencies reported a total of more than 5,000 incidents last year in which classified or otherwise protected documents were mishandled and stored in a manner that did not meet security requirements. In reality, this number is likely much higher, as Global Affairs Canada did not disclose any reported breaches, but we know in the past they have mishandled sensitive information many times. It's disturbing that this ethical disregard for privacy of Canadians is so widespread throughout this government. Across 38 departments, sensitive information was mishandled 20 times per working day. The ethical bar that has been set by the Prime Minister and his cabinet is so low that this shouldn't come as a surprise. Disregard for ethics is a top-down problem for this government, where the Prime Minister himself has twice been found to have breached ethics laws. But that's a hallmark of this government, isn't it? They break ethics laws, and then they try to cover it up. From illegal vacations on Billionaire Island, clam scam, and forgotten French villas to, of course, the SNC-Lavalin scandal, this government's ethical record is abysmal. When the Prime Minister politically interfered in the criminal prosecution of his friends at SNC-Lavalin, it became clear that this government and the Prime Minister had no intention of reforming their actions and had thrown any ethical considerations to the wayside, all in the name of re-election. The Liberals' contempt for ethics has led the Prime Minister to mandate that his ministers hold themselves to the highest ethical standards, yet they carry on their disregard for ethics by continuing to block investigations and award sole-sourced contracts to former Liberal MPs. It's gotten to the point that it's almost laughable, but of course it is not, because Canadians are losing their confidence in public institutions and believe that there are now two sets of rules, one for the governing class and one for those they govern. A government ought to operate at the intersection of responsibility and principle, being responsible for its actions and being a proper steward of the trust that Canadians give it to govern both rightly and justly. Further, when a government takes a principled approach to governance, being prudent and doing the right thing, it should have no problem working within the prescribed bounds of ethical law. There's so much work to be done to restore the public's confidence in their institutions, but this government's negligence in cultivating that trust and their continued ethical apathy are not helping. Canadians deserve better. Mr. Speaker, even since the time that I asked my initial question in this place and my rising today, we found out that again, just this week we found out that personal information naming more than 69,000 victims of the government's failed Phoenix payroll system, that information was shared across the government into dozens of departments, seen by hundreds of staff who had no business seeing it. More than 69,000 public servants' personal information was inappropriately handled. This same week, we found out that the Prime Minister again failed to meet his obligations as set out under the Conflict of Interest Code for members when he failed to file his disclosures. So we continue to see examples of failures or an unwillingness to follow ethical rules, and Canadians expect more of this government. They deserve more of this government, and I would like to ask, through you, Mr. Speaker, when will they start to treat Canadians with respect?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my pleasure to rise in this House to follow up on the response that I provided to the Honourable colleague from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes privacy protection of Canadians very seriously. It is part of every aspect of the decision-making process. As the Parliamentary Secretary for the President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Digital Government, I have seen how committed public services are every day to the protection of Canadians' privacy. Many of them process and examine thousands of sensitive government documents. And the vast majority of these documents don't pose any issues, and they respect appropriate security standards.
Public servants who deal with sensitive information are required to undergo security screening and security training. This is a fundamental exercise, Mr. Speaker. It establishes and maintains a foundation of trust within government, between government and Canadians, between Canada and other countries. Allow me to provide a little bit of background for the Honourable Member and for all Canadians who are participating in this debate. All public servants that handle government documents undergo a level of security screening that is proportionate to the responsibilities of that position. For positions that deal with more sensitive information, requirements are even more robust, Mr. Speaker. And departments are required to renew the security status of employees on an ongoing basis. There are also times when enhanced security screening is required, Mr. Speaker. It is undertaken when duties involve or directly support security and intelligence functions. These extensive processes help ensure the integrity of our system. And let me stress an important point, Mr. Speaker. Individuals must be officially granted a security status or clearance before, and I repeat, before they are assigned to a position, and before they are granted access to sensitive information, including personal information. Les employés suivent.
Employees also participate in continuing education on security to better meet their obligations. It's important to note that public servants process a large range of sensitive documents. Some of these documents may include personal information, confidential cabinet documents, and some even could be related to national security.
The vast majority of these documents are handled securely and appropriately without issue. However, when an employee is found not to have followed the appropriate protocols, they are provided with additional guidance and assistance to help ensure the mistake is not repeated. And when it comes to privacy specifically, the Government of Canada also has a framework for protecting Canadians' information. La Directive sur les pratiques.
The Directive on Privacy Practices requires government institutions to establish plans and procedures to manage privacy breaches, and it assigns roles and responsibilities to do such. The directive also requires these institutions to inform the Treasury Board Secretariat and the Privacy Commissioner's Office of any substantial breaches. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I know that I don't have enough time in this session, but I'd just like to conclude.
Privacy breaches provides explicit guidance as to what is or not a material breach. And there are just some of the ways that the government is working hard to safeguard the privacy of Canadians. It is of utmost importance to this government, and we will continue to practice due diligence and ensure that the privacy of Canadians is protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his response. He talked about a robust system that's in place for the public servants who are responsible for handling these files. Mr. Speaker, I talked about a top-down issue that they have. And he also talked about the remedial training or support that public servants would receive if they did mishandle information. And so identifying the top-down issue that I did and citing several concrete examples where the Prime Minister was found guilty of having broken the rules, will there be any remedial training that is available to the Prime Minister? And if there's not, I would like to offer to my honourable colleague that I would be very happy in helping the government to create a curriculum that I think would be of great benefit to the Prime Minister and to his ministers. Thank you.
For Parliamentary Secretary.
First, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his kind suggestion that he's just offered, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to discuss this in greater length. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to protecting the privacy of Canadians. The Government of Canada has a very solid investigation and safety system, and it offers very fulsome training to its public servants in this respect. And without an adequate security clearance, public servants cannot hold positions that would require them to process sensitive data. Allow me to clarify one point, Mr. Speaker. The vast majority of sensitive documents from the government are processed safely and appropriately without any issues. It's also important to note that in the event of a privacy breach, the departments have to establish plans and procedures to manage them. Mr. Speaker, but we can do even more. And thanks to our targeted plan to manage privacy breaches in our government, I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker,
Strengthening privacy and privacy breach management within policies, guidance, and tools. Thank you, sir.
Alors, la motion importante.
the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.